It's not going to get a bunch of views because it's not drama, but it still, I do think it was something important.
Agreed. And we have Rich with us today. How are you, Rich?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Doing all right.
Got classes starting on Monday. We did hire an HBCU coach, and that was going to be like a new direction for us because they have their own debate tradition, which a lot of people may know from the film The Great Debaters. But if you're familiar with HBCU history, you probably understand the debate tradition. And we have never had we don't have any coaches that have that experience and that sort of tradition of debate. So we're still looking. We hired her, but then she ended up moving out of town, so we lost her before she could teach. But yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Welcome to the panel. And with us again, great start to the new year, Johnny Scarlett. How are you doing?
Hey friends. Hi you guys in the chat. If you haven't seen me before, I'm Johnny. I'm an educational streamer. We talk about primarily history, politics, and philosophy. So I'm excited to talk about democracy today.
Excellent. And for the first time with us here, Lactoid. How are you? Nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I love all you guys. Democracy sucks. Thanks.
And a man that needs no welcome, Prime Kai. How are you, sir?
I'm hella frustrated. Just got off. Did you see that? Oh, okay, you didn't. So I just got off like a 90-minute discussion of Destiny, and I'm really fucking frustrated right now. So I'm just gonna be stilling my emotions for a bit.
What was the topic?
It ended. It's not what I came in there to discuss, but like it was ended up being Israel, Gaza conflict.
Of course, yeah.
And
he's stuck on that right now.
He's on January 6th right now.
I won't bore the audience with any of this. It's just I'm gonna have to deal with that right now. But I do appreciate Leela Warkai being so kind as to invite me and invite a massive, incredible group of fantastic individuals. Right, like each and every one of these people are amazing, and I miss them. I love them, like my friend Fanatiq and Johnny Scarlett, and Aiko and Lactoid. Tiberius, I could take a leave. But just kidding. Just kidding, of course.
Feeling the love tonight. All right.
No, they're all fantastic. So shout out to Lee just to be able to put together such an all-star cast. So thanks for inviting me here.
Hey, I'm proof even a broken clock's right twice a day. Let's go. And we have Tiberius with us.
Yeah, man, it's great to be here once again. I have the honor and distinction of being here pretty much every weekend or every week. So it's always nice to have that invite. If you don't know me, I'm Tiberius D. I largely just stream and talk about whatever the hell I desire anymore, because we've been doing this for so damn long. It's just it feels like we've kind of tread the most of these topics pretty well. But it's great to see all these wonderful people here. I love every single one of them. I'm interested to see where this one goes. Are we going to tread water and some stuff that we've already done, or are we going to get this a little bit more different than what we usually have?
Well, let's see how right this clock is. So, is democracy under attack? With more people questioning if America even is a democracy, do we need to better define how democracy works? And citing American democracy has overcome big stress tests since the 2020 election, with more challenges ahead. Recently, I've had friends and family question, is America even a democracy? And let's go ahead and discuss this. Starting with Fanatiq.
I mean, yeah, obviously America is a democracy. I think there's several things about it that I think probably should be done better. I don't like some of the ways that electoral college works. I think I don't see why it's such a problem to do a direct democracy. Maybe someone can explain that to me. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a democracy. I think, yes, we should probably start doing things like ranked choice voting or something like that to make it so that it's more likely that people actually are feeling represented within their ballot, within the ballot. But yeah, ultimately, yes, it's a democracy.
Excellent. Rich.
I agree with that. Although, the argument that gets had when we have asked this question is usually a false dichotomy, which is to say, oh, no, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. But the fact is, we are a constitutional republic that the founders themselves described. In fact, this is what they called their first big political party, Democratic Republicans, which is to say, they believed that we were a democratic republic, which was the alternative to monarchy at the time. I think we continue to be that. But democracy and direct democracy are not necessarily the same thing, right? It's kind of a spectrum. So a better question to ask might be, how democratic are we, and how democratic ought we be?
Excellent question. Johnny.
So essentially, exactly what Rich was just saying is partially what I was going to point out. You know, we are not, in fact, a direct democracy, but it was intended that way. And, you know, the fact that we have electors is something that many people, especially when I have international chatters, they're very confused by the fact that even though we do vote directly for such important things as the president, we do see an opportunity, although it rarely happens, for the electors to go against their electorate. And I did see, very importantly, and of course, you know, it ended up this way anyway, but no Republican who had the opportunity to overturn the votes for the 2020 election did so, despite Donald Trump crying and wailing for them to do so. And I think that that's, you know, something that should at least lift a little bit of people's spirits and their trust in the fact that we try to go with what the majority of people want. Interested to hear everybody else's opinions on this.
Excellent. Lactoid.
I think the reason why we separate America from we call it a republic, is because a constitution by its very nature is aimed at limiting democracy, right? And it's not the only mechanism that America has that limits democracy, but I think it's one of the most powerful ones, because the Constitution essentially, the point of it, and the point of legislation generally, is to prevent mob rule, right? It's to prevent a bunch of people from saying, well, we want this. Well, because you need, simple majority is not enough to, ban all guns. You have to change the Constitution if you want to do that. I'm a big fan of the Constitution. I'm a big fan of limiting democracy in places where it infringes upon individual rights. And so I think we should do more of that. Now, in terms of the democratic process of America, do I think it's under threat? I want to say no. I'm going to say no, tentatively. I'm also going to say there are some weird things happening. Specifically, I think not only the January 6th stuff, but then also the recent stuff in Colorado and Maine, where they're pulling Trump off the ballot. It does seem like both sides are trying to, push for further and further kind of legal methods to remove their opponent, as opposed to letting people vote for them. I think that's concerning, depending on how far it goes.
Thank you for that, Lactoid. Prime. And you're muted.
Wrong button. Still stewing in my emotions, and now I don't know how to stream. So, I think the question itself is flawed. Not because of Leo Walcott, he did a good job, but I'm saying like this type of premise ends up being limiting, because democracy isn't like like some sort of binary state, whether you do or don't have it. It is an ongoing struggle, an ongoing conversation, and a dialectic, right? Like we are all, as a population, deciding what we want from our government. And so, is democracy under threat? Well, if by threat you mean that there are individuals who disagree with the idea of democracy, and they're pushing their own political standard, right? Then yeah, but that's always been the case. There wasn't a beginning to the attack, and there won't be an end to attack, because that's how societies work. They're a constant conversation, and so I think right now we have more democracy than we have in the past. And in some ways we have a qualitatively uh, uh, a democracy that's running less efficiently than it was at other points in time. So these are all like a constant push and pull. So yeah, I guess leave it there.
Thank you. Ty.
Yeah, so just straightforward. Are we a democracy? Yes. Republics are democracies. And if anyone goes around saying this, for the God's sake, please stop. You sound like a moron. Republics are democracies. They're a more limited form of it. Now, do I believe in our republic? Yes. Do I think that democracy is under attack? Also, yes. Whether it be, Trump's big steal narrative or the fact that we are trying to remove him from the ballot is both anti-democratic measures. Now, we can get into the weeds as far as like if that's actually a good thing or not. I'm fine with that. But whether we want to open up the institutions to more democratic, influence as far as like electing the Supreme Court, we can talk about that kind of conversation, or we can just talk about, is all the rabble rousers from like the far left and the far right just basically so pissed with the system they're trying to tear it down. Whichever direction you guys want to go, I'm very interested in it. Just hopefully it's one of the ones I prepared for.
I want to ask then if we can start. Oh, sorry, are we starting now or not?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so then I
Open
want
it
to
on up.
ask: has, in the opinion of the rest of the participants, has America, since its founding, always been a democracy?
It's been a democracy, but it's been a lot more limited in its scope, and it's gotten less limited as it's aged.
Yeah, this
Before
is
I
what I
ask
meant when I said
go
that you have to, that it's a spectrum. So the real question to ask is how democratic are we? How democratic ought we be? And I guess you're adding a third part to that, which is how democratic have we been in the past? And I would certainly say that democracy has expanded as the country has aged.
Okay, before we get too deep into it, can someone just give us a working definition of democracy that they would like to use so that we can actually have a fruitful conversation?
Sure.
Okay.
You were going to give it to us.
No,
sorry.
anyone.
Oh,
Just
okay.
whatever.
Well, I mean, in political science, like democracy is ruled by the people, and the problem is it's vague, right? But it is basically the people at least have to have some modicum of say as far as who their elected representatives are. Usually, it's just by some kind of vote, right? And so, like, you can be an asshat about it and go, China is technically a single party democracy because they actually vote, but it's a joke because you don't really actually have any options. So it's considered like it's not really considered a democracy. We can get into the weeds on that one, but hopefully we don't have to do poli sci 101.
Yeah.
I don't think it's poli sci 101. I think that it's very similar to authoritarian in the sense of there is no firm definition, and ultimately, is it like what you define as a democracy is insight into your political positions, right? So my understanding is democracy is just letting the people vote for power. The more you do this, the more democracy-er it is, and the less you do this,
democratic.
well, yeah, whatever. Like the less it is, and then, so you could look at China and you could say, that's a democracy if you think it is. You're not wrong. No one's wrong. You can call America authoritarian and not be wrong. I think it's arguably a very strong case that it's less democratic, right? It's less of a democracy. This is why I actually prefer republic. I prefer republic over democracy.
Yeah, we're on a sliding scale, of course. I mean, we didn't allow African American people to vote. We didn't allow females to vote. And as we go on, we will continue to have these limitations. I don't want us to pass a law that says everybody can vote regardless of age. I don't want 5-year-olds voting, right? And I find it a little bit, I don't find it necessarily undemocratic that we have limitations on who can, in fact, run for office. I don't want to take away people's free speech. If you want to write in Lisa Simpson on the presidential ballot, I think you should have the free speech to do that. But at the same time, if someone has committed a crime, again, this was from, of course, the last panel, if someone has committed a crime against the United States, and we already have laws that say you cannot hold office if you have done so, I don't see a reason to expand in that direction.
So the reason why I brought this up, and this kind of works where I was going with this, is that like I think there's a very good argument to say that America really wasn't a democracy until at least after the Civil War or to the Civil Rights Act. Like that we actually were just like cosplaying democracy. Um, that if you have a massive portion of your population that is simply locked out of the vote for being who they are and not being having any path to get the vote,
Mm.
um, then like you're not that's actually not real. Now people can say, well, we had all the structures of democracy, right? Like there was a ballot box, it existed, people could use it, right? And we expanded the number of people who use it. When it first started, it was just landed men who could do that. But like if, and I'm just pulling these numbers out of my ass, but if 10% of the population is eligible to vote, like is that a democracy, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
we basically just expanded. In that way, we didn't really expand democracy. We were expanding who we think of as people. That's really what was happening with the Civil Rights Act and with the suffragettes.
but it
You
ends
could.
up the same
Like,
thing. Go ahead,
like
sorry, go
we
ahead, Fanatic.
It just feels like it. What you guys are basically just saying. Well, no, not what you guys are saying. It feels like it was always a democracy. It was just racist as well. Like the people were deciding. They just didn't value black people as people. But ultimately, for the rest of the citizens, it was functioning like a democracy. So it was always a democracy since
It
its
was
founding.
essentially an apartheid democracy at the time.
That's exactly
yeah.
it.
Mm.
Like we
I
actually don't even cross the
but
50% margin until literally the 19th Amendment, right?
yeah, but like what is it was always functioning as a democracy for the people. When most of the individuals in our society are locked out, well then it's not functioning as a democracy for the people, right?
But wait,
Like
when have most of them been locked out?
That's
when
literally before the 19th Amendment.
Before women
yeah,
could vote,
like
most people could not vote.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
yeah. So like and I agree, like again I started off this saying that like it isn't like a state of being or not being, but I think what we were previous to the suffrage of women and black people actually being able to exercise the right to vote was you can call it democracy, but functionally it really isn't.
Mm.
That like once you have a chosen class of individuals who can vote, right, and you limit it to that, then that's a different system that might involve like a ballot box, but that's not democracy in the way that I think most people think of it.
Yeah,
Not in the
it
modern
was
sense,
almost
yeah.
like having an aristocracy, except the aristocracy was all white men who own land, and then all white men, and then everybody else slowly, And something that I think gets to the heart of the question that I kind of wanted to bring up is the fact that, and this is a little bit anecdote, Andy, but I have a lot of old people in my life, right? I have a lot of Republican old people, and they are mostly now post 2020, post his big freak out against Donald Trump, not because of anything he said beforehand, not because he was a piece of shit president or he was just a piece of shit in general, but because he threatened their idea of a democracy. They hate the fact that he attempted to go around people's vote, even if it wasn't their vote. And I think that that's a great sign. We have people, even older people who we generally see as very Trump adjacent. We have people who are saying, no, we believe in this. And even if he's our guy, we don't want him going around people's vote. I think the fact that it seems like the majority of Americans genuinely value maintaining democracy, if not expanding it.
But isn't he like
A positive
polling
thing.
countrywide? Like, isn't he polling countrywide ahead of like every other candidate? So I don't think it's safe to say that a bunch of people value that, because clearly, if their values were with that, then he wouldn't be trending where he is, right?
I think its value, I think their value is more so in the fact that nobody went with it. They want an opportunity to vote for him again if they can, but they didn't want him to overturn the already done election, etc.
Right. But I mean, yeah, that sounds crazy to me. I don't understand how someone could see the corruption of an individual literally trying to cheat a system and say that we don't share those values, but it's okay, we'll vote for him again.
Oh yeah.
That sounds a little bit absurd.
I
It's
really
heavily illogical, and to an extent, and then I'll let Ty go, but to an extent, the value, the emotion that a lot of people place on America and patriotism and democracy as a emotionally valuable thing, it's not necessarily logical.
I really want to see how this shakes out because I've got plenty of people in my family and in my communities that are still like ardent Trump supporters and think that Biden is super corrupt and evil and somehow Trump's the good guy. I can't work with that. But what I can tell you is I know there's a lot of moderate Republicans and people who are like suburban men are the people who may have voted for him in 2016 or 2020. But they're just fervently now absolutely against him. They've largely kind of killed two sacred cows all at the same time. One, he has demonstrated just an absolute immorality, not in office, but more after out of office. The fact that the big lie has been such a big deal really pisses off moderates because that is the only time that moderates matter, and I'm one of them. Like you can't go after the only time that I actually matter in a general election and not completely piss me the fuck off. And there's a lot of guys that just feel that way. I want to say that while the polls are indicating like Trump doing very well, I'm willing to bet just from the people I've engaged with and talked to, Trump is probably going to pull like 65 million votes in this next round, but he is absolutely going to get thrashed in the Electoral College.
Isn't that around what he actually pulled last
Pulled
time?
74.
He was saying that he was polling like 90 million votes, which is probably, absolutely not accurate.
Yeah,
But
he pulled 74 against Biden's 80.
yeah.
He just had to come up with a number that was bigger than Biden's.
Right.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
no, I do not expect by any means that he's actually picked up any major voter share. The only thing that I'm actually concerned about regarding Trump's possible victory is actually the leftists. Are they going to abandon Biden over Palestine, Israel? Because
They're going to do it.
before
They
October
will.
7th, I would have said that Biden had this in the bag. But like the friction there between like the liberals and the leftists, if the leftists don't show up, what happens if 100,000 Muslims in Michigan don't show up to the polls? Like that means Trump can win.
This conversation is how my nightmare destiny just began. Actually, I said it pretty much exactly what our friend Doc Paris was saying here. But
Sorry about that.
No. It's it was awful. But anyway,
Isn't every conversation with him?
I know.
To be clear, this is a no-win situation for Biden, right? If he sides with Palestine, he loses another group of voters who are also very powerful within the party. So
by siding
I
with
just don't.
Palestine, that would mean a ceasefire. Like just
Yeah, a
advocate for
ceasefire. If he were to support a ceasefire and be aggressive
Yeah.
about it, and I think he will. I think he's moving in that direction. And if he does do it, he's going to start losing a different base. Like he's going to lose either way.
I
There's
think Israel's
no
losing
win-
the world at this point, man. It's just everybody can see the nonsense,
Mhm.
and it seems like if your whole thing, and I guess that's the benefit of having, my relationship with, my faith is that I can always depend on the idea if I'm doing the right thing, I don't have anything to worry about. I can say morally that this is a better thing to do, and then I don't have to worry about, oh man, I'm going to lose some people because if the only people that
Well,
are
what I
with
was
me
going to say is
are
this
because
should
I'm
be.
doing something evil.
What I was going to say
didn't
is
lose
this should
anything.
be freeing for him, right? Because if he's going to lose either way, then he might as well
Go full force.
do the
But
right thing. Yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
but
but you don't think Biden believes in the right thing? What
he's a
come
hardcore
on.
Zionist. In
Yeah, he's
himself.
bought and
This is
paid
what he
for.
believes is the right thing. That's what he's doing. I mean, that's honestly that's his opinion. So he's fine with this. But
Yeah.
I didn't mean to distract. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
mean to
yeah, it's
distract
okay.
this.
Well, but this is
Um,
relevant to the discussion.
But I
Well,
feel like, listen,
go
I
ahead.
think democracy has been under attack, like literally forever, right? Like, I mean, obviously, like you guys bring up the woman thing. I don't know if that I would say that that's democracy under attack per se. I think just in the beginning, they had a different vision of what democracy was and just different ideas for societal roles for women and things like that. Once they expanded that and started to like respect the agency and whatever of women, then at that point then they expanded it in that direction, and I think they needed to do the same thing for black people, which they eventually did. But I think the problem is that I would say that democracy is still under attack in the ways of gerrymandering, in the ways that you're like Georgia's voter law, where they say that you can't give water out to poll workers, and I mean poll workers can't give water to people standing in line, closing ballot boxes, making people wait 6 and 8 hours in line and things like that. Some of the voter ID laws that they tried to create specifically to target the black vote and things like that. I would say that's where democracy democracy is under attack, because I would say that for some people, I think they might have bought into Trump's lie that, hey, man, people were lying and stealing and cheating at the box office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think some of those people know better and just really feel like, hey, we would actually do better if we stopped these black folks from voting and we would get whatever the freak we want. That's exactly what I think Georgia wants.
It's
but Fanatic,
partially that, and it's also partially people being like the people who believe the lie that these poll workers are slipping in 10,000 extra votes and shit like that, you know.
That's what I said. I
There,
think some people
y-
believe that, but then I think there are some
yeah.
people who know better
y-
and still just want to restrict the black
But
vote.
on the other
Right.
hand, there's like I wouldn't have as much of a problem with strengthening those people's trust in the system with voter ID laws if IDs were free. But IDs ain't free.
It is not just about the IDs being free, because every time they've done those kinds of things, they've never just said, hey, we're just making a really simple law that you have to have an ID to vote. It's always like coupled with a bunch of other things that we know that are literally like intended to target the black vote with surgical precision. I always use that phrase because that's what that Supreme Court from that state said. When you start doing things like, hey, we're going to restrict the type of ID, specifically the type that we know black people don't typically have. When you start saying, oh, we're going to get rid of early voting and things like that, specifically because black people had a higher early voting turnout. When you start doing all those things, then you start to really display what your intention is. And your intention
but
isn't just to strengthen the vote. Your intention is to restrict the
After
black
a
vote.
but
Fanatic.
Fanatic. But yeah, but Fanatic. I feel like I'm trying to like reconcile like the first part of what you said to like the second part, right? Like where you talked about like, well, people had previously had a different idea of democracy, right?
Hmm.
And then on the second half, what you said, well, democracy is under threat because of the reasons that you stated, right? Well, maybe if we talk to one of those people who believes all the things that you're railing against, is that, well, I have a different idea of democracy, right? My idea of democracy says that, well, you have to like we have to know exactly who you are, right? So you have to have a voter ID. My idea of democracy is that you have to submit your ballot in person, not by mail, because shenanigans might ensue, right? In
No, but
fact,
these are
I'm
different
strengthening
things.
democracy when I do that.
I
Like
don't think
when
that,
that, but that like if,
no.
but can that be a reasonable
Mm-mm.
position?
It's a
Okay, go ahead.
different. It's a different point, because what stands underneath the point that I was making originally about the different views about who people were and so on and so forth. It wasn't about just specifically about how you wanted the votes to be. It was more so about literally your societal view and broader context about how you view the agency of women. And so if you have that view, it makes all the sense in the world that you would still maintain democracy and still say women can't vote. Likewise, if you genuinely believe that black people are apes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, even though we're not the ones that look like monkeys, if you were to have that belief system, and yeah, I didn't need to say that, but I'm sorry, if you were to have that belief system and then you were to actually believe that way, then it would make all the sense in the world. If you think these people are less than human, then why you would say that they shouldn't be able to vote. But
Okay,
that's
but
not that.
then,
But that's
but
not the same thing as what we would say today, where it's no. You would admit, hey, I do believe black people are people. Clearly, I mean, you know what I mean. I do believe that women are people, etc. But I just want to stop them from voting because I don't like the way that they vote. That's the real
The,
motivation right now.
like
um,
I won't go ahead, Prime.
no, you go first. It's fine.
Yeah, like I won't disagree. There's definitely levels where people are trying to get other people not to vote, right? I would probably move the goalpost, if you will, in that if there's anyone the right hates, it's not black folks anymore; it's gays and trans folks. Like those are the number one people that they're after, that they don't want voting or to have interact with.
Wait,
Um,
what? Tell me, name a single bill or a single thing that has been aimed at specifically the trans vote in the history of this country. Like, I
It's
mean,
not the
I'm sorry, not
vote.
900, in the last 20 years, right? Where that's not happening.
No, it's not the vote.
No,
It's
that's what he
Ty's
just
talking
said.
about.
No, he
Ty's
said the
talking
vote.
about who they don't like.
No, he
well,
said
yeah,
specifically, he said their vote. And I'm saying no. Whose vote that they actually try to target is the black vote. You show me. I can show you where they're targeting the black vote by specifically targeting areas within black neighborhoods and closing those polling stations such that black people are voting sometimes 6 and 7 hours at the ballot box as opposed to the 30 minutes in the white neighborhoods. I can show you that. I can
no,
show you where
I'm
the
not.
Supreme Court made the statement that they targeted, they asked for race specific voting whatever records, and then targeted the black vote with surgical precision. I can show you that. I can show you where they're doing these things, where they're creating these water things about not giving out water in Georgia. I can show you that. That wasn't aimed at homosexuals. That was aimed at black people. I can show you that. If you're going to make the statement, which you did, that they're targeting the gay vote, I need you to tell me what you're to qualify that. What are you talking about?
Well, I apologize. Maybe I misspoke, but Johnny actually said it exactly the way that I meant to. When it comes to when it comes to like the black vote in general, like there's definitely some overlap, and I will totally admit, like Republicans will totally fuck over the black vote, particularly like in Georgia, where they'll make it where they can't poll in Atlanta for 6-8 hours because what's the ratio here? It's like one out of every 10 will vote Republican, and the rest of them will all vote Democrat. They're doing it because they know it's that is the motivation, right? Now I have bitched and railed about this forever because I'm like this shows like the country that Republicans are afraid of actually trying to win. They want to win through cooperative or not cooperative. What's the word here? I can't think of the word. It starts with a C.
Surreptitious?
No, it's just
co-opting?
Yes, they want to win by co-opting elections. They don't actually want to win by getting the fucking vote, right? And I think this cost them votes across the board. I'm hoping that eventually changes because like the Republican Party cannot keep going forward the way it has been. But going forward with this, like I don't disagree that if you're going to single out any group of people, that the black community's been targeted the most, just because most people turn them into the fifth column. But yeah, like there is, if I was just saying like the general hatred that comes from the right and like getting people not to participate in society, it's definitely pointed at like gays and trans folks now.
Yeah,
like that.
I don't know how you could qualify that. It seems like all the hate crimes are still specifically disproportionately aimed at black people. And I don't see that there's like specifically the same hiring problems when it comes towards gay people living in society as there are with black people. Obviously, being black on a freaking on an application has a greater penalty than a felony for white people. Come on, man. I don't know. Again, hold on. I want to finish. If I can finish, I just want to say quickly. I am not saying that the LGBTQ have it swimmingly in life and that there's not any problems for them. But to try to compare the two, we can quantify the idea that black people are still the most hated people in society.
You definitely have more examples of racism, friend, because y'all are a bigger demographic. Trans people make up less than 0.5% of this country.
And make up 90% of the conversations. Crazy.
Absolutely.
Biden gives his executive orders immediately to trans people, but not to black people. Again, I just want to point out, all we're making is the point that if we're going to start trying to create the Olympics here and try to make some comparison, we know where the numbers are. We know where the data is. Hate crimes against homosexuals is not going to be the same as it is against black people, and it's not even proportional. I get you.
I'm sorry I brought us down this road. I apologize.
I know. You should be, but it's okay. Listen, again, we can.
I want to challenge you.
Again, if you want to say it's like 5.3% of the population, black people are only about 13% proportionally. Black people are still hyper overrepresented within those things. If you want to agree, you don't have to cut me off to do so. I'm just saying.
By the way, the definitions in the chat.
Let me. So I want to agree with you. Sorry, I apologize. I was
energy. I love it.
I was literally too happy to agree with Fanatiq, and I didn't know.
I know it's a rarity. Go ahead.
But so we don't have to compare the struggles of the gay community, the LGBT community, with the struggle of black people, especially not when it comes to the vote, right? Like they have their own fights, and we have our own fights. But
or hiring practices, right?
We don't have to go down that road. We don't have to go down that road.
Okay.
But so what I was going to say previously, right, is my pushback to you, right? I was giving you very slight pushback. Because what I was trying to say previously is that that you were saying that there's like a distinction between people having different ideas of what democracy should look like and us expanding the franchise, and then there are threats to that democracy, being that once you acknowledge that people are people, then when you try to take away their vote, that's like a democracy under attack, right? Basically, my point is that these two things are more or less the same thing. And so you brought up once white people decided that black people were people, then when they tried to limit the vote, that would be an attack on democracy. So I was going to ask you, at what point did the white population acknowledge us as human? When did Aiko stop being racist? Him and his ilk.
Oh, sure. So just to clarify one more time, it's not just the idea is that they had a view about democracy, but they had broader societal ideas about who people were. That's what ended up restricting the democracy from those people. And so it wasn't a change or their idea of democracy was still constant. It's just their broader view about people that changed that made them expand the democracy to those people. That was the point that I was making earlier. And what really briefly, one more time, what was the question? I just wanted to make because it was a two-parter.
Sure. Yeah. So the question is like, when did white people like acknowledge black people
Oh,
as people?
sure. So when did they do that? I think when we got rid of slavery, I think at that point is what was already like kind of the first acknowledgement that, hey, wait a minute, these are people. Now there were still negative societal attitudes about what it would mean to like integrate into that society, and they still wanted some sort of stratification, but they at least were acknowledging at this point that these people can't be property. And I think that was already like a broad thing. But I don't think that the South really fully fully were willing to accept that idea to begin with. I think in the North, they already had these ideas, right? The abolitionist movement was largely Christian, and those people had already kind of made the idea that, hey, wait, these are people, et cetera. You can't own people as property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think, yeah, it just took a while for America to get to that point of like greater enfranchisement.
Mm-hmm.
And Lactoid wanted to get something in as well.
Two things. Ty, I want to challenge you on your claim that Trump is going to lose the Electoral College, because every poll that I've seen puts him ahead in the battleground states. That's where he's doing the best. He's doing the best among populations that I think I just recently read he's like polling almost half of Hispanic voters, 20% of black voters. That's like inconceivable for a Republican candidate to be polling that way.
He was polling that way this way at the beginning of 2020 as well.
Not with black folks, no.
No, it was people were making fun of these polls that had him at like double digits and higher with black voters. And then when the election came, they didn't materialize.
It didn't actually pan out. All right. Well, I mean, that could be, I guess, a reason why we were predicting he actually may not have that much support. I'm just saying the polls are indicating that he does, and the polls are indicating he does in the battleground states. I think
he's the only one campaigning right now. Like
Yeah.
Biden's not campaigning. He's holding his powder.
Yep.
And really that's been the normal thing to do for elections like forever. It's just that Trump like campaigns like 4 years out of 4. Yeah. So I think that's why we're seeing polling numbers that look like this.
I will be completely honest with you. I pretty much never pay attention to polls. Like I'll look at them every now and again, but like I travel the country. I have the privilege of going out and just being able to chat with people across the country, of all kinds of different political life. And I'm not going to say I have a great history of like calling elections. I'm about 50-50 to be honest lately. But when it comes down to it, like when I talk to people who are those moderate voters who will usually decide the election, when you got people like me and Connor saying like we're probably going to vote for Biden, I think that's pretty much calling the game.
Ooh.
I mean, and you also have to think of
What?
and this is
I don't think you're
less
representative
for
of
this
Yeah.
is less this is
Fair
less
enough.
for y'all, and this is more so for the chat and international people who may not realize this about polls. But you also have to realize the people who care enough about politics and about Trump together are answering these polls in really high numbers. You have to think about all the people who don't answer polls, who are gonna vote but don't care that much about politics, And I think that to Ty's credit, a lot of the people that I've talked to who have been like, I don't really give a shit that much about politics. They don't follow it the way that we do.
No,
A lot of those
but that's
people are
not how
probably
polls
just going to
work,
vote for
though.
Biden because he's the status quo.
But that's not how polls work. Polls, like, it's not like poll work or like pollsters wait for people to come to them, right? The pollsters go to people and they like create a representative group of individuals,
Well,
whoever
yeah.
they're polling for, and then they're
It's
making
called
conclusions
waiting.
based on that, right? Yeah, but they're making conclusions based on that. And so when we're talking about likely voters, well, those are the people like we're talking about, the people who are likely to vote, and so that encompasses the people who you were saying, like, even if they don't pay attention to politics, they happen to answer the phone or to fill out whatever, right?
If they
And so
happen to, and
looking
they
at
don't
those
slam the
polls,
phone down because they don't like people
and
that they
yeah,
view as
but they get it.
telemarketers.
But the point is, if you have a large enough sample size, then you can make inferences. So when we're saying,
Yes.
I'm pushing back against Ty, saying that,
Mhm.
well, I don't really look at polls. And when myself and someone who has a similar ideological stance as me says this one thing, I think that's a good way of calling the election. Like, I don't. That's crazy. Like, the poll, right,
Right.
gives you a better idea of what the country is thinking beyond what you can personally observe.
Yeah, it
Right.
does. But historically, polls get more accurate as the election gets closer.
True.
So
Sure.
polls this far out are historically very, very off. Whereas
100%.
I pay attention to polls most after Labor Day, right? That's when
Yeah.
they start to get relevant results. And even then, it's national polls that are accurate. Statewide polls are famously crap.
Yeah.
Like, Hillary Clinton was supposed to win all of those states, and she didn't because the state level polling wasn't capturing that data. In
I
fact,
don't
one
think
of
it
the
was just that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, it wasn't just that. But I'm not talking about why she lost. Really, I'm talking about how reliable state level polling was in for her being able to plan things out. And the person who caught the data at the precinct level was Kellyanne Conway. She was the one who figured out that Trump could actually win those, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and that they started moving resources there, and Hillary didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of that, though. I think it's more so. It's not just about like the polls just being inaccurate at the state level. I think more so it had to do with the fact that people weren't allowed to. I feel like just the way the pressure was at the time, people didn't feel emboldened enough to even say that they wanted to vote for Trump. Like I remember, like making that statement very frequently. Like
it's
to
called the
people,
shy
like,
Trump effect.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because I mean, how could you actually respect? How
That's
could
what
you
it's
actually
called.
support this person, right? But then ultimately, it was when Hillary Clinton, being as abysmal as she was, remember she was telling people that she kept hot sauce in her bag. It was gross. Like no one was gonna like, yeah, whatever. But,
Pokemon, go to the polls.
that Nick, bruh, I can't. But I also wanted to point out
That one
to
really
your other
spoke to me.
thing-
Okay, deep down, I felt
Yeah,
that.
Jeez.
I do
But-
need to get back into this for a
Wait,
second. When you're
I
done.
just wanted. Oh, I
No,
got
he's
you. I just wanted
almost
to say
done.
the thing that Ico, like the idea. Trump did not have black support. It wasn't even like close. I just looked it up. He had around 4% to 12%. That was a max. Like
Hold on, I maintained a
They're all in my
database.
family.
I maintained a database at the time because I was so curious
That's
as
what I
to
was
why
looking
these
at. It was
numbers were coming up.
February. In February, they said
I'll go back
when
and
their
find it.
February polls. This is on PolitiFact. I mean, it was on USA Today. They just fact checked it. It said Trump said Republican president. I'm sorry. He said Trump said that a recent polls showed 25% of black support for him in a hypothetical race against Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, those were polls like
recent poll is
Rasmussen.
actually from September. 6 recent polls, all taken in February, show his support range from 4% to 12%. That's what the actual number
Pretty low.
was. He was lying. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
not doing
I'll-
well with the black vote. He never ever had the black vote. I think he has more of the black vote now, and it's not because black people support him. It's because of how much they hate Joe Biden, which is disgusting, which is really, really gross. Because I don't know how you can hate Biden all you want to. I don't know how you can become a Trump supporter, but I'm seeing that even within these all black circles that exclude white folks that I'm a part of. It's gross.
I wanted to use that as a springboard to my second point is to defend. I don't think the Republicans are actually. I guess it depends on your definition of racism. But I don't think they're being racist necessarily with the stuff like voter ID or targeting specific areas. North Carolina, you could argue they may have been, but I think the test to determine whether or not there's racist intent is if there was a black community that would vote Republican, would the Republicans want to disenfranchise that voter group? I think the answer is probably like obviously not. Republicans are opposed to children voting or like moving the voting age down, because they also poll very poorly with that particular demographic. So I don't think that makes them ageist necessarily. They're just trying to put the votes in places where they'll win and take it away from places where they don't do well. I don't think that's necessarily indicative of racism or ageism or sexism or anything like that.
Yeah, if you want to look at things in a vacuum like that, but obviously all of us can use our brains and recognize all of the broader things that they're doing, such as, I don't know, restricting Black history, obviously all of the racist like ideology that they're pushing towards like certain things when it went like the welfare queen idea, like all of the history, all of their opposition towards anything like that Black people have supported, like anything politically, like their staunch opposition to reparations and claiming that we're racist for wanting reparations. We can look at all of their platform and see all of the anti-Black blackness rife throughout it, like their complete expulsion of all black people from pretty much every cabinet position besides Ben Carson, because he was willing to say things like slavery was just really just full of migrant workers. So when you start seeing all those things, we can look at the history and see that these people do it. Now, if you want to just look at just that in and of itself and say that that wasn't the case, you might be able to make that statement. But even then, you'd be wrong, because what the Supreme Court did in order to determine the fact that these people were clearly targeting the black votes, they pointed out that first they asked for race-specific polling data and then use that data to target the black vote. So you can say, well, it's not about the race of the individuals, it's just about the way that they vote. And you might want to make that statement, but we obviously know difference by their opposition towards pretty much any sort of legislation we can get when regarding civil rights. Obviously, from the history, they have been opposed to black people and are still currently opposed to black people. So the idea that we're going to look at this individual thing and say that's not enough, I mean, if you want to be that intellectually dishonest, you can. But I think the rest of us in here recognize.
Let me add this.
I miss Fanatiq.
Well, I want to respond to that, but sure, go ahead.
It's one statement, and I want you to factor it in when you respond to him. The most racist thing about all of this is that we have black people who wanted to vote for Trump, and yet Republicans swathed out black communities anyway because they just assumed all black people vote Democrat. Assuming that all black people do one thing is racist.
Well, no, it is a very safe assumption that black communities in America will vote Democrat, right? Based on like everything we know. And why it's particularly important, especially in the South, is that reality gets even more apparent when you're in the South, right? Where voting is very strongly based on race, where Democrats are overwhelmingly Democrat, or where black people are overwhelmingly Democrat and white people are overwhelmingly Republican. So if like in the South, yeah, absolutely. Like Mississippi, I think is a great example. North Carolina. And
you're saying in Mississippi that there's a greater percentage, there's a smaller percentage of black Republicans in the South than there are everywhere else? Because I would say the opposite. I would say, and obviously, like places like California, you're going to find exclusively Democrats. Probably like 3% of black people in California are going to be, or whatever. Or in New York, you're going to find like 4% of black people being that. But in the South is where you'll find a greater disparity, where you'll find actually a higher percentage of Republicans.
No. You'll find
black Republicans.
So I don't actually think that's true based on what I've seen. If I'm wrong,
I'll look it up.
Look it up. If I'm wrong, that doesn't necessarily defeat my overall point, which is that in the South, it's somewhat unique in terms of the disparity between support for Republicans among the white people and support for Democrats among black people. And so if you're trying to determine, right, if you're looking at a map of North Carolina, let's say, and you're trying to determine for your own voter base, like you're a Republican, I want to ensure my election, using race as a proxy would be far more accurate than most other proxies. So, but again, the ultimate intention is we want to win. We want to target people who aren't going to vote for us. So like, for example, saying what?
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. Like that. It makes sense, like from a standpoint of just trying to win, not trying to be racist, but just trying to win, to say that, well, this is a group of people that by and large doesn't vote for us, right? Like it's black people, it's college age kids or whatever, right? And because I want to win, I'm going to disenfranchise or whatever, right? I'm going to make it more difficult for these individuals to vote. Yeah. And you're doing it by those margins, even though you know that there are Republican college individuals, right, and Republican black people, but you still putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's the exact same motivation for the Electoral College, right? When you move votes towards more rural states, are you reducing the voting power of Republicans living in New York? For sure, but you shouldn't care about Republicans living in New York because politically they're irrelevant compared to Republicans living in Pennsylvania or Georgia, right? States that actually matter when it comes to this shit. And so the same process. And surprisingly, Republicans support the Electoral College because it benefits them, and Democrats oppose the Electoral College because it doesn't benefit them.
Yeah. Well, I think, again, those of us with working brains, we all recognize that there's racist intent with it beyond just the idea of trying to restrict the vote because it's against them. I think there's also just the racist ideologies that they hold, as is demonstrated with the way that they fund their education, with the way that they restrict their education, and with everything else, the way that they are opposed to black progress legislatively, like in every way. The idea that we can see that and then just decide, but we're going to go ahead and choose to believe differently when it comes towards this voting thing. You can do that. I can't.
Yeah. Do you think they would disenfranchise a black community?
If Republicans really wanted power and they had absolutely no qualms about interacting with Black people, they would go into Black communities and they would try to increase the Black Republican vote.
No, but like in terms of like dollar for dollar on the election battlefield, like it's a demographic that has been opposed to you for decades. If there was a community of Black people who voted Republican, it would be weird. I would be very surprised if Republicans would oppose like that community being able to vote, because it's not about them being Black; it's about them voting the way they want them to vote.
But in the end, it doesn't actually matter, right? Like, so I understand what the point that you're making, and I perfectly understand what Fanatic is making, the point Fanatic is making. But in the end, right, that's why we talk about systemic racism rather than individual racism. That, like, at the end, the outcome is that less Black people can vote, right? And we could say that's a racist outcome, no matter what the individual motivations might have been.
That's systemic racism rather
So-
than individual racism.
Wasn't the Three-Fifths Compromise about the Electoral College? It was about states getting representation in the Electoral College using Black people. They got 3/5 representation in the Electoral College, but zero representation in terms of vote. So it was a way of taking that bulk of the population and swinging it towards the state, but then the state was controlled by the white votes.
Sure, but the Three-Fifths Compromise was, again, like, politically speaking, arguing for that 3/5 to be even lower would have been more pro-union because you're reducing the power of the South. And so, like, a non-racist at the time would probably be arguing, no, it should count as 0/5.
Zero.
Yeah, zero.
Zero, yes.
Or 1/5,
Absolutely.
right? Like even lower.
No,
but
it should have been zero.
But it seems like
it should have been zero.
Sure, I don't disagree with you, right? But
because you're giving power to slave owners,
right?
By virtue of the fact that they have their slaves.
Right.
They would the slave owners would like to have had
counted them as full people.
5/5.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Right. So when it comes to racist like the racist outcome argument, I think the reason why this is important is because you get situations like the recent case in Alabama, where the Alabama legislature put forward proposed maps, including a whole bunch generated by AI, like that consistently kept putting out, like, based on geographical and population differences, there should be one, like the way the split was is that very consistently you were only getting one district that had a majority Black vote within it, right? And this kept going to the Supreme Court, and because of the Voter Rights Act, specifically measures outcomes with only race, no other demographic, only race. They sent that back and said, no, you have to have two districts that, primarily Black. You would not do this with any other demographic. So in some ways, Black people have unique protections when it comes to voting rights that no other demographic has. In fact, not even, no, you wouldn't even necessarily call it protections. You would have unique, I guess, like, privileges and boosts in voting that other demographics don't have.
Because we also have Republicans who are gerrymandering the shit out of Black populations, and we also have Republicans who are taking away Black communities' ability to easily vote, like in Georgia. It balances the fuck out.
It can. You could point to, like, instances of gerrymandering where, again, it's based on partisan lines. But the Alabama case is particularly interesting because they ran AI simulations. Like, they were, like, trying to do it as most objectively as possible. And, like, they had like 158 maps, and every single time was, like, one district kept coming out as, like, majority Black dominated. But because the total racial split of population in that state, like, indicated that Black people should have two districts, like, when the Supreme Court looked at it, they looked at the Voter Rights Act, which specifically states that, like, on the grounds of race, voting districts need to be split up by the population of that racial group. This is not done with age. This is not done with gender. This is not done with anything else, even though those also correlate with political ideology. Specifically with race, this is, like, the one thing. And so in Alabama, like Prime was saying, they're hyper fixated on the outcome of these situations to the point where, you know, even when there's no racist intent, you could have never even heard of race before, and still your map would be wrong if you put one district.
I don't understand how to explain in a fashion that isn't coming off as me thinking you're stupid, because I don't think you're stupid, Lactoid.
I appreciate that.
But I don't know how to explain to you that race is where people are consistently divided in where they live. People don't live in all women communities that only vote
Age is a big one.
Republican.
People definitely segregate based on age. Like Florida's a great example of this.
Florida.
I mean,
yeah.
that's fabulous, but age hasn't consistently been something where people have been treated as property and then not been allowed to vote even though they're citizens, and then consistently had their homes burned down because they were getting it up. And then, all of a sudden, like, this is going up to the 70s and 80s. You're like, people who are still alive and voting are the people who were burning down Black Wall Street.
Lactoid,
Like, that's the reason those privileges need to still exist.
Lactoid, you had a thought experiment that you've thrown at me a few times, and I'm gonna butcher it. So, like, please clean this up for me. But, like, basically, it's like, what if a state was completely or majority Black, right? And there was a small white population, and could you complete this? You know what I'm talking
I
about?
actually don't recall giving you this. So keep going and I'll see if
Okay.
I recall.
Okay, so I'm going to try to put this together. But basically, like, if the state was majority Black, and there was a white minority within that state, like, if we're breaking up by the electoral maps, like, would we give an extra vote to white people in that minority, right? Like, so, like, repeating with the Alabama thing, I think it was Alabama,
Yeah.
but in reverse, right? So a Black majority in that state, white minority. Do white people get an extra vote, even if, like, the
Yeah,
maps might say otherwise?
so if even if even if their location based on districting like doesn't call for it, if the white population in a state was like sufficiently high as a percentage of the overall state population, then they would be, because it's based on race, so they would be entitled to an extra district, let's say, even if you ran a completely race blind AI 10 million times, and every single time it kept coming back with no, one district here, one district here, one district here. Doesn't matter. Like, it is explicitly race conscious.
So
The Voting Rights Act, the
is
Voters' Rights Act.
that you had presented to me. No, it's fine. But, like, the thing you presented to me is that, would that be equitable in that situation, right? Like, if we reversed it, and like, the white people are still a majority overall in the country, right? But in this particular state, there was a white minority. Should they get that extra representation in Congress?
Now,
And so,
I
yeah,
would say no. I would say no. Now, you guys could just simply say, well, that's because you're white. Easy for you to say. And I have it's an unfalsifiable claim. I have no way of like countering this. But I ideally don't want to, like, if all the reason and logic to do a particular thing makes sense, and somebody says, oh, wait, no, that's going to have a disproportionate effect on race. Like, I really don't care. Like, like, Black people are like disproportionately convicted of crimes. Does that mean, like, I don't know, having laws is racist? I wouldn't say so if there's a reason to have the law.
No, and it's weird that we have, like, places like New Orleans where that's been gerrymandered to shit because it's majority Black population. Like, it's weird that we have to come up with hypotheticals when
but
we have reasons that these things
But
exist.
engage with that hypothetical. But just for a moment, though, like, if it was reversed, right? The case in Alabama, Mississippi, or whatever dumb fuck Republican state we're talking about. If the populations were reversed, do you
Yeah.
think that, like, that white minority in there should get an extra congressional vote seat?
An extra seat, or the seat
Yeah,
that is
or
allotted based on their percentage? I think you're talking about it's supposed to be based on their percentage within the population, right?
That's what the VRA states, even though districting, like, for anything else is not based on percentages necessarily. It's based on also things like geographical features, economic
Mhm.
basis, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, I would
yeah.
engage with that. I would think that that would be a perfectly reasonable thing to do. That's simply not something that, like, if we're going to district it out like that and that is how it plays out, then yeah.
So I guess
Yeah,
the
except
heart of
that's not the reasoning of the VRA. The reasoning of the VRA is that there was a historic attempt to disenfranchise black voters, and so the DOJ had a responsibility to go above and beyond to make sure that racial like categories don't get excluded in that state, specifically for black voters. If there's not a history of doing that for white voters, then the VRA wouldn't apply because it's only for like historically marginalized groups.
It's like affirmative action, kind of.
It's for instances when the DOJ cannot
Kinda.
trust a state to do its job.
Yeah,
when it
but
comes
so
to
like,
elections.
so the point of
Kinda like
going down
affirmative
this
action.
thought experiment that we've done before, like Lecter and I, is before is like, well, what is the principle you're defending here? Is it defending being fair, or is it like tilting the playing field to make up for historical inequities? Right, and I think there's arguments for both sides, right? But if it's for being fair, then if we reverse the races, like as we've been talking about, then white people should get like an extra congressional seat. If it's for correcting historical injustices, then no, actually, we wouldn't give that white minority any special consideration, and that might be okay.
Well, I don't think it's about. I think it's about fairness, right? But it's about whether or not, like, when the Supreme Court ruled to strike down parts of the VRA, it was because they ruled, oh, racism's over. Like the problem that existed that the VRA was supposed to address no longer exists. So now you don't have to have pre-clearance at the DOJ, right? They were wrong because as soon as that part of the law was like struck down, the southern states started going right back to those old practices. But that it tells you what the intent of the law is. The intent of the law is to get to fairness. It's not to overcorrect in the other direction. It's to create fairness, but you can't have that fairness if you can't trust the states. So
What
this is
is the
kind of
philosopher Rich that is basing his idea of justice on fairness? The idea that we have a opportunity with justice to create situations where some people may not get anything because they don't need anything, but those who need something get something. And the problem with that, of course, is that when Fanatiq was talking about reparations, people go, oh, why don't white people get reparations too? I want extra money. I'm white, but shit, if you handing out money, give everybody money. And that's not the fucking point.
Yeah, and so, oh, sorry, maybe is that a question, Rich? Sorry.
I was asking him who the name of the philosopher was with justice and fairness, but if he can't remember, it's
Rawls.
fine.
Rawls.
Rawls, thank you.
Would you guys be in favor, in the name of justice, like and the historical racism and all this terrible disenfranchisement? What if black people just got like 1.2 votes per black person? Would you guys be in favor of that? Like modifying black votes to be slightly higher than white votes?
Give them money.
No, votes. Like votes. Would you be in favor of like giving black people more of a say in the democracy? The democracy that we're here to talk about.
no, because I don't think that fixes the problem.
No.
I think the problem
Isn't that what people say with reparations when they want to dodge the point too, though? Like, I don't think it's going to fix it.
Material conditions versus voting for someone who's not guaranteed to fix your material conditions is officially missing the point.
If you have more political say, you can vote for politicians who are going to benefit you more, right?
Those are two different things, though, right? Because like that question that Prime asked, is it about correcting historical justices or is it about fairness? I would argue that the VRA is about fairness. I would argue that reparations is about correcting historical injustice.
Well, by definition, it has to be, right?
Those are two different aims. Like they have, they're not comparable.
I understand. I understand they're two different aims. What I'm asking is like, for the people who are concerned about justice, historical justice, and want reparations and et cetera, like I think a few people on this panel, and we're talking about democracy here, like what kind of changes we want to democracy, what makes a democracy, et cetera. Would you guys have a problem? Are you in favor of giving black people a little bit more percentage of their vote, of the vote, right, by just simply modifying their vote by 10% or something? And if you're not in favor of this, why not?
Does anybody else want to go after this before I break down why that's not actually something that would actually materially affect people's conditions overall?
Shoot your shot.
No, I don't think what he's asking for there is like affecting your material conditions necessarily. He's saying like within the sphere of politics, right? Which may or may not affect your material conditions, depends on what happens afterwards. But like within the sphere of the voting realm, if we're saying that there were historical injustices and we're trying to correct those injustices somehow, then what about this like prescription? Is this fair? And so unlike lecture, I don't know exactly how the math breaks down in terms of these maps, right? I don't know enough. But I'm
Oh,
gonna
that'd be
just take
huge in
everything.
Georgia.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take everything he said on his word, right? And if we look at these maps in a race neutral way, that uh, black people only have one district, right? And that's the race neutral way of looking at things. Um, then okay, that also means that if you give an extra vote, well, then you're basically like doubling black representation, right? And so he's just like modifying that. Okay, so if that is a path that you accept, then what if we simply do it another way and simply weight the an individual vote differently, right? That would be something similar. So, like, would that be equitable or whatever you like to define it as?
Okay.
So I think it's a good question.
I
It
thought
is
it,
a
I thought it
great
was a good question.
question. I think it's a great question. I just don't understand. I don't understand how you don't already see the map in your head. Okay. And maybe it's because you're not a for like immediate material condition improvement, right? So you have on the one hand, you have immediate material condition improvement with money so that people can have the money to run themselves for office so that they can more effectively have votes and represent their community overall. It still makes happen what you're trying to make happen with the 1.2, 1.5 vote thing. Or you can have the 1.2, 1.5 vote thing, which across America would be entirely unevenly split because of the differences in black populations, right? And you would say, okay, maybe in somewhere like Georgia, where there's a really high black population, they would probably be really intensely, they would greatly improve their representation of the vote. It might make a difference. What if nobody's running who's promising material conditions improvement? What if nobody's running who will promise it and actually go through with it? What if people are running on that, but then in the statewide or federal legislature, it doesn't go through? None of these things are guaranteed over here. Whereas if you, like, I just don't understand how you don't see that map in your head, right?
Okay,
I guess
so
that's my thing.
yeah, the reason why I don't see the math is because the math is bad. First of
Explain to
all,
me how
well,
the
yeah,
math is
because
bad.
like the what if like nobody runs, sure we can like what if, but like what if black people spend all the reparations money, recklessly or illogically, right? We can talk about what ifs, but the reality is like there is a correlation between political power and getting what you want politically and having the politics work more to serve you, which is what would happen if you gave black people more vote. The other thing that's important is this might be like, nitpicking. Reparations is actually not like the motivation of reparations is not like addressing material conditions necessarily. That's the motivation for welfare. Reparations is about the idea of justice, right? This idea of a wrong occurred, we have to apologize by handing money to the people we did wrong. If it's about
Yeah, let me
material,
go ahead and address that. Yeah, no, because you're just wrong there. Reparations is about multiple things, but I mean, the rest of what you're saying is nonsensical. I don't mind you just, speaking into the wind. But if you're going to start like misconstruing what reparations is about, you're just wrong. There are different types of reparations. Some of it was about justice, but other ones were about economics and recognizing the economic injustice and realizing that black wealth is depleting in this country and that the economic conditions of black people has been depraved for long enough, and that these things are caused by injustices and racial discrimination. And so some of those things are just literally the entire intent is just to offset those damages so that black people have a fighting chance for obtaining economic wealth now. It has nothing to, it's not just about, just about being fair. Yes, but literally the claim is backed on the idea that the unfairness is what has caused this destruction and this harm of the black community and us wanting better for the black community and feeling that there is a justice claim there. But it's not just about justice. It's about the economic trajectory and offsetting the damages caused by the current and ongoing injustice.
I wouldn't disagree that the effect of any money transfer is going to be alleviating for the people within that group who are in poor economic conditions, alleviating those poor economic conditions and adding more wealth to the people who have more wealth, right? But the motivation, like if anytime you have a motivation, and this is just where we might just like fundamentally disagree, the motivation of alleviating poor material conditions, I would argue, is by definition welfare, because if if the concern is alleviating material conditions, you would just strengthen the welfare state or increase the amount of welfare, because welfare is based directly on economic conditions, socioeconomic conditions, right? What's the only reason
Well, it
why
depends.
real quick, the only reason why you'd give like a poor black person with the exact same like life, socioeconomic status, etc. The only reason why you give a poor black person with that same life as a white poor person, the only reason you give the poor black person more money than the white person would be some sense of justice, right? Reparations.
Well, it depends on, like, again, you can say that, oh, it's just it's welfare by definition, but I don't subscribe to proprietary definitions. And I think there's a difference between welfare and there's a difference between reparations. And when you start talking about reparations, you're going to be talking about, yes, undoing some sort of systemic injustice, and that's what differentiates the two. However, what I would also go on to say is that there is ongoing problems that are associated with the treatment of Black people within this country, and that we have to recognize that there is an economic trajectory, and that reparations alone won't fix the problem, because racism is what caused these problems. And some of these things, when you start trying to make it just a comparison between general welfare and this poor state of white Americans and the poor state of Black Americans, there's a difference. White people tricking off their white privilege and then getting into the same states as Black people who have been depraved because of like targeted systemic oppression. Comparing these two is just it's not fair. And then expecting the result of the welfare to be the exact same on these people when the causes are different and the problems are different doesn't make sense. Like, obviously. So yeah, there is going to be a distinction.
Well, rather than going down the reparations / welfare route, I wanted to try to redirect it back to the democracy route. So I want to ask you, Fanatic. I've been meaning to ask you this, like, in terms of uh, reckoning with a country with a history of disenfranchising specific populations, what do you think the goal should be now in how we run our political elections? Should it be critical fairness, meaning like one man, one vote, or whatever, right? Or equally weighting everyone across the country, or should it be like making up for those past mistakes? Like, how do you view it?
I think it should just be fair, and I think we should make, yeah, make some considerations for past mistakes. But I don't think giving Black people extra votes or anything like that would make any sense at all. I think we just look one person, one vote, and that should be the way it is. And we just need to make sure that everybody has the ability to vote, so that everybody has a right to decide for themselves. And I think that's what
So
we should
let's
do.
take
And I think, and lastly, I think that there should be a great focus on things like education, so that people can make educated votes.
So let's take what our friend Alactoid said on face value. I've heard people make a similar argument, but like again, I don't know it for myself. I'm gonna take it just on what he said. That if you look at a completely race neutral map of Alabama or whatever state it was, right? That the black people, that black population gets one congressional seat, right? Their black districts get one congressional seat. If that's the case, do you think that that then that should have stand? The maps the Republicans were giving should have stood, or that it was right for the Supreme Court to demand that black people get two congressional seats?
I would say that if it seems like everything was done on the up and with fairness, and that they weren't making any specific things that were like separating, they weren't redistricting in ways such that the Black vote was completely divided, and that just so happened to be the way the demographics fell, then I think, then yeah, we should just leave it the way it is. I don't think that we should just be specifically targeting, guaranteeing specific things that like belie the actual demographic of the people. That sounds stupid to me. But I don't believe what Lactoid was saying about the idea that, oh, yeah, no, the AI can't even fix this and that. That's just the way that I don't believe that in any capacity, especially not in the state of Alabama.
No, Lactoid's a known liar. No,
Well, no. So wait, I mean, this is kind of my wheelhouse. There wasn't even allegations that there was like racial intent among the Republicans who submitted the maps, right? It was just the DRA directly says the intent doesn't matter. Like if the effect is like if we feel the effect is racist based on like XYZ methodology, then then you have to change it, right? Now, legally, I think the Supreme Court, the reason they ruled that way is because they were right. Like, it makes sense, just based. That's what the law says. But I think the law is kind of fucking weird. But
Yeah.
So it seems like a good time to move on to the next topic. Does anybody have any other statements they want to make before we move over?
I have in the side chat a couple of polls from 2020 that showed, one of them showed Trump at 20% among black voters. Now, listen, I'm not saying
We
that's
were talking
real
about
support.
2016.
No, I was talking about 2020. But anyway, what I'm saying is that in the last election, at this point, there were polls like Rasmussen, like Gravis, like other polls that were showing exaggerated support among black voters. And then that vanished by the time the election came. And it was because the polls were, I don't think those were particularly trustworthy polls. And the same thing is happening right now. This is why you can't look at polls this far out, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that was real support. But anyway, it's inside chat. You guys can look at it if you want.
No, definitely.
All
And
right.
I agree. I made that point literally earlier today. Is that like at this point in time, polls are unreliable because people aren't paying
Yep.
attention. Biden support will firm up later on. But the question is, like with the demographics he's losing now, will they come back, right? And especially considering the last election, he won by the slimmest margins across like 3 states.
Mhm.
Like it doesn't
Yeah.
actually take much for him to lose. So
I agree.
Right
And it
on.
is going to matter, like in states like, especially Wisconsin. Wisconsin's probably going to be the pivotal state for that.
So, to the next topic. California is expanding healthcare coverage for low-income immigrants in the next new year. More than 700,000 immigrants living illegally in California will gain access to free healthcare starting Monday under one of the state's most ambitious coverage expansions in the decade. Does this set a bad precedent to offer healthcare for low-income illegal immigrants in America? And is this a step in the right or wrong direction? And I'm going to go ahead and start with Fanatiq.
Yeah, it seems like a terrible idea. I think obviously immigration has been crazily problematic. I think immigrants definitely drive down wages for Black people, and that's been crazily problematic. I think we already have all of these issues trying to get things like reparations passed within the state of California for Black residents, and we had the task force and all that stuff, and now they've given their recommendation, and I haven't heard a peep since then, even though it was dominating conversation for God knows how long. I think the idea that we would be taking care of immigrants before we take care of our own citizens, they've obviously neglected their Black citizens, seems crazy to me. They've already completely taken over most of the neighborhoods, right? Like, obviously, not most, all. I mean, Black people only make up 10% of the population of California at this point. And it seems like immigration has been a complete thorn in our freaking side. And we've seen like the rallies in Chicago and all around the country where we feel like immigration has gone completely out of control. And so I think, yeah, any of these things that send signals that, hey, we're going to start like helping and so and so and so forth with illegal immigration seems like it would be problematic. I don't know why we wouldn't just restrict these things towards citizens. I like immigration. I think it's a great idea, just from my own Christian perspective and just from a secular perspective, the idea of what is it? Like, it's not sanctuary. What is it where you have where you're fleeing, war-torn crap hole countries? What is it? Asylum. Asylum. Yeah. Well, I like asylum. It makes all the sense in the world to me because Mexico is crazy. And so are so many of these other South American countries. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. I would not. I wouldn't do it. That's not on my bucket list to even travel to. I'm not visiting there. I'm not going to Cancun for resorts. I don't want to step foot in Mexico and not be drinking their water. I'm not doing that. So my point being, I understand why you would want to get out of that country into the greatest country in the freaking world. I understand that totally. So that's why I can kind of understand the idea for like rational asylum, but it just needs to be curtailed so we're not just letting people flood our freaking borders. And I think California
be crazy. That should be the only thing we take away from that. Mexico.
For sure. Take that away. Them cartels be running that country, and I'm not about none of it.
All right, Rich.
So I'm looking at this kind of more from a legal standpoint, because there are several legal precedents that all led to the situation we have now where this is a question. And one of them is a law called EMTALA, which was signed by Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, that said that if somebody shows up at the ER and they need help, they have to be treated. The hospital has to take them and they have to treat them. And the problem is what EMTALA does in isolation with other programs is it makes people wait until it becomes an emergency before they seek care. So it's actually less expensive. This was the whole argument that happened during the passage of Obamacare. It's actually less expensive to provide options for people to get treatment when it's preventative, because it's way less expensive than it is to wait for it to become an emergency and have them show up at the hospital. Right. So that's one of them is EMTALA, right? It's signed by Reagan in the 1980s. The other thing is the nature of like who these people are. Half of the people who who cross the border like that are asylum seekers. And so those are the people that like Fanatiq was talking about. Those people by law, by treaty obligation and by statute, because this was also signed by a president and confirmed by the Senate. So it has statutory authority. We have to, if they pass their asylum process, we have to give them all the benefits of citizenship, except for things like voting. And so that's part of our treaty obligation. It's part of our statutory law. Like we can't get around it. So those are like just sort of, that's the Convention on the Status of Refugees that we signed in the 1950s and 60s. So that's where all of that comes from. I don't know what the alternative is, because you have, when these people cross, we're obligated to give them a hearing. If they're not asylum seekers, then we can deport them right away. So there's the solution there. But for the rest of it, like that's a two-step process, and those are two laws that are deep precedent that you would have to like basically just get rid of in order to not treat these people. And it's very difficult at the end of the day to just turn people away and like let them die in the streets, which is what would happen if we didn't have EMTALA. But what we have now, what we had after that, before what we have now with regards to illegal immigrants is that we're actually spending more by waiting for them to have an emergency, and they're still dying. They're still dying in large numbers, because if you wait until you have an emergency, you're not going to have the good outcomes. So like we're spending more, we're getting worse outcomes. Like it's a lose-lose situation that compounds upon itself.
Thank you, Rich. Johnny.
I'd agreed with a lot of what Fanatiq said, honestly. These are my initial gut reactions. Why do we not have universal health care for all people, regardless of income, in California, federally, etc.? Why does California have a $68 billion budget deficit, but this is going to be tacking on another $3 billion a year? Why are we extending this to, again, and this is just a reiteration of the first point, why are we extending this to people who are not in the country legally when we cannot extend it to every citizen? And on top of that, I also agree with some of what Rich just said. They are, when people have an emergency, they take up the few doctors that we do have in order to treat an emergency, plus all of the expenses involved therein, when we could have just helped prevent it. But the problem with that is that we have in America what are called public charge laws. While people are here on asylum waiting for their hearing, they are also assessed not just on their hearing at the end of it, which some people who are just moving into the US on asylum won't have their hearing until 2031. So even if we wanted to do a mass deportation, we wouldn't be able to deport them until 2031. So that's a whole thing where Republicans promise mass deportations and they can't actually legally do it. But if you go to the doctor too much, if you prove to be a burden on the public system, then you are under a public charge clause. Therefore, you are less likely to actually be approved in your hearing. So even if we were honestly to offer this, to which it looks like California is going to go ahead and do it despite their budget issues. If California goes ahead and does this, I have a feeling that a lot of these people who are on asylum and waiting for their hearing are probably not going to go to the doctor anyway, because it builds up their chances of falling under the public charge clause. I don't, and my final point on this is that despite all of these issues, and despite the fact that I do feel very deeply for these people and I want to find a decent solution, I never see right wingers who are opposed to this sort of thing offering solutions other than mass deportation, which again is really not legally possible for most people under asylum. Okay.
Excellent. Lactoid.
I oppose universal health care. I oppose taxpayer-funded health care. This is easy. Not only should it not be given to illegal immigrants, it shouldn't be given to anybody. But yeah, I mean, especially not illegal immigrants. Specifically, the question was about illegal immigrants, right? These are illegal immigrants. They came here illegally. The idea of giving them free healthcare seems like a reward for doing something illegal, which generally I think in a functioning society is not a good idea for obvious reasons. Now, in terms of an asylum seeking, this is interesting because we talked a lot about this within the law in terms of there's certain treaties and there's certain obligations that the U.S. has, but there's a great deal of room for interpretation here. And so California, their definition of asylee is actually not that different from anywhere else, really. An asylee is a person who, similar to a refugee, is unable or unwilling to return to their home country because of persecution or a well-founded fear of persecution due to race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. Now, historically, this has been interpreted very strictly, right? The reason for this was like Holocaust bad, essentially. Like we got to protect people who are trying to escape persecution based on these characteristics. Was never intended, and it's not really supposed to be, oh, you're poor or there's a lot of criminal violence in your area, therefore you can escape and come here. It's based on what I believe I know about why people are claiming asylum. That's seemingly the given reason. I think it's kind of an abuse of the system that people are more than happy to kind of go along with for political reasons. They want open borders and they want to bring in as many people as possible. So I'm not convinced that we're obligated to do this. I think there's ways to not do it that we're simply, like California especially, simply not going to do because of the way that state is politically. So I don't think we have to do it. I don't think we should do it.
All right. Prime.
Muted.
We cannot hear the amazing things you're saying right now.
Emotionally damaged. So you'll have to excuse me. But no, there's a lot of noise here. That's why I have to mute. So my friend Lee Kai brought me on. He knows because I'm a real goddamn lefty, right? I don't fuck around. So of course I'm going to say we should absolutely extend healthcare to our undocumented brothers and sisters. 100%, absolutely, right? But at the same time, I also constantly fight for universal healthcare. These two things aren't in opposition. In fact, they dovetail well with each other. Like the Venn diagram of people who want to extend healthcare benefits, right? Because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about paid insurance because you can just get that, right? If you have enough money, you can just like kind of get that, right? We're talking about like government provided healthcare. All right. Well, the Venn diagram individuals who want to extend these benefits to undocumented immigrants, right, almost completely overlaps the people who want universal healthcare. So I don't think we have to look at this as a scarcity mindset or rather than an abundance mindset. What can we do to make that happen? Right. Like, and part of it is just like increasing the number of medical doctors. And like, from research I understand, and I think Lactoid has a take on this, about like how the AMA helps restrict the number of doctors that get through in terms of like graduation rates. Like, let's massively boost the amount of doctors that we have, right? Let's build more hospitals. Let's fund these hospitals. Let's make sure they're available rather than pitting one citizen against each other. Let's say that healthcare is a priority. When we don't do that, right, and we say that we'll take a scarcity mindset, all that means is that these individuals, they're going to suffer more and they're going to die, but they're still in the country. And so the result of that is that we have less economic activity, right? You can't fully engage with the economy if you're sick, if you're dying, right? Or if you are struggling to pay bills that are so expensive that like you can't do anything else, right? Like your mother did get sick, they did end up in the hospital, but you don't have that kind of healthcare. And so all your money goes to paying those bills. That means you can't be starting a business. That means you can't be being a productive member of society if you're just paying down medical bills. It immiserates our society in every single way. So yes, let's extend it to our undocumented brothers and sisters, and let's make sure our Black population, our uh, uh, Middle Eastern population, all of them can also go as well. Let's not pretend these things have to be in opposition.
Thank you. Ty.
Yeah, I'm going to try to avoid just getting into immigration or healthcare as just the pejorative of this whole conversation and try to stick for them, at least for the moment, on this particular policy. I think this particular policy is outright barbaric. When it comes to it, we're openly outlining that we care more about non-citizens than we do care about our actual average citizens. And while we can say at least we have some kind of Medicare, what this really is, at least to me, is that this is the open encouragement of cheaper wages and inducing people into poverty because we consistently just bring in more people who push down the cost of labor. And more importantly is that largely this is another economic injustice to an ethnic group of people. We're largely just smelling scooping an entire class of people out from Central America, which is largely sub-ethnic groups that were, we were just talking about how we screwed over people economically of an ethnic group in the last conversation. Well, it looks like we're just trying to do it again. So I'd like to learn from our fucking lessons and not just, completely expedite this particular process of encouraging people to work for slave wages for effectively nothing. Fuck that. This shit is horrible, and screw these people.
Yeah, because you're looking at the primary aspect of this is that cartels make money on people who are in situations where they would like to get out of their home country and come to America. The cartel makes money because those people then go on to spend thousands of dollars, their entire life savings, in order to have the cartel bring them to the nearest United State that has the most benefits for them. A lot of the times that's New York. That's why New York is having to essentially evict thousands of immigrants from their homeless shelter population because they've been there for sometimes months or years at a time. And New York is now instituting that they are going to have a 60-day limit on families who are immigrants, and they are going to have a 30-day limit on single adult people who are immigrants, most of whom are being bussed in from places like Texas. Okay? So now the new target, the cartel is going to go to these poor people in these other countries and say, hey, give me some money. I'm going to take you to California. They're going to give you free health care. That is what the point of this is going to be. It's shaking hands with the cartel, essentially.
Shit, that's awful.
I'm for real, for real.
That's just like awful. Like, I can't believe you said that. Honestly, I expect that from others, but what? So
I'm for real.
Like,
these people spend thousands. How do you think they get here? And it's not their fault. It's the cartel's fault.
If they could
I'm
spend
not blaming
thousands of
them,
dollars, you could
Prime.
also get that healthcare in your own country.
Not
if
if it's not available in your own country.
But
Like-
I mean, like, I know this is like a weird thing. Like, we're helping the cartels. Like, okay, sure. You know what? I'll take that. We're helping the cartels. We're making America more attractive. Whatever. Well, then my solution to that would be to open up immigration laws in general. so we can have more people get here through documented immigration, and then the cartels don't have to be involved. I don't know, right? Like, let's take the lefty stance on these things rather than taking the
Why
reactionary
would we
stance
ever
that,
do
oh,
that?
it's like we're going to be shaking hands with the cartel. Like, that is the most fear-mongering conservative bullshit. I've never heard you say anything like that horrible before. But I'm just going to move past
I'm
that.
not
Like,
blaming the
let's.
immigrants, Prime. I'm blaming
I
the
know,
people who
but
take
yeah.
advantage of them.
Put what you just said. Put what you just said in a political ad, right? Like, if we expand healthcare here, we're shaking hands with the cartel. What do you think that puts in people's minds?
What does it put in people's minds?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you. Like, when people when you tell them like if you provide healthcare to these individuals, right, undocumented individuals, you are helping the cartels. Is that like a racist ad, you think? Or is that like just it's completely neutral? It's completely neutral ad.
Cartels aren't made up of a single race.
What? I'm sorry. All right. I don't.
Cartels are organizations. They are essentially corporations.
Friend, I don't know what you're doing.
It's not about
I don't
the
know what you're
intent,
doing
though.
here.
It's about the impact, right?
Yeah.
He's having fun with this. No, like when we talk about cartels within the American like zeitgeist, right? Our political language, we're talking about
Mexicans. That's
organizations
what.
that exist south of the border, right?
You ain't always talking about Mexicans. Sometimes you're talking about white boys who want to make some money.
With the cartels.
This is
Yeah.
oh my god.
You ain't never heard of people in Texas going down
Dude.
to Mexico to help the cartels so they can make a few $1,000?
Johnny, please. This is the argument that like systemic racism doesn't exist, right? Because you know what? Some black people
Actually, I
are
kind of
part
agree
of
with
the
it now.
institutions.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Some black people are part of these institutions, and so we can't say it's racist. Like I don't know what you're doing here. I don't understand it. Like let's focus on making this a system of like rather than going down this. Like
We don't,
wouldn't it be better
according
to
to
take an abundance mindset?
System of abundance, right? System of abundance in a state that claims to have a deficit of $68 billion a year.
Yeah, I'm saying that the economic benefit
It's
that
not
you
just a
get,
claim.
sure,
Huh?
the economic benefit that you get outweighs that. Even if you're looking at it from a pure financial standpoint, right? When people are sick and they can't fully engage with the economy, then they become a burden one way or the other. They're still a burden whether you're giving them that healthcare or when you're not giving that healthcare because they're still in this country, right? So let's try to change that dynamic and do that for everyone, of course, right? Like the
Let's
law
change the
says
dynamic
is
by
that
deporting them.
that's the and that's
This
yeah,
could be an elaborate honeypot where like the hospitals like you keep ICE agents like in the hospitals like right behind the doors, right?
Sure, and we can also say, hey, why don't we get rid of black individuals? Because black individuals tend to be poor in this country. They tend to be a drag on our economy.
Oh,
It would actually make things better,
Prime,
right? Like there's that argument that
But
like
no, that's not
Mississippi
an argument because the argument for why you'd be deporting these people is because they weren't born in this country and so they're not immediately citizens. And if they're not citizens, then that means they're not beholden to all of the benefits of the country that their ancestors and their parents and everybody else contributed to. And that's why you can't make the black comparison with immigrants.
Yeah,
The country wasn't built on their backs through their labor and driving the economy through the picking of the cotton and all of the other sources that they've now stolen those jobs and suppressed those wages for. So why would we draw that comparison?
Because this country's economic prosperity, as it stands right now, is also built on the backs of the people within Latin America through our trade
the infrastructure that we've created that they are able to do so by stealing these jobs.
I'm
They
saying
took
they
our
have
jobs.
unfair. I'm saying that the U.S. has created. Hold on,
Legit.
This is amazing. We've literally assassinated their leaders. We've undermined their economies. We've made unfair trade deals that don't benefit them. We've created a situation where they end up to our economic benefit, right? It benefits our corporations, but not them. And we created a situation where many of them have to flee, right? We've even sent our gang members, we've exploited them to their countries, making them more violent, right? So we've given them a reason to move here. So when I'm comparing these two, I'm saying that like if you
It was
if
as
you
bad
are
as bringing people here and being
Well,
slaves.
to be
are
fair,
a
we
brand.
deported gang members, right? They basically came here illegally, became gang members, and then they were deported. That's an important clarification.
But they weren't gang members previously, right?
Right. They became gang members, committed
They
crime,
became gang
and then
members here,
because
and
they
we
committed
deported. So
crime,
we
they got
deported our
deported.
gangs.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
we
we should
literally
deport?
deported our
Wait, do
gangs.
you
And,
think?
that's our fault. That's the country's fault for getting rid of criminals who became gang members and sending them back to the country of origin while they were here illegally, wreaking havoc in our country and not taking advantage of the benefits of the greatest country in the world.
I'm saying, but you're saying that we
fault?
can't even access those benefits. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to expand those benefits to them, making sure that they can. So I don't want a situation where there's an undocumented immigrant, right? His mother becomes sick, and the only way for him to pay for her medical bills is to commit crime. Why don't we take care of that mother? And so this kid can go take another path. He doesn't join that gang. This is how you look at this from an abundance mindset, rather than saying, "Oh, why don't we just deport them?"
Well, if we got such an abundance, if we're going to use,
stance, or we can take a stance that helps the most people.
Well, let him finish, Fanatiq.
I got you. I'm sorry. Prime, I like your
please,
abundance mindset, but if we have such an abundance, why are we sitting here and extending these benefits before we extend these things to the black people? There's all of these disparities within our healthcare system. We are. Because black wealth will reach $0 by the $0 by the year 2053. So if we're having an abundance, hold on. You're interrupting before I even finish my point. So let me go ahead and calm down.
I'm just pointing.
Originally you said we are. Originally you said we are, and then you said we're not. So now here's a point. If we have such an abundance, I don't understand why we have this idea that we can extend these benefits towards illegal immigrants when we still haven't shorn up all of these disparities within the healthcare system for the black citizens. We obviously see the infant mortality rates. We see the differences in rates in cardiovascular disease and all of those things. We see the difference in life expectancy. We see the economic deprivation, and black wealth supposed to be hitting $0 by the year 2053. We see how long all of these things exist. And you're saying we have such an abundance, yet we still can't seem to fix the problems for our black citizens who built this country. Now, you can try your best to obfuscate as much as you want to and talk about all of the nonsense that the country just did over there to Mexico. And maybe everything that we did to them was absolutely horrible. I think it's disgusting to compare the two, considering that, again, they did so much worse to black people in this country while we built the country. I think that comparison is absolutely grotesque.
Preach, brother.
Sure. Okay.
So
back to this law, right? The law will be extending low cost of free healthcare to individuals regardless of their citizenship status.
Or
correct?
individuals.
Right? Which
Not
means,
all individuals.
So hold on.
individuals.
Does that or does that not mean that in the state of California that already includes black individuals who might be of lower class?
I'm sorry. Well, yes, it does include black individuals, but the problem that I'm expressing that you seem to be ignoring multiple times, but I'll go ahead and make it crystal clear for you, is that if we have disparities in healthcare outcomes within this country, then that means, within this state, then that means we need to do something to shore up those outcomes, and that requires resources. And since we're already at a deficit and we're already seeing that these things aren't being able to be addressed, then obviously before we can start taking on extra problems and doing extra things with other people who are undeserving of the benefits, we should probably fix these issues first. We don't have the capacity to be dealing with immigrants at this scale, and we can't even fix the problem for only 10% of the population, which is your African Americans. But we're going to take on, 20, 30, 40 million, whatever the freak. I don't know what the actual number is.
And I'm going to be the first person to agree with you that we need an abundance mindset on healthcare. I'm acting like lactoid don't fucking exist in this conversation because free healthcare saved my life.
Good idea.
Free healthcare saved my life. I've been in therapy for 8 years because I was in free healthcare and it saved my life. Do you know how little I had to make? I was scraping, and believe me, I was scraping by mostly because I was severely ill and had severe PTSD and mental health issues and physical issues. But I was making less than $9,000 a year. People under $12,000 a year qualify for the kind of shit that is free. Okay? Do you have any idea how horrific it is to live like that?
Yeah,
if you're making over $12,000 a year in Louisiana, you can't even be on the goddamn free healthcare. And we're
Yeah,
going to say that only poor people can have that instead of saying that everybody who is an American citizen can have that and extend it to people who aren't even citizens.
I agree. I don't know why you're arguing with me. I literally started off my conversation saying I 100% agree with that.
I'm steel manning you to an extent. I'm just telling you where I disagree.
Then where do you disagree? Because
I
we agree
disagree
on
that
point.
people who are only people who are poor. I disagree that we should extend this the way that California is doing it. California is not making it so that every Californian citizen has this health care. California is making it so that people who are in the lowest tax bracket have this health care and extending it outward there instead of extending it upward where it should go to the rest of the citizens.
Sure, 100%. I think they should try a state version of universal health care. I think if any state can handle it, it's actually probably California. Actually have Fanatiq lives there. You guys actually have the economy to be able to support something like that. So if any state could do it, I would agree with that. Or I think you should do like interstate combine and combine your economies of scale with other states in your area, in their area, whatever, right? And to make it even more affordable that way, right? Like I think there's all kinds of steps that should be taken. 100%. I don't think that this is the best way of doing these things. If we're talking about the most optimal is universal health care, hands down, no question asked, right? But since we aren't in the
shut up. You don't exist in this conversation, Lactoid. Shut up.
Since we're in suboptimal space, right? I will take this as it stands, and I will work hard after this to get a better outcome or a better solution.
I agree with you. I do, Prime. And I'm sorry I pissed you off with my cartel shit. I'm sorry you sent for the cartels. I really am.
That's okay.
but from you the whole time. Oh, Lactoid, get in there.
Wasn't the cartel thing like technically true though? Because Prime, you brought up how we deported gang members, right? So isn't like illegal immigration kind of a like gang creation tool? Since it creates gang members and then they're deported into those other countries where they like are now gang members, didn't you? So isn't technically
by the transitive law,
by the transitive law,
gangs, right?
Well, no, but in this case, you pointed out something very specific, right?
If I hire a person, right? If I hire a person who is of like Latin ethnicity, right? But they're here legally. But then they send remittances back to their country to get their family to come here, but they can't come legally, right? That might help the cartel because that money that I'm paying through my business ends up in their hands. Indeed, everything does help the cartels. This is true. No, this is true. We should put in a campaign ad.
Unironically, I don't buy drugs.
Don't hire Latin individuals, Latin citizens within your country because that money could go back to their country, right? And it could end up in the hands of the cartels. Makes sense.
Okay, now you're one who's saying that all Latin people who come into this country are a member of the cartel.
Yeah, Prime. Why would you say that?
That's not what I just said.
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he just said. That's what he just said.
I just said. You know, hold on. No, but you realize like you're just trolling me, right? You are trolling me. I said, hold on. What I said, there's a Latin citizen. They send the money back to their family in their like Mexico, whatever the fuck, I don't know, right? And then that Mexican, right, that individual, that citizen, then gives it to a cartel member. There's an extra step here. I'm not saying all Latin people are part of the cartels, and I never said that before, and I didn't say that you said that before. Like
their family, huh? The Godfather, their family, yeah, okay.
I don't understand what's happening. Like this is crazy.
No.
So when you look at the reasons why people claim asylum in the United States, often it's more in Central America and South America than it is in Mexico, and it's often because they're trying to escape the cartels, or not the cartels, but gangs, like local gangs who are trying to like recruit their kids. You know, my tithing goes to an organization, a Catholic organization called Raices, which provides legal services to people at the border who don't know their own rights. And so one of the people that I met, like through that organization, had already lost one son to the gangs who wouldn't join the gangs, and the gangs just killed him. And she was trying to save her surviving son in order to come to the United States, like and all of that. That's the kind of story that's more typical. They're not, as you said, Lactoid, saying, "Oh, I'm poor in my other country and therefore I'm in asylum." That's not a valid reason.
Well,
for
hold on.
asylum.
That wasn't just what I said. I said poor or like trying to escape local crime, local gangs. I would agree. Generally speaking, local gangs was never intended to be the reason why people try to get asylum.
No, if you're escaping violence in your country, that is absolutely that is absolutely one of the reasons why you could get
not
asylum.
under California's definition. Unwilling to return to their home country because of a persecution or well-founded fear of persecution due to race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. What is it? Anything?
Membership in a gang? Yeah.
Or no. Their membership.
Tried to escape it.
Their lack of membership in a gang.
Yeah.
Oh,
freedom of
come
association
on.
also means freedom of disassociation.
No.
You can't be forced into association.
If most people in a given area are being forced to, for instance, let their sons join a gang or to give hush money to a gang so that they will have protection from that gang in that area, then disassociation from that makes you a targeted group.
You could, generally speaking, this is referring to classes. That particular argument is interesting. Like people who have left a gang and are thus persecuted. I think that's probably the most compelling case. I don't think it's nearly sufficient enough. But I don't think non-cartel members are persecuted by the cartels. Isn't it safer to not be a cartel member?
Should
we be giving the cartels asylum? Because by being a part of a cartel,
no.
Wait. By being part of a cartel, they are persecuted by other cartels, meaning that we should be giving asylum to cartel members. Actually,
no.
That's
these areas that are in these areas that are essentially run by corporations and cartels and everything, the gang members act as police. Essentially, they have territories. And people in those areas, you've never heard of people having to pay protection money to gangs. There are so many fictionalized American stories about mobs having to do that.
I feel like this is the blind leading the blind. I think maybe we should try concentrate on the healthcare aspect. Fanatiq, do you believe that universal healthcare, where everyone, where we eliminate those inequities, and combined with programs to increase the number of doctors, right, and nurses available at hospital, staff members, right, and locations to reopen closed hospitals, a total package of universal healthcare. Do you agree that would be the best way to handle the healthcare crisis in this country?
It depends on which crisis you're talking about. If you're talking about the crisis from as far as the disparity in treatment that Black people receive in this country, then no, I don't think that would fix it.
Why not?
Because I think just expanding it to everybody doesn't root out the racism within the way that the system is, the way the system pays out. Do you think that the only reason why we're having racial disparities is because they don't have access? What you're talking about is just expansion of access, and you think expansion of access.
No, not an expansion.
Let's address one issue. Infant mortality rate. Tell me how universal health care fixes that.
So this is why I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to ask because I think there's a disparity in what we are talking about what the problem is, right? I just
gave you the problem. I'm giving you the problem of the infant mortality rate.
Please,
infant mortality rate. That's the one I want to talk about.
I'm trying to work with you here, please. I really am.
If you don't address my question, I'm going to shut down. Go ahead.
Hold on. Sure, go ahead. You can. But I'm saying that if the problem you're presenting is infant mortality, right? If that's the type of problems you're saying, a simple racism in the system, then that's a different problem. Then I would agree that universal healthcare doesn't necessarily solve that. Individual doctors being racist, not addressing the issues of Black mothers, right? When Black mothers say they're in pain and ignoring it. In fact, it literally happened to a member of my family. She nearly died. This was actually quite recently. So I hear you. When the issues that I'm trying to address is the ability of people to meet a doctor in the first place, to pay those bills, and to fully engage with the healthcare system. But I don't have a solution yeah, well, I don't have a comprehensive solution to get a like racism within that system.
Okay. So then, yeah. So then universal healthcare does not address my issue.
Okay,
Got it.
fair enough. So we're talking about different issues. That's fair. All right.
What if we
Well,
just gave it to black people?
Bruh. Yeah.
I
That-
don't
How would
entertain
you?
that.
How would Fanatic? How would you? How would you deal with those issues? Right. The issues that you're talking about. So list them. Right. So black mortality is one of those. Black mother mortality. And others. Like what are those issues, and how would you solve them?
I think for some of them, I think like I said, greater education. I think education. I think is normally the biggest problem that faces a lot of this stuff. When you have like people in the South that genuinely believe that black people didn't feel pain or that black people felt less pain and things like that, yeah, you're going to get those outcomes based off of that. And so I think yeah, I would say better education. I think better, what is it, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and things like that, so that people can start seeing where these problems are. I think all of those things. That's how you fix it.
Okay. So, but you would you would agree that the people who would push like filthy socialists like myself, Johnny, we can hear you typing.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. Filthy socialists like myself would want those programs that you're talking about, right? Like increased education on all fronts, and increasing the amount of diversity within the medical staff, and yeah, in general, like that would be part of our political project, right?
Sure, I guess maybe. Yeah, if that's what you guys want, that's cool. I mean, as long as you guys want, it's not just about diversity within the staff per se, but just like I said, education. That's my primary. But yeah, if you guys want that too, that's good. Then I guess we agree about one thing, just not about
Okay.
most things, because leftists are crazy.
No, we are. No, we are. That's documented. Documented. Sure.
No.
So all right. So we found common ground. But then it looks like the friction in this conversation is that we're looking at two different things and presenting different solutions that obviously don't address our cross problems. All right. So then you'd be in favor of when you say increasing education. Is that mean like are you mean like through a university like type path, or are you saying like increase education on racism
DEI,
or
diversity, equity,
DEI?
and inclusion programs and things like that, which will
Okay.
help people to like greater understand where the disparities come from. I'm pretty sure there's people that can study these problems and figure out what is happening. I would say also, yeah, like reparations obviously normally fixes a lot of these things because most of these problems, a lot of them disappear when you start fixing the economics. It's hard to find these problems. Like middle class black people tend to experience a lot of these things very, very much less. And so I would say some of this stuff is probably by design within the Medi-Cal system and things like that, or our Medicaid system and things like that. So yeah, I
So
would say whatever they can do. But yeah,
would you agree
there's
that
probably a number of ways.
that lack of healthcare then is an economic issue at its root, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it can be
Okay.
it can be, but it's also a race issue, right?
It's also a race
A race
issue.
issue. Yeah.
Uh, mm, hmm. Okay. So I mean, yes. I mean, I believe race is involved in this. Absolutely, 100%. But like, but you were saying with reparations then that like a lot of these problems disappear. So what I was assuming you meant, and maybe I'm wrong, but what I'm assuming you meant is that if we provide black people with wealth, um, and the means to sustain that wealth, that they'll be able to use that to gain greater access to healthcare within a privately run system.
Sure.
Okay, right. So that sounds to me like part of it would be
Accurate.
yeah, and I agree, I agree. So that's an economic problem. I'm saying that another way to address that economic problem would be through universal health care, right? Like if this is not a bill that you have to address, if this is something that's just taken care of for all of our citizens, and there's enough doctors to go around, of course, then this is a great weight off of everyone, right, including black individuals.
But no, but again, there's multiple issues, and I think some of the issues are going to be the economics and like having access to it, and then I think some of them are going to come from diversity, inclusion, and
I
equity
agree. No, I
programs,
already agreed
and
to that
those
part.
so then that problem doesn't address what what my main concern is, which is the disparity in our healthcare. Furthermore, again, I feel like there are greater concerns, economic concerns that need to be addressed when it comes to the Black citizens that have yet to like even be really discussed in a solid enough way. And I would say that those concerns are things that need to be addressed as well. And I think focusing on expanding health care to all of the citizens in the country, I mean, to illegal immigrants, actually detracts from your ability to do so. We're talking about limited resources. And if we can't use those resources to address the problems that we're facing now, then I don't understand how we're going to do better like elsewhere. Like, right? Like why would we do that? That part doesn't make any sense to me. We still haven't fixed reparations, which is, I think, a necessary thing because healthcare isn't the only concern. And I think that those things, like adding on to the budget, I think actually detracts. And
So
I'm against that.
Not
yeah,
to
yeah.
mention,
So
there's
go ahead.
if I could just add this, I was talking to my partner about this before the panel even started, and a thought that occurred to me is because my partner argued, essentially, yeah, give illegal immigrants free health care. It's better for everybody, all this, and it could lead to other states following suit. And I said, well, what if it doesn't go well? What if it starts piling up issues within the Californian system? Yes, it could lead to more progressive medical policies in other states, or it could tell every single red state to stay the hell away from expanding all medical care.
They're not. The red states are never just going to do it. They like when Obamacare came through, and they were given free money to help service their own citizens. They didn't do that. So like who cares what the red states think? Red states were going to have to be kicking and screaming. So it has to be like a federal universal healthcare system to address them, right? Like those people are lost. Sorry, if you live in a red state, you're kind of just lost until like we can handle this on a federal level. That's just
That
the way
is
it is.
really rude of you to say, actually, Prime. Like, there are so many
How
people.
is that rude?
There are so many people who are progressive in Louisiana who depend on their ability to scrape by, and they are gerrymandered to shit, so they barely have any voting power. And you're just gonna say, "Oh, you're fucking lost." Wait.
Hold on. What do you think? What do you think I'm saying when I say that? Do you think I'm saying these people are not worthy of our support, or I'm saying is that the political stance, right, the political environment within their state is simply the case that they can't gain enough political power to make that change? Which one do you think
Yeah,
I was
and the
making?
way,
No. Which
essentially,
one was I?
Prime,
Which one do I think you think I was making? The first one or the second one?
neither, motherfucker. Hold
I was making
on.
the second one. I was making the second one,
I
obviously.
know you were. I'm talking about the
Well, then
flippant
there's
way.
nothing to argue.
Baby, I wasn't arguing with you. I said it was rude.
Okay, so then why would it be rude? The thing I said was
Because of
rude.
how
That
flippant and ridiculous you made it sound?
hold on, but when I explained myself just now, okay, maybe it sounds flippant, all right. But when
Yeah.
I explained myself just now, and I told you what I meant, being that those people, and which you would agree, I think you would, that people in Mississippi, there are obviously progressives in Mississippi, that they don't have the political power to actually make the necessary changes in their state, right? Is that a rude statement?
Not the way you said it just now,
Okay,
Prom.
great. Then I'm
Excellent.
sorry
Like,
for
maybe choose your
I'm
words more carefully,
no,
dude.
actually I won't choose my words because it was pretty obvious as to what I said I meant
It
before.
really
Yes, you are
wasn't.
lost if you are in those states. It's really unfortunate. If you're stuck in
I
a
don't
red
understand
state,
why you're so offended.
then
I just said a word.
why are you're the one who said it was rude. You're like, "Oh, this is so rude. I can't
Yeah, I thought
believe
it
it.
was
Why would you
rude.
say that?" I'm
Because I was
responding
being
to your
honest.
offense. You're taking offense. So, like, if you're in a red state, you don't get access to expanded health care, right? Expanded Medicare. You don't get access. You lose your access to abortion rights. You if you happen to be LGBT, you have less protections. This is simply the case. We can all recognize that. And the point that I made is that until we take care of that on the federal level, that will be the case. So you are lost until that happens. That's what I said.
Good. I'm so glad that
Great.
you
I'm glad.
fucking clarified your position, Prime. All I
It
said
was
was that it was
it was
rude.
pretty clear. It was pretty clear. And I think that's like an absolutely ridiculous statement. But that's okay. That's okay. We just
I
disagree on that.
like
That's fair.
it,
That's
and you
fair.
know
I
what?
agree.
Let
We
me
disagree.
expand. Let me expand. Okay, I'm a big proponent of giving hope to people in red states because I suffered under that for a very long time. I want people to be more politically active. Where people in Louisiana generally do not have the attitude because they feel lost. And so, yeah, I called you out for saying something that I don't think is very helpful to people who are progressive in those red states. But it was a simple little call out, Prime, and you don't have to get so offended about it.
You are the one who got offended. I responded to your offense. So, but in any case,
No,
um,
I
any ca-
don't feel
there
that
are
this is
the
something that
chances
we
that
should be
Mississippi
actively
turned
fighting
blue.
about, dude. Like,
The
you
chances
explained
Mississippi
yourself.
well, sure, and I'm just letting you know the chance of Mississippi turning blue is pretty much nil, pretty much nil. So, like, the best thing to do would be to move out the state if you want
Oh
access to the
my
things like.
God.
Actually, that's the way of
Just
doing it.
move. You really just said just move?
Yeah, hold on. How? Okay, okay. So within the next 20 years, right? If you need healthcare expanded, if you need those expanded services within the next 20 years, would it
That's
be easier? Would it be
ridiculous.
easier? Would it be easier to change the laws in Mississippi, right, to get a progressive administration there, or to move over to another state? Which would be the fastest way to get those services?
People don't have the fucking money to move, Prime.
I know they don't. I know they
Yeah,
don't. I
Prime.
know they don't. I'm saying that that would be the best way to get those services right now. I'm aware of this. I'm a lefty too. I get that. Like, I don't understand what's happening
I just
here.
thought
I
what you
don't.
said was kind of rude. I just think it, and you know
Okay.
what? It's probably rude. It's really, and you know, this is me self reflecting, Prime. I'm being very genuine with you right
Okay.
now. I'm being very genuine with you right now.
Okay.
Upon self reflection, it's not rude. However, it goes against my personal acclamation to give people an amount of political patriotic hope in their system, which is the entire, actually, first part of what we were talking about. Because when we say, is democracy under attack? The real answer is, why do people not have trust in the democracy that exists? And people don't have trust in the democracy that exists because they feel powerless. And you making a statement like that is indicative of a larger attitude in blue states and among progressives and leftists and people who think the whole system is just fucked, such that the red states just have to wait until the federal government makes some kind of ridiculous, not going to happen, sweeping systemic change. Okay? I didn't think it was a good attitude to have towards states like mine. Therefore, I probably mislabeled it as rude, to be simpler.
Okay. Then I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much.
All
Hey,
right.
I'd like to address something that Fanatic asked earlier, because as soon as he said, does access result in outcomes? And he specifically said, does it, for instance, does it work for infant mortality? Now, I understand you're probably talking about racial disparity in infant mortality, and I don't have that data, but I do have in the side chat a really good
No,
example.
that is what we're talking about. That's what we're talking
I know.
about. We're talking about racial
I know,
disparity.
but you specifically asked whether access provides better outcomes, right? So I understand that this isn't like the racial disparity stuff that you're looking at, but
That's the only thing that I cared about. So then anything else is irrelevant.
well,
right?
no, you care about whether access leads to better outcomes, right? Because if access leads to better outcomes for one group, then it can for another.
No, we understand that access does lead to better outcomes in general, but we're saying even while having access, that there's still a disparity. That's what underscored everything. Did you miss that part?
Oh, I don't think the disparity is going to vanish, but I do think that if you can,
You're just going to make the point anyway. Okay, go ahead. Say what you just wanted to say it, because clearly you understand. Again, I'm going to ask one more time. Did you miss the point that we were clearly talking about the fact that
No,
obviously
I said your
access,
point. I said your point. I said I know this doesn't address racial disparities, so it's not the perfect data for you, but it's one step
So then it
towards
doesn't
that
address
data.
the point that I'm making. Then clearly, the point that
But
I'm
don't
making is what the point that I'm making. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure that we're crystal clear here. The point that I'm making
sure.
is that having access
does not clearly get rid of it because even black people with access have a disparity. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah,
black
I'm
people
not.
with access still have a disparity. So do you have data that's somehow going to address the point that people who already have access have a disparity?
No, because
Oh,
if
then
you're
I
using
don't
the term,
care.
because if you're using the term "get rid of," no, I don't have that. But I
Okay.
can find you data because I've seen it before about mitigating that. So if you have a disparity that's 10 points, you could bring it down to 7 points. Is that a good thing in your opinion?
I'm not even entertaining this. I'm sorry. It's beneath
Okay.
me. Go ahead.
All right. That's fine.
I mean, I think that's a genuine question. If it mitigates
It's not.
if
I
it
don't
lowers
care.
something that is bad,
I don't care. Okay, well, if you think it, you answer it. You answer it. It's beneath me.
So just for the
I
record, we're
accept that.
slightly
It being beneath
slightly
you
over
now,
time.
that's a little
It's beneath
much.
me. I said
That's
it,
a little
and I don't
No,
much.
care how
it'd be
much it
rude.
is.
It'd be
It's beneath
rude.
me.
It would be rude.
It would be rude. Exactly, Prime. Thank
I'll
you
tell
so
you
much.
what's rude. What's rude is insisting on giving this stupid data point when you already know that it doesn't address what I'm talking about, but insisting on
But
it
he
anyway. After I
admitted it doesn't
clearly.
address what
So then,
you're
if it
talking
doesn't, then
about.
why are you even addressing me? And why are you acting as if this had anything to do with what I'm talking
asking.
about?
I'm leading to a question, and the question is: do you think that a reduction in racial disparity is worth pursuing, or is it
And
only
that
worth
question
pursuing
is
if it's
beneath
100%?
me. That question is beneath me because I know that you know the answer to that question. That's why it's beneath me.
What?
Well, that's why I presented the data, was so that you could. Okay,
That's so crazy. You're asking me right now. Hold on. You're asking me right now. Let me just make sure that we're crystal clear. You're asking me, do I think it would be better to reduce the infant mortality rate? That's what the question that you're asking me right now.
yeah.
Would it be
Yeah.
better to reduce it? Do you think you need an answer to that question, or do you think you already know what I would answer that question? Is there any person in this panel that doesn't know what I would think about the idea of reducing infant mortality rate in general?
I mean, the answer you gave me was that you don't
It's
care.
beneath me. No, I said it's beneath me to ask me that question, and I'm not wasting my time with it. It has
Oh,
nothing to do with the point that I was making.
All right, that's fine.
Goodness.
So at that, we are a little over time. So if anybody wants to leave, we're going to get ready to go to the open. If there's any last statements that need to be made, you guys have been great tonight. Thank you all for being here. So whoever needs a dip, just know you've been appreciated tonight.
Man, I think we put on a good ass show, personally.
I agree. Yeah, well, I have things I have to do. But shout out to everyone here, right? Every single one of you. And I'll tell you why. Ty, well, you look pretty, and that's what you provided today, so that's good. Blackjoy, you provide excellent pushback. And like I like that your stances are like they are difficult to deal with because you take them in such you take such a neutral stance on everything, right? And like I'm just going to present you data and see how you feel about that, right? So shout out to my friend Lactoid. He's an amazing pick for these things. Shout out to my friend Johnny, who I love and cherish. And I don't know, like I had some interesting takes here, and I really liked engaging with them, and I miss them so much every single day of my life. So love
You
you,
need to
friend.
message me more, Prime.
Yeah, and you can message me more too.
Yeah, that's true. It is a two-way street. Yeah.
Fair enough. And then my friend Aiko, who like I'm trying to get in panels all the time, but he's like working on my days, right? Conveniently not working on Waterkai's days. Is that a coincidence?
Well, this is rare, actually. Classes start Monday.
Okay. Well, anyway, but you were fantastic. And then my friend Fanatiq. I feel like after end of panels, he always ends up in this exact emotional state. But Fanatiq, I love you. And I think I miss the way that you argue, the way you do it passionately. I wish I could do it. I wish I could argue half as passionately as you do on anything and eloquently. So shout out to my friend Fanatiq. All right. So I'll leave it at that. And Waterkai for inviting me. Shout out to you, man.
I appreciate you for coming through. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's been a great night.
Bye, Prime.
Anyone
Here,
else gonna
let me go ahead and braid out to you, Lethe, okay?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
And I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel.
Oh, I got closing words because I got to go get food. I'm hangry. Like it's freaking.
Yeah,
I'm
I
starving.
had a feeling. That's why I was trying to give you it out.
You seem in such a good mood, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah. Look.
Nah, I don't. You know, I don't got closing heart. I'm just gonna say, Aiko, you're great. You're a great person. That question was beneath me, though. I didn't say that you're beneath me or that anything like your brain is beneath me
That's
or
good.
anything like
I
that.
already
It's
found a
just the
study
question
that's not
itself.
beneath you, which
Oh, did you?
directly addresses racial disparity. It's in the side chat.
Okay,
Thank
and
you,
what
John.
and what is the
Appreciate it.
recommendation
It's
from that
ACA
study?
out. It's the outcome of ACA introduction into areas based on race. And again, the disparity doesn't go away, but it shrinks.
Well, of course, yes, obviously, if you're going to expand
Thank
healthcare
you.
towards
Thank you.
individuals who didn't have access before, then some of it's going to disappear. But then again, that doesn't control specifically for what I was saying for the issues, which is like for people who already have access, but there's still being a disparity, pointing to the point that just access isn't the solution. Obviously, access is
Oh,
important
I
if
agree
we're
with
talking
that.
about
I agree with that.
healthcare.
Yeah.
But that was my whole point. That's why I was saying that any data talking about, hey, yeah, access is going to help it is not addressing my point, because my point is not about the absence of access. My point is about people who have access and the racism within the system and the racism within the doctors and things like that and within their
Yeah.
training that cause these things. And so then, yeah, giving me the point that, hey, expanding access would be good. Of course it would. I'm not arguing against that.
But you asked for that. That's what you asked Prime for evidence of. Evidence that access has an impact on racial disparities. You said specifically for infant mortality, which is why I was looking for that data.
No, but obviously
this
it
is
was
just
underscoring because underscoring that wasn't just about the idea that access alone would fix the problem, because I was pointed out what I said to him was that even within the people who have access, there is still a disparity. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I mentioned that
Absolutely.
multiple times. So then clearly
Yeah.
the conversation can't be restricted to just access if we're still pointing out that, hey, even within people who have access, there's still a disparity.
But I don't
There's
think
a greater problem.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to restrict it to only access. I was trying to say access is one piece of the puzzle that is worth pursuing, but you also need to pursue the other things that address the other issues.
But neither one of
that
us
lead to the
disagreed
disparity.
about that. That was already that was a given. So why would we
Okay.
need to mention that?
It was because you asked Prime that question. That's why I went down that
asked him
rabbit hole.
I asked him that question with the context that clearly there's racial disparities even for people who have access.
Sure,
Yes, you're
yeah.
right.
Well,
So
yeah.
then you're not addressing that.
No, I just wanted to get that piece out of the way that we can all agree that access is worth pursuing, and
Right,
then
thank you.
you can set it off the table and then talk about the other things that get us the rest of the way.
Thank you for helping, Aiko.
Yeah. You're
All right, I
welcome.
love you guys. I gotta go. Peace.
Peace.
Okay.
Thanks again for coming through.
Fanatic.
Oh, Lethe, thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dude, you're epic
Thanks.
every time
You
you
did
come
great.
through. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, man. I'm out.
Peace.
Man, that was
Lactoid,
fun.
just bringing the heat.
He didn't have to apologize. Like, this is
Get
what he's on
knives
here
out
for.
for you.
This is
Like,
why he's here, so that we can
the beating Lactoid
get
was
yelled at.
taking.
I never take it personally from Fanatiq because I see how he treats other people too. It's not just me, right? It's not just me.
Yeah,
It's everyone else too. So no, I'm not.
but he turns it off. He once it's out of his system, he goes back to level.
Oh, for sure.
I'm starting to wonder if I just need to debate on like signing on to panels for a little while because I just ain't got enough fight for this kind of shit. Like I'm hoping for a little bit of a chill chat. It's like we got some smart ass people in here. Like why can't we get in the weeds? But it's like, fuck, half the time y'all are offended about some shit. And I'm like,
the
goddamn.
weeds is fucking fun. First of all, second of all,
Exactly.
I don't know that. Like,
Thank you, Fanatiq, for the raid. Appreciate it.
oh
I
hell
wanna-
yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in
I
open
wanna
now.
get-
So if anybody wants to come in and yell at Ty, so he can really. No, I'm
Yeah,
Well,
kidding.
open
just
panel,
like-
y'all.
Yeah, look, I wanted to have a conversation, and like this is a really good one. If I can dictate it, like let's have the ethical chat of the responsibility to the citizen versus just the average human being. Because like at the root of the immigration healthcare problem, that's kind of what we're dealing with. Like we still acknowledge that we want to treat our fellow human beings with like some level of like efficacy, decency, and like moral well-being. But we also have to acknowledge, huh?
I said lactoid doesn't.
Oh well, I'm very curious how he's
No,
going to answer this.
I do believe that. Just a little bit of different interpretation, right?
All right,
Mhm.
so against that is the moral standing of we are a citizenry of this nation, and this nation has an obligation to its citizens to actually care for them, to provide for them, that kind of shit, right? Well, it's odd that you just kind of crash into this where it's like, all right, like, do we actually value the nation valuing its citizens first? or as a priority versus
Okay,
we're just gonna open the door for everybody.
Why should we?
Like-
Why should we value citizens over other human beings? Like based on some imaginary line in the sand?
Yes.
Oh, you're actually going with this take.
Yeah,
yes.
sure.
Like,
okay.
Literally, because of the imaginary line.
Look, I've been consistent. I've been very consistent. I'm against all welfare. I'm against all this shit. All universal health
We
care is
know
bad.
you would have wanted me to die.
But-
That's fine.
So wait. I want to be a bit like. I just want to quickly address this. It's interesting how you're simultaneously talking about how important healthcare is because of your experience, while saying that illegals shouldn't get it. What if there was
I'm worried that we
what if
won't
there was
be
an
able
illegal
to
on here?
afford it.
Right.
I'm
What if,
worried that we.
what if there was an illegal immigrant on this panel who was telling you that they would have died without healthcare?
That is something that would be a great way to get your point across, actually. I really am going to say that I wish that I could guarantee that every state in this nation has the ability to pay for that, to have the amount of doctors needed to care for extra people. But I need us to have, as a country, and you know what? I need to say this. I would love for us to offer healthcare to every single person, regardless of their immigration status. I don't think I got that point across clearly enough. But before we guarantee that specifically to illegal immigrants in the poorest category and not to citizens in a higher tax bracket, I need us to guarantee first that every citizen has healthcare that is either affordable or free.
Why do citizens get priority over like immigrants or over maybe even people in other countries?
Because we drew this imaginary line in the sand.
Fair. Thank you. A level of honesty, and brevity.
Yes.
We just decided.
The patriotism.
I hate all of you. Let me do this. I opened this can of worms up, and I really want to go down this road. All right.
Open up the fucking
before I
can.
disagree with them.
Okay, look. So here's where I am. Like the ethical consideration that I think is really important here, the citizen, regarding just anybody, right? Is that the citizens are part of an institution. They have bought in the social contract. They actually have to participate in it. And then you have people who are walking in or trying to get in through one means or another who have not, right? And that effort, that lineage, that heritage, all of this shit, whatever words you want to use, right? I think that has to give some level of a priori for these people over, just everyone on Earth. That makes sense to me, but...
So you're saying it makes sense, but so why is it more legitimate to be born on a piece of dirt that you had no control over being born, by the way? You're just born here.
No, I'm not going to make that argument. It's not about okay, is it completely random where you're largely born? You don't choose it. Should you be treated by that way? 100% agree. Okay, that point I'm not disputing. My assertion is what I'm pushing forward here is that there is still an ethicality and merit to say, hey, these are these people who have actually participated in the system, who run that system, engage with that system, and maintain it.
A baby? An infant?
Well, I mean, we have special requirements for minors, right? We don't actually kind of count them. That's why they're not full citizens, right?
No, but they are citizens. I'm guessing in the sense that you want to provide.
They are citizens.
You want to provide for them or whatever, right? So just by virtue of having been born here without contributing, in fact, there's a lot of people who don't contribute. In fact, we're talking about giving money to people who disproportionately don't contribute. What does that have? How is this person different than somebody who perhaps chooses to come into this country and then works full time for 10 years?
Okay, so I get where you're making that comparison. What I would say is kind of the caveat, or is just in general, they are wards of the people who are the active citizens of the society, right? This is the next generation. We acknowledge that they are not capable. This is why we make them legal minors, right? We're talking about basically the citizenry and their prodigy, right? And I think that's related enough to put them all in the same camp, is that those people who are in that system are more valuable to that system than the people who are trying to integrate into it.
When you say more valuable, by what metric are you considering them more valuable? Just intrinsically?
How do you value the
I don't know. I don't know how to
life in that. Like, how do you value that? How do you look at like an illegal immigrant and then an American citizen and be like, "Hey, Mr. American, you're more valuable than like the illegal immigrant."
I'm trying to
that sounds
explain.
wild to me.
Or
Well,
dreamers.
look,
You have to address dreamers because those are the also children, right? But children that don't have citizenship and so
Okay.
don't have that kind of access that the children of citizens would have.
And
All right,
honestly,
so-
Pyro, like the reason that I didn't make the taxes argument is because there are illegal immigrants who use social security numbers to pay taxes. Illegal immigrants pay into our system every day. But when I say that we drew this imaginary line in the sand, I mean that I want healthcare to be a right.
No,
And
like
so
I'm
I
with
don't
you,
see-
Johnny.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
with
see
you,
how
Johnny.
we
I'm
can.
on that length of where like if like because I was watching the panel when like the topic came up, and one of the things that hit me is like it's cool that California is doing this. I love the idea that they're doing this. They just need to extend it to everybody fucking else. Because for me, I've had conversations on construction sites where like there is the old white dude who's like, well, why are those immigrants getting it but not me? And I can't fucking answer the question. I can't answer the question on why some people are getting grants when they're like legally immigrating legally, whatever have you, why they're getting grants, but why people who are born in the country not. So for me, like, I'll agree with that statement that, yo, we need to take care of our own country first, like make sure we can get the shit that we want. And like, I know it may sound weird to some people, but like, yeah, I can wiggle that in my head and agree with it. But then Ty brings up this thing about the value of a person. And that's where I kind of hop off because I need to know, how do you value a human
I'm
life?
trying to
And
explain this, and I don't
sorry,
feel like
I'm sorry.
Go
ahead.
I get it,
Sorry,
and I also
go
have a
ahead. My
question
bad.
for Ty. So go ahead.
yeah, so like I'm trying to explain this, and like your guys' position, I totally get. Like I'm not trying to even discredit it. I think it has moral, functional weight to it. But like the fact that like I'm not communicating like my side's weight in that is a little distressing to say the least. Because I feel like this is an innate connection for me, where it's like, all right, you have people who are in the system, participating in the system, like are busting their ass to make sure that it fucking works. Regardless of whatever corruption that may there be, any of the problems that you have with that society is that there's people who are actively participating and maintaining it, right? And then you have other humans who, let's just say, you know what? It is an honor and a privilege to say, your system's awesome. We're coming in here because we want to join that, right? Like that's great. But the reason why we have that system, right, to say that we have made a great system that other people want to join, innately to me says, hey, these people have maintained something great, and as a reward for that, that system should propagate their success, and they should come first. Like that's how it makes sense to me. Like I don't know how to communicate in this really in any other fucking way.
Okay. One sec. So there are people that come into this country and work under the table that don't get any social security, don't get any benefits whatsoever, but are putting into the system. Right. They need help. Then there are people in America that have never worked a day in their life, get sick, and soak up all that money from all these hardworking people you're talking about.
Okay.
Where do we draw the line?
Well, unfortunately, the most blatant way that we draw the line is just like, are you a citizen or are you not? Were you unfortunately born here or were you not? And if that doesn't strike people's ethical chords correctly, it doesn't even mine, right? Like there's a level where it's discrimination by geography if you want to like look at nationality, right? I can't say that's a dumb point. It has value. It has merit to it. What I will simply suffice that like I am looking at this from another angle, which I would largely say is merit based, which is that a people have built out a system of merit that other people want to join, and like having that system of merit actually help the people who maintain it just innately should be some level of higher priority. But anyway, yeah, Pyro, go.
Like that sounds logical and I definitely understand it. The problem for me comes in when, with this organization, this country known as the United States, right outside New York, we have a big fucking sign in the form of a lady in green holding a torch that says, yo, poor people, come here. Give me you're tired, you're hungry, you're weak.
Right.
So like, for me, it's like, I understand where you're coming from. So it sounds like walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. So for me, the question would be, how do we uphold like the beacon of hope America has become, like in part because of that statue and like how we carried ourselves, while also like doing what you're talking about? Because I'm not gonna say that I don't agree. Like I agree.
Okay,
We
yeah.
need to figure out the shit first.
Yeah, so this is where I will say there's no absolute right answer. It is a double-edged sword on any way that you look at this, because you are looking at least from the data I've seen, immigration usually fucks over the citizenry, at least in the greater citizenry, at least for the short term. Like it tracks with marriage rates, it tracks with general income, tracks with general education level. Like literally most of the things that we find socially bad, immigration in the short term actually pushes those metrics down. But in the long term, as they assimilate into society, they will push it actually back up. And so it's one of those weird things where you really kind of want a little of both. You want to make sure that like the citizenry is happy with the results that they're getting from their own system, but also like welcoming in people to kind of like vitalize, refresh, the system, because that's how they grow. Not only like amorphously, but it like even as societies, is that you want new blood, you want new ideas, you want new things from around the world, and even when it's something that's a little bit toxic, where it doesn't innately agree, in theory. The society is better for it because it either adopted something that it found successful, or it rejected something and defended itself from something that it found as toxic. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I was just gonna say, Connor like posted counterpoints posted a tweet about this the other day. He was like, when did we become like the place that literally everybody has to go? Is it because the French gave us a fucking statue? And I was kind of like, haha, meme. But at the same time, yeah, that's why they gave us the fucking statue.
They gave us the fucking statue, and then like it's not even because the French gave us the statue. We looked at that statue for a long time and said like, yeah, that's
we keeping
us.
this shit up.
We're like we are the multicultural hub of the world. We are like give us your tire, and then it's like it changed over time. History happened.
Well, that wasn't the French. This French actually they didn't even finish the statue either. But they gave us like a quarter of a statue, and then we built the rest of it. But the poem itself was written by an American. There was a contest as to what that statue should stand for, what should be at the bottom of it. It was an American who wrote that poem, and then it ended up like that's what it became. So it was Americans who decided what that statue was going to symbolize, not the French.
So like even better, like, and that's the question for me, and like everyone except for Lactoid, because he's already made it clear that like I don't want like the healthcare anyway. So it's
I think it's the only consistent, like it's the only consistent position. Like
while I disagree with it, I will agree. Like you're the only one that's been consistent.
I think even more so than like what you guys think is a consistent position, because even the people here that want to support giving free healthcare to citizens and immigrants, why are you not in favor of providing free healthcare to the world? Like, are you in favor of just like the United States? We have an obligation to provide free healthcare to the poor people of the world. Is an African any less deserving than some poor kid in America? Just by happenstance of where they happen to get born, they got sorry, you have to kind of pull the wrong stick.
Let me ask you this:
if we were to really answer that honestly, I would say if we had enough money and resources, probably that would be the right thing to do, dude.
Johnny's listen. I'll answer it. John, like Johnny's right. Like for your question and like the ideological consistency, me being the lefty person I am, I would say we should provide healthcare for the world. Like we are already like one of the healthcare powerhouses of the world. People come here and they spend money to come here.
Maybe you were consistent. Maybe you were. Yeah.
Like if we have the money to do so in whatever wild communist utopia you want to imagine, yes, we should definitely give the world health.
No. It's not even that.
I'm not saying you specifically.
No, I know that. I know. You're using let me just finish.
Let me just finish real quick. Like from my lefty viewing, yeah, I would say that in a communist utopia, America should definitely export all of our, healthcare and all of our technological. Unfortunately, we don't live in that fucking world. So I feel like
let me respond to this
we should make it affordable as possible within our country for our citizens, for people who immigrate here, and then for illegal immigrants if we're doing a hierarchical list.
Right, but like the problem is, even without this like massive abundance, I hate when Prime kept saying abundance, right? Because just calling something abundant doesn't make it not scarce. But like this kind of abundance mentality of, well, we just have infinite, we should, once we provide for ourselves, then we can provide for everyone else. My question is, or I guess my point is, this already implies a hierarchy. You're saying once we take care of our poor people, then we'll take care of those poor people over there. Arguably, like if we want to truly reject what I think is the completely arbitrary designation of nationality or citizenship, right? We should be giving some amount of money to a base level of poor people around the globe. There's no reason why a poor person in America is more deserving than a poor person in Mexico or a poor person in Africa, other than invisible lines in the sand. Why does a poor African, why are they second on the list after the poor American?
Because of the line in the sand.
Yeah, because of
because of the line in the sand.
Lactoid. Wait. To answer your question, the reason the world is set up the way it is because if you want me to try and fundamentally change that, I'm just one motherfucker in New York State. I can't do that for you, man.
Guys,
I would
I'm so hard right now, please.
That's fair.
I'm not asking you personally to do this. I just want to make clear.
I'm pointing out the world is divided in these ways. Multiple lefties, all of the fucking leftist people I know will talk about how the world is divided in these ways, and we'll get into debates about all and every intersectionality of them. Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. So when you ask me a question about the reality is, that's the way it is.
No, I'm not asking you what it is. I'm asking you how it should be. Under your ideal system.
Under my ideal system?
Yeah. Let me be clear. Let's say we have $500 billion to spend on healthcare. Just flat out. That's what we have. Would you prioritize American citizens, or would you just prioritize sick people around the globe with that $500 billion? That's all we have. That's all we have for all healthcare.
If we got 500, is it 100% full world, or is it America world hegemon power world police?
Well, so we have America, and we could spend that $500 billion to help our poor people in America, or we could spend the $500 billion to help just the absolute poorest people, but all over the globe.
For me, my answer would be I would focus on our own citizens and our own poor, because I fundamentally do not think America with $500 billion. With $500 billion, I don't even think that's enough to begin to combat the issues of the poorest nations and the sick in the world. I think that $500 billion, if we were to expand it and say, yo, everybody, it gets sucked up almost immediately, and then we'd be asking for more. So if you're only giving me $500 billion, I'm going to focus on the imaginary, arbitrary line known as the continental United States of America.
It's convenient that America happens to be first in line. That's convenient.
Fuck Alaska.
Real quick,
fuck Alaska.
Somebody made a statement to me,
Puerto
and
Rico.
it's kind of a joke, but it's kind of not a joke. The U.S. is 50 war tribes in a trench coat, with a big enough defense budget to fight God.
Well, guys, please, for the love of Christ, I don't have enough fight in me, but I want to start slapping people.
Baby,
all right,
if you
Like,
have a
say
better
one
answer
sentence.
than the arbitrary line in the sand, just yell it.
Go ahead.
Nobody has given me a better answer than that so far. But go ahead.
All right, all right, Lactoid. So
I like America, Lactoid. Fuck you.
God damn it! All right,
Do it.
Lactoid.
Talk,
All right,
talk.
I've tried to outline at least for the moral foundation from which I'm coming from here, right? So can you, if you will, I'm trying to get into your head for a minute here. If you will, can you surmise what my argument is for why I would give Americans healthcare before I give everybody in the world healthcare? Can you even work with me on this at all?
What the argument you would give, or what the reason I think it is that you truly value?
You know what? Either. I'll take either.
I think that not just for you, but I think for every single person who focuses on nationalism, it is absolutely a sense of, I want to get what's mine, fuck you. I think ultimately that's really what it comes down to. This is what these lines in the sand are really for. And for any kind of economic question, we want what's ours, fuck you. And we is, through tribalism, interpreted to mean even the unproductive or meritless people that happen to be here. Right, as opposed to the ones that happen to be over there, or even the hardworking people that happen to be over there, because our lazy fucks are here, and that's for some reason makes them special. The argument that I think you're going to make, honestly, is just, one that harkens to, I think, tries to appeal to the sort of iridescent sense of belonging and tribalism of this is us. We built this together. We came together as a tribe, as a group, and built America. But the criticism is not all of us did. A whole bunch of people, like, sorry, who aren't working, or at least aren't working compared to how much they're taking, they are not helping build the system. They are draining the system more than an illegal immigrant that works harder, right? Illegal immigrants that build this country more, like, they are definitely building the system more. Why are you keeping them out of the treehouse? It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, the first part, like, I definitely don't feel like I'm making that argument, but the second part is actually a pretty good rebuttal to the argument that I feel like I would make. So let me just hash this out real quick, and then, like, we'll go from there. And I know ICAL wants to get in.
Okay, so
Like, my kick is this. To some degree, what you were saying with, like, you know, I am part of a system and part of a family and a society and all this shit where it's like, you know what, I actually am a part of a system that now actually has the wealth to say I can spend this kind of money on whatever the fuck I want, right? And that's great. That is a glorious thing to have, right? What I think is important there is like, all right, if we've built something that's successful, then why are we not the first to be rewarded by it? Like, there's just a disconnect here. In the same way, if you apply this to an individual, right, is that, you know, taxation is theft. Why is it that you want to take my, you know, my resources and put it to other means? And there's levels to where it is this camaraderie and this kinship where I'm like, you know what, an American citizen is more important to me than just an average human being because of that kinship.
Real quick, when you say the word "we," I'm thinking you're using it somewhat similar to how Fanatiq uses the word "we" when referring to black people, which is, this is us, right? We, us, our tribe. This is our people that we want to support, right? That I want to support. It is fundamentally, by definition, nationalism is tribalist. You are designating with an invisible, right? You are designating by invisible lines, and the people who are in the club and people that are outside the club. It's arbitrary. You can still do it, like, obviously, but it's not meritocratic. It can't be. As long as you're letting a high merit illegal immigrant suffer when you're letting a low merit citizen excel, it's by definition less meritocratic than if you let the illegal immigrant.
Hold on a minute. I keep forgetting why I always get tripped up with anarchists and libertarians, and this is why. Because
we're brilliant.
You're talking. Well, sometimes you guys are, but sometimes this is where I seriously feel like a lot of you miss the forest for the trees, because there's the merit of the individual and there is the merit of, like, the collective society as a whole. Because some societies are just better than others. I'm just going to fucking say it, right? Some are more wealthy, some are more free, some are more, you know, all the shit, right? And I don't think you're going to disagree with me on this one, right?
No.
Right. So as I think, and like, this is why I believe in another thing that's kind of touchy for people, political corporatism, is that, like, an incorporated society is going to say, hey, look, I value the people who make up my society more than I do the people who do not. So it is meritocratic, but it's meritocratic on the macro scale, where the society's like, hey, I have been successful, yours has not. Yours is bleeding people into mine because of your failures. So, like, you're welcome to come join, but I'm more important.
There's a consistency problem here, right? Because when you talk about that line in the sand and you're loyal to people on your end of the line of the sand in terms of, like, who you're going to give resources to, right? But where did those resources come from? In many cases, those resources came from Africa and South America and Asia and all those other places. And when it comes to taking their resources and bringing them to the United States for us to use and enjoy, then suddenly the line in the sand doesn't mean anything, right?
Are we talking about
for us to go and take those resources? I'm talking about
talking about wealth or commodities, because, like, there's a huge discrepancy here. Right?
Well, commodities is part of the supply chain that creates wealth. And the fact is, like, if we were isolationist, right, and we only cared about Americans, but also we didn't, like, take resources from around the world, like, through exploitation in order to increase our own wealth, we wouldn't be the superpower that we are today. Like, we did it by caring about the line in the sand when it's convenient, and then not caring about it when we can benefit from, like, that exploitation. And look, I mean, I'm not necessarily against, like, trade and all of that. What I'm saying is you're not being consistent if you're saying you don't also, like, want to have a stake in how the rest of the world prospers as well.
But
Well-
ICAL, when we buy something, when we buy commodities, and I'm not talking about, things of the past and colonialism necessarily.
Yeah.
When we buy
No,
something
avocados.
from another country and we get their commodities for what we bought them for, isn't that country supposed to? I know this is like 101 talk, but isn't that country supposed to put it into healthcare and welfare and all that shit?
You have to have there's a feedback loop where you get resources, you get a certain amount of wealth, and that wealth gets reinvested into the country, right? But let's take a look at the way the American corporations, like the banana boat people or whatever, that went in, the banana republics went in and started taking up resources and then using corruption in a country in order to feed the interest of the corporation, which was just draining that country dry. That's certainly the fault of the corrupt politicians of that country, but it's not the fault of the people of that country, right? And so we're not drawing a line in the sand there. We're not drawing a line in the sand that says when our corporations like go to your country, we're not going to like drain it dry, right? We don't do that. So the line in the sand doesn't mean anything there. It only means something when it's time for us to pay it back, right? And make sure that that country that we're interacting with is prospering in some kind of way. And that's I think where this line in the sand thing, like you have to do a consistency check on it. Either you I think Lactoid's right in the sense that there's really no reason to like have these arbitrary loyalties. But also on top of that, that arbitrary loyalty is temporary. It's only like when it's convenient for like the situation. There's a reason why superpowers become superpowers, and it's not because they've made the world prosperous.
Well,
where I disagree with Lactoid is on we have to be consistent, and so consistency means like bad outcomes from everybody, right? Like nobody gets healthcare. That's how you be consistent, right? The best way to be consistent is to advocate for the sun exploding, right? Because everyone gets an equal outcome in that situation.
Or a
meteor. You
hitting
completely
your
lost me.
kind of
Like,
person.
like, did we just descend into rampant nihilism now? Like, all right. So, like, let me.
I'm
roll this-
responding to rampant nihilism.
Yeah,
Oh my
like,
God.
honestly.
Let me roll this back a little bit because there's a couple things that you got into, and there's levels where I probably like disassociate, or I don't even agree with like the premise of like how you're drawing the line, I guess. But
Yeah.
there's also the level of shit. I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought on that one.
Damn.
Like, yeah, I know there's a point where I can't remember what I was even gonna say. Like, I gotta write shit down a little bit better, but I thought I was gonna keep it.
We got
All right.
we got
Oh, yeah, like, so-
commodities.
Yeah, so like I mean, obviously there's the generation of wealth. Like what's exploitation? Because there's a lot of times where like the left will bring up like, oh, this is exploitation. I'm like, no, like you can't tell me you're exploiting people for them mining shit when you gave them the technology in the first place, and without you, you're literally not even able to get it out of the fucking ground. Right? That's not really exploitation. That's a trade. Right? You may say it's more favorable. You may say you find it unethical because of like the benefits given thereof. But like. Sorry, like, if you can't literally do it without the other guys involved, like that's hard for me to like really, boil out.
So I'm talking King Leopold here, right? Like, did he, when he went into the Congo, like, did he have an obligation to treat them any better than he did, or was just?
Oh, I definitely think he had a moral obligation to treat them better what he did, and this is one of the reasons why he's an absolute, human sack of shit, and how Geneva did not literally like eviscerate him is amazing.
He's the worst example of colonialism, though. Like, there's success
Oh,
stories.
yeah, like he is literally like
went to
one of
that.
the worst.
But
Yeah.
Like once
So-
we establish the principle that the obligation exists, we can talk about where that line
fair,
is. after
very,
that.
very fair.
Right. wanted to
right,
establish
and I'm
that-
not. Yeah, so like again, going all the way back to the beginning, I do not dissuade that we have a level of, like a level that we should treat other people, right? Like if we conduct trade, it should be at least somewhat efficacious, where we don't literally run the table and completely like strong arm you into a deal where you get pennies on the dollar, right? So like.
Right.
Let's not have that conversation because I'm not that much of a monster. Maybe somebody around here is, but I'm not.
I
So-
think that's like a perfect
Gibbs?
line to have, actually. Like, like let's just not fuck
Hell,
up
I'm
the
willing to
other
take that
culture
point.
of the
Right.
I'm willing to be that
like,
monster.
That's a perfect level. Don't say you don't have a line, because that's a perfect line. Let's just not be cunts about it. That's
Well,
that's
okay. So
simple.
there's
Who
levels
wants
to
to be a
where
cunt?
like Right. So like there's levels to
Just
where
waiting
like
for
I
it.
will make an argument where like there's certain people who deserve to be treated like complete cunts because they are. Like the People's Republic
those
of China. I
Okay,
have
okay,
like
you're naming
North
them.
Korea.
yeah, like I like North Korea, the People's Republic of China, Cuba. Like
No,
you
no,
know,
I'll ask this very simple question.
Cuba.
Like, because this goes back into like drawing the line, and I like that Icor
Uh-huh.
brought up King Leopold because that's a very simple line to draw, right? Like, no, just
Right. That's why I start with him.
how much of a cunt are you willing to be to people like the Cuba, the People's Republic of China, North fucking Korea? Where is the line for America to be like? Because we can be major cunts if we want to. Like,
Oh, yeah.
we know our level of cuntage can be dropping bombs. What's the line?
So
obviously,
all right. So one side of the line is Leopold, right? That's one extreme,
Yeah.
right? But then you can talk about like what Johnny's been talking about, which is basically the bandwidth problem. Like there's a certain amount of investment that you're just not capable of doing, right? Just like with immigration, like Germany took in 1 million Syrians, they seem to be handling that pretty well, but 3 million Syrians probably would
Might
have
be a
been too
problem.
much. So there's a bandwidth issue, right? You have to like put a limit on the number of immigrants that are going to come into your country or the amount of foreign aid that you can give just based on what you're capable of doing in a way that's sustainable. Just like when people say, oh, the Catholic Church ought to give away all of its wealth. But if it gives all of its wealth once, then everybody eats that day, right? But then there's no more church to help people, right? It's the same way here. Like we need to find out what the bandwidth is, and I don't think we're anywhere near the bandwidth of what the United States is like capable of doing, like to help immigrants and to help like do foreign aid around the world and stuff like that.
We
I
got to
agree.
shrink the
My answer to Lactoid's question was essentially that, like, I think that we have a good capability to help the rest of the world and the world sick. But if you give me a limit of like $500 billion, that will be eaten up very quickly. Like, if we're talking about helping the rest of the
Well, we
world, like,
know
there's going to be
we
steps to
know we do have some idea of what the bandwidth could be, right? Like we just spent $2 trillion on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, right? And
Yeah, no,
somehow
exactly, but
we
that's
managed
not
to do
5
that,
billion.
and still we exist as a country.
The reason
no, it's
the,
way
re-
more.
the reason why I
It's way
said
more.
Exactly. No, exactly. Like Lactoid gave the point of 500
Right.
billion.
And
So
the
I'm just saying,
reason-
like, if that's the
Yeah.
limit,
This is
it's a
4
very
times that.
small limit.
sure.
Yeah.
Like, if
The,
we're
re-
talking
the
about
reason
if we're talking about $1 trillion, maybe.
After Pyro,
no,
Lactoid.
the lim.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
Oh, sorry. Like the reason why I put 500, you can make it 1 trillion, you can make it 5 trillion. The amount doesn't matter. Like the reason why I capped it at 500 billion is I'm just trying to set an amount where you can't give everybody in the world healthcare. The reason why I did that is because I'm trying to investigate who comes first. When the resource is scarce, who are you prioritizing? And to some extent,
Right.
except for myself, everybody here prioritizes American citizens.
I want
Why?
to I want to address this because I think I have a way to. So, like, I would also choose Americans generally if I were in this scenario, but it's purely because when you are providing this sort of service, the closer they are, the more efficient it becomes. And so I don't give a shit about the lines in the sand, right? I live in Massachusetts. So, if we draw a circle around me of all of the people I can help with the X money that I'm given that isn't the entire world, then in order to benefit the largest number of people, to essentially do as much good with this money as I can, then generally speaking, it makes more sense to do it or to use it on people close to me because I will get more bang for my buck by limiting the geographic scope than by trying to get these supplies to somewhere on the other side of the planet. So it's not a nationalist reason why I would say Americans, though it's not strictly speaking Americans, again, where I am, it would be a lot of Canadians too. It's just because of efficiency and like where we are. Everyone on the panel, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, is at least in North America, if not, a U.S. resident. So from
that Hawaiian over there.
perspective-
Sorry,
What?
I'm
Oh,
shitting on
Samoan.
Alex over there.
Hawaiian. Yeah,
Oh,
no, he's
you're-
sitting
No,
on me.
you're
Only
over in
speaks.
Hawaii. You're not on the continent. Fuck you.
Continental
Okay.
Oh
US
no,
all
it's
day,
okay.
every
'Cause
day.
I'm gonna hit up on
But-
Lactoise One. I'm one of the ones that does not put America first.
All right.
like
American Samoa first.
I don't care
because
about
that's
America.
where I'm
I
from.
care about doing.
No, I know.
I care. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
Sorry,
was
it
just
was-
reiterating my own point.
I am an American Samoan. I'm from American Samoa. My father is American Samoan. We're from a U.S. territory that's unincorporated. We're not U.S. citizens. I'm a U.S. citizen partially because of the military service that I have. I take care of my 50,000 elders on my island and my 2.5 million Samoan people first. Taking care of America and stepping on everybody else around the world takes care of my people. And I know it's shitty to say. I mean, one of my biggest problems with a lot of this isn't if you want to give $500 billion to help this person or that person. My problem is this. Who are you going to be to stand there and say, your kid dies, your kid dies, your kid lives, your kid dies? This is the relationship that the United States has had with American Samoa. We have a military treaty because we were fortunate that the U.S. wanted to fight the Filipinos. There were not enough resources to come in and fight against the Samoans. So we fought everybody to a standstill. The U.S. said, hey, guess what? There's a peace treaty. You guys will come, and why don't you guys come and work for us? And that's where we're at.
Wow.
I mean, and this argument over it is, and I hate to say it, but we have some of the highest enlistments in the U.S. military. Us, Guam, Saipan, Puerto
Alex?
Rico. Oh yeah, please. I mean, and I'm sorry to say it, but it's hard to
Killing me,
that
boss.
harsh reality that calculates.
Yeah. So
You
so what
are
you're talking about-
still the same though, right? Because you are valuing Samoans first, right? So you still have a hierarchy in terms of who gets the money
Black
first.
Yeah. So this
Bro,
lactoid,
yeah.
this might be a better way to
There's
explain it. This
hierarchy,
is
yes.
this comes out of theological circles. It's called the concentric circles of concern. That you help yourself first, and then you help, and then there is a hierarchy based on when Ancom said you're drawing circles like around you and then expanding that way. That's exactly what this is. It's called the concentric circles of concern, and it comes out of it's a Christian concept, but I mean. Probably Catholic or Anglican or something like that, a concept, but it's not unique to it's not even unique to religion generally. It's just the way that we organize things in order to be efficient about our compassion. And the only reason it has to exist in this way is because of the bandwidth issue. You only have so much, right? So if I were to look, so Lactoid, if you were to look at this and you were to say, okay, this is your bandwidth, how many circles out can you go before you hit the limits of your bandwidth? That's where you go.
Right. I have a different.
Right,
hold
you
on.
see the families
I have a different bandwidth.
First.
I have a different kind of bandwidth where I value people who work and contribute more than people who don't, regardless of their citizenship status. Right. That's where I decide to put where my bandwidth. Right. And I think that's in line with meritocracy. But I want to point out, Aiko, you have to admit this. You have to admit this. This kind of like circles of concern.
Right.
The people who are in this is a statement of human value. The people who are within the circle, you value more than the people who are outside the circle. Now,
I think it's a statement of finitude.
It's a statement of value, especially when we're talking about healthcare. Because if you're going to pay, if you're going to pay for your own family's healthcare, I think most people would agree. Yes, I value my son more than anybody else. Yes, I value my dear friend.
Right.
But for you nationalists, you have to say that you value an American life more than someone from Chad, like a starving child from Chad. Their life is less valuable than an American life. You have to bite that bullet.
I will eat that bullet.
That's the eighth circle.
Alex wants
that's
in.
the eighth circle.
Like we all want in. Like goddamn it, and half of us
Yeah,
want to beat
like,
up on Lactoid because Lactoid.
I'm raising my fucking hand here, bro. Like
It's easy. It's easier for me to work
I'm
with hands.
anti-racist. That's why. Okay, I'm actually.
Can I
carrying
say
a-
bye?
sure, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being
Bye,
here, Johnny.
Joni.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed meeting all of you. A few of you I haven't
Aloha,
seen
be
before.
safe.
Allah Soga, you really inspired me earlier. You were talking about family, you were talking about the military, and I really love that. I hope that you come back to more of these panels. Actually, that's a unique perspective. But yeah,
Oh, he's here all the
you.
time.
Oh, he's here all the time.
Yeah,
Then I need to
hang
be
out
here
on
more.
He's in my server a
the
lot.
open panels.
Thanks for coming through. The Elfiers are awesome.
Thank you so
Friend,
much,
thanks for
friend.
helping
I'll
us.
see you later.
Aloha.
Bye.
Take care.
Peace out. Have a good
I want
night.
to be the one person here that does not bite Lactoid's bullet. I do not value the life of an American over the life of a Kenyan or.
Oh no, you're
an
not the only
Indian.
one. You're not the only one to bite
Oh,
that bullet.
you guys are empirically wrong.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, you're empirically wrong about your.
You're empirically wrong.
Well, no, you're empirically wrong about your assertion that the money goes further when you give it necessarily around yourself. Like transportation costs are a thing, but like your money goes much further. Money goes much further the poorer the person you give it to, right? You can alleviate very, very poor circumstances dramatically more with dramatically less money. Your money goes much further in an African village than it does to a poor family in America.
Microloans.
Okay, Pyro's hand's been up for forever, and he's probably getting tired. Go ahead.
No, for me, like the thing that I'm finding funny about Lactoid's point is because like with a combination of what iCorwich has on his stream and then what Ancom Science is saying, and then like what Alice like put in, like, yeah, no, I definitely can understand where like you can think that it's a value system of human life when in reality, like what Ancom is saying is like me giving $10 to a homeless dude on the street, I can make sure that money goes to what it's supposed to more than I can. So if I'm donating to a fund that's, giving money to someone like halfway across the country. And then with Icor's point about like the circles of like, I forgot what you called it. What was it called?
Concentric circles of concern.
Yeah, those concentric circles of concern. I can, think about how those grow around me the further I get. And it's not like on the value I put on a human life. It's how I feel like I can control my money. I can give my money to organizations who say they will help Samoan Americans out there fighting the good fight. But am I really sure that's what's going to happen? Versus, the person we have up here who is actually taking care of their community, and they may not necessarily give a fuck about like what's going on up here in my area. And yes, a homeless person. Yeah, if I give $10 to a homeless person right now, it's like, you want to go get some food, you want to go get this,
or drugs. Okay, giving it to the Red Cross. Giving it to the Red Cross or Water.org is far more effective in terms of actually substantively improving lives than it is giving $10 to your random like a local homeless crackhead. I'm sorry.
But the point is, it's not like how effective it is. It's for me, I'm taking this like with how iCor views the whole like consensual concern like circles and shit. It's how I feel the money can be effective. Like when we're talking about that level of selfishness, I don't put it as like, oh, I'm putting a value on the human life. I see it as I'm seeing how much my effort can help someone. I'm a poor motherfucker from New York. I'm not sure how much I can trust some organization on the web saying we're going to help Samoan Americans versus me taking the homeless guy down and being like, let's go down to McDonald's and get you a sandwich and some chips or some shit. For me, like that falls into that circle, but like it's not a value on a human life. It's more around like trying to do what I can to help the people around me. And that's why I'm fighting back. Cause like, I don't think it's me valuing the American way of life more than I value some poor starving child in Chad, like you said. It's about where my money can go to help it. I know like my money can probably be better spent here by our government than like donating to other foreign governments because they are other governments. We can't go in there and say, we're going to give you this money and you only spend it on this. Yeah, there's going to be the corrupt officials. There's going to be all this bullshit.
Right, but like the red. Right? Well, hold on. So I'm not talking about giving it to African governments. That would be ridiculous. And I would agree with you. Like that would be what a waste of money. Okay, 100%.
No, but when we talk about healthcare,
I'm talking about like the International Red Cross or Water.org or other organizations that are well vetted, that have a tremendous amount of like institutional support and have like a long track record of providing quality services to people who are desperately in need. These organizations are like magnitudes more credible than giving homeless people money. It just is. And I'm curious, like if I could convince you of this point, let's say empirically, like I was just correct, let's just assume, then would you agree?
Oh no, because we're working under a fundamental level, like because like we're talking about, and this is my fault here, not yours, talking about giving homeless people money versus giving organizations. I would ask you, would it be still selfish of me if I were to say, okay, fuck the homeless person on the street, I'm giving them money to an American organization to fix like the leaded pipes, the fucking broken ass water systems in, the continental United States, before worrying about that? Like, is it fair of me to say, like, I want to make sure the money I give can fix the issues at hand before we start worrying about, like, the interpolitics of organizations that try and better the world, because that's a big fucking thing.
Well, but what I'm trying to point out is people often, and it's happened a lot here on this panel. Most people here have done it. You can use a lot of words to describe what you're really doing, which is valuing Americans more than other people, right? The reason why lead pipes are a more important and pressing concern to people, even people who don't live anywhere near Flint, is like because they're American when they live there, and they're not American for the people who don't even have water, like in certain places in Africa, right? Don't even have fucking water. They don't have to worry about lead in their water pipes because they're dying of fucking dehydration.
I don't think it's a value on like that, like life. And I'll end it like this and let other people get in. I think for me personally, and I'll say personally, I think I just have a very big doubt on if we can chew and walk at the same time. I don't know if we can simultaneously fix the world's issues and then like look at our own country and be like, yeah, like half this shit's already fucking broken, but like let's worry about the infrastructure in another country. Like
why do we come first? Why do we come first?
Because we have the power to do so.
Other than like it's not even the power to do so. Like other than like
I'm making my argument here.
Yeah, like our government, like our whole system of society. Like again, like go ahead. Sorry.
Like yeah, I'm from a different side of this one. Like for me, like I'm going from a different moral axiom. It's like if we have the power to do so, then we need to make sure that we can continue to have the power to do so. Like what is the worth of even the individual, if not a society, if you completely dispense yourself to the point where you now need the help? Like that's actually immoral to me. Like this is why I have such a problem with altruism. Actually, is because like it's great to want to help others, but if you help your others at the expense of yourself to where now you need the help, you've actually not done a moral good. You've done a moral harm. Like it's literally making it to a mom can't take care of the kids.
What you're talking about isn't altruism, it's self-sacrifice, which is there's a distinct difference between the two, right? Altruism is about doing something for the good of another that doesn't necessarily help yourself. Self-sacrifice is doing something to help someone else that hurts yourself. So okay, I think it is entirely possible to be altruistic without being self-sacrificial. And like I was trying to say earlier when Aiko was bringing up the circles of concern is like this a very basic example that I think most people will recognize is in an airplane safety briefing, you are told to put on your own mask first before you help someone else. And that is a very pragmatic solution because you can only help someone else once you yourself have your shit together. And so there is just a basic pragmatism of saying, okay, I need to do whatever it is I need to fix up myself first to get myself able to help other people. And there's nothing wrong with that from a moral perspective. It is a very pragmatic way of going about that. And so extending that out, saying, I need to be able to make sure my family is surviving before I can start helping the wider aspect of my community, and so on and so forth. So these circles of concern aren't just a moral axiom. It is a very pragmatic way of looking at how can I maximize the amount of good that I can do with my actions and my resources to give the most people help. Now, to Lactoid's hypothetical earlier, yes, if you can empirically demonstrate to me that my giving $10 to water.org, say, will do more overall good than giving that same $10 to a homeless person on the street to do with whatever they want, I don't actually care, because just the access to the resource will be a benefit to them. If they decide to squander it, that is a different issue.
I want to make a clarification. Damn, I want to make a clarification. Yeah, I want to make it. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to say quickly, like to Lactoid's point, is that I think that there is a danger in. I agree with just about everything Ancom said, except I think there's a danger in that we are not usually very good at determining when our own needs have been met and now it's time to help others, right? So it might be, I want to make sure that these starving kids in Africa have clean water, right? But before I can do that, I have to get my third Tesla.
Who is us when you say our needs? This is like the point that's like frustrating me. Right, our needs. You were saying American needs, aren't you?
That's my point.
Okay, yeah,
That's
like the tribe, yes, the circle.
The
that we're
tribe.
No,
in.
I'm talking about the
The people you
passenger
value
individual.
more.
I see the point you're making. Like we're
Just
all
admit
just being
it.
tribalist.
Just admit it that you value Americans more than you value other people.
Yeah,
Just
no. The problem is
Ty
didn't hear
and
me.
Alex. Ty and Alex.
None of you are admitting it.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
hold
no,
on, let me
I
finish my
did.
point.
Fuck you, Lactoid. I admitted it. I bit the bullet. Kiss my ass. All right. Second of all,
Sorry.
is that I want to make it very clear that like I have not heard anyone separate altruism from self-sacrifice, because it is like innately like altruistic principles that lead people to make self-sacrificial things. You know, like why are you going to jump onto a grenade to save your buddies? It is an inherently self-harming thing, and it is literally like the virtues that is distributed through altruism that is the only thing that would compel you to do that. Like literally that is what we would do that for. And I'm not saying those are without merit. I think they actually have like good virtues among themselves, but I do think that they are problematic.
One is a subset of the other, right? Altruism is the larger circle in the Venn diagram. Self-sacrifice would be the smaller one that's inside.
I can take that. Like I've not really heard anyone separate it in that way. So like I've kind of like got to recompute that in my head a little bit. But yeah, I think. I just think sorry, just to finish what I was saying.
No,
like I think me and Lactoid are largely kind of on board where it's like altruism makes you do some wild shit that is incredibly self-destructive. Like, is that where at least we can like make common cause here, Lactoid?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's not distinguishable between self-sacrifice and altruism. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people can absolutely use altruistic virtues and altruistic axioms to engage in self-destructive behavior. Like Aiko said, one is a subset of the other. But the point I was making is that when it is entirely possible to be altruistic without being self-sacrificial, and so I think discounting or writing off all of altruism because of that specific case is short-sighted.
Can you give me an example of where? Can you give me an example of where you're being altruistic but you don't sacrifice anything for yourself?
Sure. I mean, the $10 to a homeless guy on the street. I don't need that $10, right? I have.
It's $10 though. Like you have no use for money.
Oh. I mean, beyond meeting my needs, no, beyond meeting my physiological and psychological needs. You know, if we go Maslow's hierarchy or whatever, beyond meeting those needs, no. Like, there's like
you have no luxuries, no hobbies, no nothing that requires money.
I mean, luxury or hobbies, absolutely, but again, that's though it's lower down on the hierarchy of needs.
So you're sacrificing some of that.
Not necessarily. Like $10 will get me half a roll of filament for my 3D printing hobby.
So you have sacrificed half a roll of filament, right?
So that someone else can eat. I think the disparity there is pretty small. Like I am sacrificing the smallest thing that for which I will get
sacrificing.
no less enjoyment.
Wait, we're just proving Icor's point about like the third fucking Tesla and like not realizing
exactly
you need enough. Like if you're saying $10 worth of filament is a sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, please
go ahead.
No, you were cooking. Go ahead.
It is
okay. If you're literally talking about like $10 worth of filament versus like that's not a sacrifice when we're talking about like the grand scheme of morals and circles drawn. Like that's literally Icor's point that like sometimes we might be blinded by the things we want and our hobbies and shit, and we might miss the point of like we can help somebody else with $10 fucking. $10 fucking is not shit to me. It's this much worth of weed. Like that's not a sacrifice.
And you bought weed. And you bought weed, didn't you? So this is a hobby that you at least have to sacrifice one bowl of weed in order to give those $10, don't you? You sacrificed that for yourself.
No, I didn't, because I didn't give the homeless person $10. I bought $10.
There you go. You were not altruistic, and now you get weed. There you go.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you a legal example.
I'm sorry, Alex.
Check your DMs.
All right, let me give a real example from
I
my
will check
real
I'll
my
send you a
DMs.
picture
Right now,
for you
in
later.
my wallet, I have a couple of 20s that have been there for months because I generally don't use cash. If I go out tomorrow and give that to some homeless guy, that is not going to impact my life because I was already not going to use that cash. I am giving them something that was of no utility to me and is now going to be of utility to them. So that is an altruism without a self-sacrifice.
Money. Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit incredulous here. Money does this thing like. Imagine if we had this like. How much do you get paid? I get paid $10 an hour, but every time I get that $10, I just give it away because $10 isn't useful to me. Money does this thing called accumulate, and you can use money to buy goods and services within the country. This
But
concept
the utility is marginal.
I'm going to say something
Sure,
to that.
I don't disagree. The utility is also marginal when you give it to Americans as opposed to give it to Africans.
Right now.
Your first hamburger is worth a lot to you, right? But your fifth hamburger is probably not worth as
$10.
much.
Okay, you have to admit some level of self-sacrifice. Can you at least agree with me there? There's whenever you give away something, you are sacrificing something. You have to be, by definition.
The word you meant, the word
Not
you
always.
used was need. The word you used
Yeah.
was need, right?
To-
like
to-
that you
to
need things.
sacrifice,
There's a
like-
certain point at which the next marginal thing, it doesn't meet a need anymore. It might maybe that's it.
Okay, I need money. I don't know
need
about you
versus-
guys, but that's the life I
So,
live by.
Alex has been
But
waiting. Let
you
him get
only
in
need a
because I
certain
have something to
amount of
say.
money.
And come,
Like,
chill.
you
chill.
do not
gonna-
have
I mean,
utility
and come
for
chill.
infinite money.
Here's my
Alex has
thing
been
on
trying to
this,
get in
is
like
that-
forever.
Here's
I'm
my
sorry,
thing
go
on it,
ahead.
Okay. Oh no, it's okay. It's lactoid. I'm not worried about my money. Okay. Being in Hawaii and being from Samoa, I'm not worried about my money. The reason I'm not worried about my money is because I'm taking your money. That's the thing about being in Hawaii. Okay. Here's the thing about Hawaii is that, like, say we have universal Medicaid and Medicare because Ronald Reagan decided to hand it back to the states.
That bastard.
So our state legislature and Daniel Inouye, Medal of Honor winner, said, what is the best way for us to take care of the people in Hawaii? What he said was, hey, guess what? Our Constitution will say we'll give as much medical care to as many of the people that are here in this place as we can. And who do we bill for it? The United States of America. The reason why we do that is because every time you guys look out past California, you look at China, you look at all of these other places, you're looking at us because you're saying, hey, guess what? We've got to sit all of those resources right there. It's the same with Samoa.
I'm revoking your
You
statehood.
were saying
Fuck
about
this.
you're not the only one who said it. But I mean, it's the same thing with Samoa. My personal belief is this: as long as the United States of America stays on top of the pile of bones, my people are going to be right there with them. Hawaii is going to be right there with them. The unfortunate part about it is that I can't say the rest of the world, Iraq, I didn't care about them. The U.S. needed me there. They said go. I went. I came back. I mean, I get it. It sucks that the rest of the goddamn world shit is hurting. But I can feed my kids. I know that my kids are here in Samoa and Hawaii. And as long as the U.S. is relatively on the top of that goddamn pile, it sucks for everybody else. I'll save mine first before I save everybody else's.
Remember when I said
I save mine not because no, you're right, absolutely on that.
when I said I got mine, fuck you. Remember that?
No, absolutely. I mean, and the hard part is that all you have to do is take it to the most basic level. Pick which kid, your kids or your neighbor's kids. Who are you going to feed today when everybody's starving? I mean, and the hard part is a lot of people don't want to talk about these things. I mean, everybody talks about water. Guess what? I've had dysentery twice when I was back home. Why? Because the water was bad. You just deal with it. And we're a U.S. territory, and we get $350 million or $450 million to take care of 50,000 of my people, and the water still ain't that great. It's getting better. And I'm sorry to say it, but I can't talk about all the other ones that are out there because I can't save them. I can save my kid who might be a doctor that might be able to save 2 other people. But guess what? If I feed my kid into the goddamn grinder, and who's he going to save? And unfortunately, I mean, it's hard calculus and it sucks.
Yeah, but
So,
couldn't the African
We're back to
kid
the
save
bandwidth
somebody
question.
if only they had a chance? Like the assumption here that I keep hearing is again
Maybe.
this sort of like
I gotta let
Maybe,
him
but I
respond,
can't
Pyro. I
control
have to
those
let him
guys.
respond.
No, I'm just keeping my
Yeah,
hand
that's
up so
right.
you know.
No, for sure. It's just like even the language that's being used here. Like we can't give away everything because then how can we keep helping people? Well, if we helped other people get in a position then where like, first of all, it's again tribalist because you're assuming, us is the citizens. But then the other point is you're assuming that if you don't have like, couldn't other people, if risen up to a position where they could help, like, do you think that you could just do better than them? Do you think that American citizens truly are going to be more productive if given resources than like a Mexican or than like an African? You really think that? I mean, and if that's the case,
I think that
why?
if you have the opportunity, the answer is yes. If you don't have the opportunity, then unfortunately, no.
And it's super convenient that we get the opportunity, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
yes,
Not
and it's
convenient.
a shitty
That
dynamic.
shit's designed.
It's-
Like, there's a reason there's a pile
Handcom,
of
you're cutting
skulls
the
all
line.
over the world.
Well, no, it was a sarcastic
Sorry.
convenient, right? It's
Gotta put a
convenient.
hand up. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Pyro.
No, I mean it is
Next.
Yep. After Pyro, Ty.
Yeah.
I think because like I'm listening to the people talk here, and like I'm not hard really disagreeing with anyone. Like the only thing I'm really disagreeing about when it comes to Lactoid's point is that like it's like this selfish desire. When I think it's like if we're talking these basic things that we all grew up with, like yeah, sure, tribalism is one of them. You take care of your tribe first. You make sure you got cool, but like I don't think that's selfish when we're talking about helping people to a certain extent, and it's what Icor brought up earlier, right? Like if we're talking about helping people, I think Ancom science is right, and it kind of mixes in with what Lactoid is saying. You have to make sure that you're of able body to help someone. If I want to help my family, that one of the first sections in Icor's little graph here, like I have to make sure my body and myself and my mental shit is prepared first. Because how am I going to help my family if I'm a sick old motherfucker who doesn't have a job and all that shit like that? Like, I think there is like, and maybe this is where you're coming from, Lactoid, like that intrinsic value and need to, want to better yourself first before you go out. But I don't necessarily think that's like a selfish thing. I think it, hops into more what Icor's talking about of realizing you got enough.
Sustainability.
Like, sustainability. Like Alex is saying, like he's fine with America standing on the pile of bones as long as his people are taken care of. The question I would have for Alex in this situation then is like, cool, how big is the pile of bones going to have to be? Like before we can help the rest of the world? Because like understanding that, like I'm not coming from a moral point. Like I think I can agree with you then, Lactoid, if I remove the whole moral, selfish aspect of it. Like, yeah, I'm going to care for my tribe first. I'm going to make sure that I'm fixed up so I can help my family, and then I can help my community, and then I can help my state, and then my province, and then my fellow American citizen, and then like, poor bumfucks across the world. Like, for me, like, yeah, but like there is a limit where it's like, I don't need 10 ounces worth of weed to do that.
I think
I can like suffice on my little bit.
I think based on the rhetoric alone, like if in a vacuum, like I think that Trump supporters would vote for any of you. I'm dead serious, just based on the language that you're using.
Oh shit! Fucking Lactoid killing it
Why-
tonight. Ty,
okay.
hit it.
Yeah, I don't know how that's supposed to be exactly a put down because it's
Yeah, like is that a burn? I know people
yeah, I
who
was like-
voted for Trump because like their families were just doing porn
I agree
under
with
Obama,
people
like,
who like breathing, right? Like,
Yeah,
there's-
like,
okay, so
did Trump say that drinking water is good? Hell yeah, I'll vote for him.
Yeah,
like
no
take
shit.
care of your
all right,
Okay.
I want to get into the evaluation here because this is something where it's like, all right, a lot of people are talking about like the pile of bones or the pile of skulls, and I'm like, look, number one, wealth is not a zero-sum game, right? It's not just like, oh, to be wealthy, we have to take it from everybody else, right? Maybe just sometimes we're just better at making wealth. Like, Europe used to be good at it. They suck at it now. Like, we still make more wealth than fucking anybody. The problem is we don't spread it around our own people. It's, like, up in the 1%. But when it comes down to it, like, we can talk about, like, who works harder and who might be deserving more of X, Y, or Z things. But the reality, at least for me, is that certain institutions are just more effective. Certain institutions are more profitable. Whatever, like, dynamic you want to have is that while we can bitch about the institution versus the individual as far as like whose merit should be respected more, which is where me and Lactoid get into a fight, is that there's levels to where like a society that clearly demonstrates an ability to like propagate itself and actually act with conscience in the wider world is something that is wonderful and something that should be not only continued but allowed to flourish, and then hopefully it might even rub off on somebody. So for me, like in a nutshell, like a prosperous society should look after itself first, but when it has the ability to look out for others, particularly if it is relevant to its own security, Mexico, then we can actually look out and do that kind of thing.
So I've had a question for Lactoid for a hot minute.
Okay.
When you have an excess, are you sacrificing?
Yes.
I think by definition you have to be, because unless you have somebody who literally has nothing to spend the money on, you must be, and even then, you can make an argument that you're still sacrificing. But assuming that is the easier case, assuming that's not the case, where
That seems wild.
well, you can buy a car. Everyone has a fucking rent, mortgage payment, car. Everyone has to buy food. Everyone has to buy blah, blah, blah. Everyone has to, perhaps open up a business one day, perhaps, to save for an emergency, et cetera, et cetera. Like, everybody has a use for money. This is the weirdest thing that was said. Everyone here is telling me, I don't need money. I don't need $10. I don't need money.
I need $10.
I'm thinking like
terms
Warren
of
Buffett.
access?
Like, is Warren Buffett, if he hands a bum like $20,
it's gonna
is he
have
really sacrificing?
It's gonna have.
Yes,
it's
but
gonna
the
have a
marginal
small,
sacrifice is lower.
It's a lower marginal sacrifice because they just come from such a position of I guess more abundance, right? Because they're rich. But it is still a sacrifice, and I don't know how all of you live, but if you live on if you make under $200,000 in America, you have things to spend money on that are maybe not needs under the strictest sense, but are needs in the sense of you want them in order to be a happy camper.
I need to overflow my pool. Go ahead, Ancom, and then Pyro,
All right,
then
I'm going
Alex.
to ask a simple question. What if seeing a guy that doesn't have a house, probably hasn't eaten in a day or more, seeing him eat and knowing that I was able to help him do that, what if that brings me more enjoyment than printing out a fucking Mimikyu head on my 3D printer?
Hold on, is this an African person or an American person?
Oh, it is a person in geographical proximity of me.
Oh, okay. Because if they were far away, then you wouldn't really get any enjoyment, right? You would only get enjoyment if they're close to you.
It would be more difficult. It would be far more difficult to provide the same utility.
Well, no, you could provide more because they're African.
And can I answer that one in some harsh reality? Unfortunately, is the same thing that happened in Somalia. It was the same thing that happened in Iraq. Somalia especially. The one thing that they told the Marines and the soldiers there was, stop feeding the damn Somalis. Do you know why? Because our MREs were killing them. They were going into calorific shock. These guys thought it was the best thing. Oh my God, help these people, help these people, help these people. When you're eating 200, 300 calories a day and you magically get 2,400, guess what your body does?
Die.
It poisons it. It just poisons it. And, and then that's the hard part is there's some harsh realities where you have a starving person. I get it. And maybe here in the U.S., starving isn't starving. Maybe it's just hungry with some extra steps. But when you're truly starving, sometimes the best damn thing you can do is wait, listen. I mean, it was the same thing that happened in Dachau and Auschwitz. They took them, said push them back into the camps, not because they were trying to feed them or because they were trying to feed them into hurting them, but because they're like, guess what? We can't control these people. We cannot help them if they're all over the place. And it was a harsh, shitty reality. There's a lot of the vets that came out that are in the VA system from World War II who are like, that's the worst thing I ever did. These people, I want to help them. All I'm doing is I'm making these people go back into the very places that I want to get them out of. And it's a shitty reality, but that's life and it's crap. And sometimes all that you can do is just do the best you can with what you have. Just try not to make it any worse, even though you know that, hey, guess what? Sometimes sitting by and just standing there and watching the bad shit happen is all you can do until you can actually start fixing stuff. I mean, and that's
getting the best outcome requires pain and discomfort.
Yes, and it's shitty. Go. Sorry.
You guys are like libertarians.
Wait. Time out. Shut up, Lactoid. Shut up,
Literally
Lactoid. Because Leafy asked a good question, and then the way you answered and how everyone else dodged just really fucking irritated me. Lactoid, I can't believe no one has asked you this on this entire panel, including me. What is your definition of sacrifice?
Ooh, giving up something that you have. Giving up something that you have.
Okay, see, that's where I differ. Because
So
for me,
if you have a chair you don't
wait,
need,
wait,
it's a
wait, 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 wait,
sacrifice.
wait, shut the
Oh,
fuck
go,
up.
do it.
Shut up. For me, that's not the definition of sacrifice. Me simply giving you a lighter when I have 17 of them is not a sacrifice. For me, a sacrifice would be giving you something that I view as important to help you do something more important. So for me, that $10, which, $10 worth of weed that I buy every fucking week, that I use all my pay, that is important to me. I would view it as a sacrifice to, maybe give that up. No, sorry. I wouldn't view that as a sacrifice because $10 is something I make more in a paycheck. I make over $400 a paycheck. $10 is not a sacrifice for me to give to a homeless person on the street because I can buy $10 worth of weed. So for me, that's where my dislike, my fucking break from you is coming, because I don't just view giving things as a sacrifice. I view giving things up that are important to me for the betterment or more importance of something else. I view that as a sacrifice. So if $10 worth of weed was the life of me, it was what I needed to keep going on for the work week, and then I gave that $10 to a homeless person to do whatever the fuck what they want with, that would be a sacrifice. But for me right now, I'm going to buy $10 worth of weed tomorrow. I bought $10 worth of weed today. It is not a sacrifice for me to give up $10 worth of weed and say,
Okay,
hey,
if it's not a
do what the fuck
sacrifice,
you want with this.
if it's not a sacrifice, why'd you buy
Thank you
weed
for
with
the
it?
sub.
Why'd you buy weed with it
No,
instead of give it to a
you
homeless person?
got to, nah. Answer my question. What's a sacrifice to you?
I already answered it. I said,
Okay, it's just giving up
something.
yeah. If you have something, I answered the question. If you have something
Okay,
that's
yeah.
like, and then you
Ask
get,
your question
and then you give it.
my fault.
You're good. So, you have $10 worth of weed, and you told me
Yes.
that giving $10 to a homeless person is not a sacrifice. How
Yes.
much money have you given to a homeless person today?
None. I'm selfish as shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie and be like, oh, I'm some magnanimous individual who is leftist and gives. I'm a selfish motherfucker. I bought $50 headphones. I just ordered another fucking book off of Amazon. I could be doing better, but where you're drawing the line of like, oh, like this is a sacrifice, I personally don't. I know I don't sacrifice enough for the community around me, and that is simply because of the flaws within myself.
Yeah, I think the fact that you admit that when you say I'm selfish as fuck, I bought these $50 headphones. What the underlying statement is that it is more important to me to spend this money. It is of more importance to spend this money on myself, on headphones and weed and all these other things. Like this, I think the definition of selfish. It's more important for me to spend this on myself as opposed to spend it on a homeless person. And so if you were to give up $10 to the homeless person, it would be a sacrifice because you'd be giving up $10 that you want to use for yourself.
No, because I don't view the things that I spend on myself as like that important. I just fucking do it.
Then you
$10
if
worth
you
of
do it,
$10. Wait. $10 worth of weed could go towards anything. Like $10
and
worth
yet,
of weed. As long as
you
it
spend
goes
it
for
on
myself,
weed.
like I'll do it.
And yet
As
you spend
long
it
as
on
I
weed.
do it,
Clearly,
like,
you
'cause
are
I'm
placing
selfish.
clearly you are placing an importance on marijuana.
But this
if you spent it on that.
This is me as the individual. Now we're broadening it out to like the hypotheticals, like healthcare for the country and shit like that. Like, is it good for the, like, in Leafy's question, for the access, that level of access, when we're talking about a country, not the individual such as myself and how I donate? That was the hypothetical earlier. Now let's go to Leafy's question. As the access of a country, what is, what's right?
Well, to be clear,
I know I'm selfish.
Well, yeah, that's fine. To be clear, like the only reason why I'm giving you guys so much grief over this, what I perceive to be a lack of consistency, and I still don't think you guys are enough of you. Ty did, but enough of you are biting the bullet.
I got
that you just
something
value,
for you, but
you
go
value
ahead.
America. Yeah, that you value Americans.
Because we don't support the supernova.
No.
The meteor.
What I think is that
That would be consistent.
whenever I support like not having universal health care, I think it should be privatized, right? I think that people should be taking care of themselves. Oftentimes the response from people is like, well, that's selfish. So my position is very consistent, which is, I don't think anybody should be forced to pay for anybody else's healthcare, regardless if they're a citizen or if they're not a citizen. That was my position at the beginning of the topic, went back in the closed panel. But my position doesn't require me valuing Americans more than non-Americans. I value Americans and non-Americans equally. None of them get my money, okay? Ideally. But you guys seem to value Americans
supernova.
more than Africans.
Okay, so like I'm on a different train on this because like the whole idea of sacrifice is blowing my mind. So if I have a bunch of pots and pans that I'm gonna throw out anyway, but I hand them to somebody that wants pots and pans, should I just hoard them so I don't have to give anything of myself?
Okay,
If I have a car that I don't need,
let
like
me yeah
what
let
was
me
it?
let me let me narrow it. That's a fair point. Let me narrow it. I guess when I'm like something that you have that you're giving away, obviously it's got to be something that you have some use for. If you're going to throw it away, I mean, then
But
giving
ultimately, everything could be money. But like the whole cars for what was it? It was a car trade-in program that ended up making more money for a lot of people, and for the people that were giving up the cars, that ended up being a net benefit for everyone. So like, I don't consider that a sacrifice.
wait, a net benefit for everyone.
Yeah, the person that gave up the car that wasn't using it gained money from the car, and it went to a program that gave money to more people. So it was a net benefit all the way around.
Sure.
He's
So
talking about cash for clunkers.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
cash for
so you're
clunkers.
talking about like just like a consensual trade interaction, like a purchasing yeah, I wouldn't consider that to be a sacrifice because like it's an exchange. It's not the same thing as like a donation or giving up your car for free when you could sell it. Because if you sold it, you can make money, and so if you just give your car away for free, you are sacrificing the money that you could make.
So if you're like, this just comes down to like a hoarding mentality to me. At what point does it become hoarding versus sacrifice?
When you literally have no need, like no need or want or use or anything for the thing that you're giving away.
Some people have so much money they will never be able to use it in their entire life.
A lot of people do.
You could argue, and I don't disagree with
I
you.
am arguing.
I don't disagree with you. There's some people like this.
And they'll die
Now,
with that money in the bank.
One of the
Yep.
issues is that for these rich people, when you look at any of the top ones like Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, etc., their net worth is not the same as like cash in the account. What it is they hold business interests. They hold controlling shares of businesses because they are owners of capital, and they have control over that, and sometimes effective control. Now, effective is arguable. I know Aiko doesn't like Elon all that well, but it's not like they can just spend all that money. What it is they have.
I mean, you're just describing the difference between liquid and non-liquid assets.
Right, but that's
not really the point.
No, that's critically important because if you sell, like if Elon Musk sold all of his shares tomorrow in Tesla, he no longer controls Tesla, and controlling Tesla is very important to him.
Yeah.
And if he dies tomorrow, he no longer controls Tesla, and that goes to whoever's in his will for those shares.
I would consider like that as if he gave up all of his stocks for Tesla, but like you're saying, like Tesla's really important to him, right? It's something that's like important to like, his, how he feels. Yeah, cool. He feels an attachment to that. If Elon Musk were to give up all of his shares and do some magnanimous philanthropic, you know what I mean? If he were to give all of his money to fucking charity, yeah, I'd view that as a sacrifice because his owning Tesla is something that is important to him. For me, a sacrifice is about like the importance to the individual giving it up. If I don't feel that attached to $10 fucking because I know I'm going to waste $10 fucking, cool, have it. If I'm someone who feels like that $10 is going to change my fucking life, and then I give it to someone, I'd view that as more of a sacrifice than, bumfuck Pyro who's just going to spend it on weed. That's how I view a sacrifice. So that's why I'm not really getting on like, but you're still not giving it to other people. Like when it comes to the access that Lethe is talking about, like, yeah.
Do you guys save
we have
money?
enough? Yes.
Yeah.
You guys like every month, like you put money in a bank account or like in stocks or something. You save up money because at some point in the future you want to retire. You want to
Yes, because I don't have that excess. I don't have an excess, so I would be, if I gave money, I technically would be sacrificing by the definition you gave. But if I was already at the point where I had more than enough for what I need, and the money's just going to sit there and I'm never going to use it, but it's just going to sit there and keep accruing interest, I wouldn't consider it a sacrifice to hand over like a couple $100.
I'll answer as the selfish nigga on the panel right now. Like, I'm only saving up money right now because family from down south really wants to come back up north. So that's something I'm saving money for. Otherwise, I will be 100% honest with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't normally save money. I usually spend it on myself. Again, $50 headphones. Like, I don't say when my family's like, "Yo, we got to come up," then that's where Icor's circle.
That could have
of,
been
like,
an African's child life right there. $50.
Congratulations!
And you blew it on
In
headphones.
the arms of an
Congratulations!
angel.
More
Those are
lives.
blood
There are
headphones.
puppies that are starving. There are homeless people I walk by on the way to work. I'm a selfish nigga. My fam, like, woo.
Welcome back, Fanatic.
What's up, Fanatic?
I hope your
And-
dinner was good.
Just to answer Lactoid's question, when I do have extra money that I don't need for something else, and I know that there's someone else who does need it, yeah, usually I'll give it to them. It doesn't happen very often because I don't, I don't hear about specific people who are in need a lot. I don't go searching for that. Maybe I should. I don't know. But like when I'm aware of it and I have the ability to give that money and it won't negatively impact me in any significant way, yeah, I'll give it.
Yeah, I think half of this conversation was lost just because people weren't like just kind of really boiling down to what that definition is. And I think the obvious distinction is that a sacrifice, the difference between just a sacrifice and giving is that a sacrifice has to incur a loss. And I don't feel like people just like kind of hammered that in. It has to incur a loss. For example, a piece of lint in my pocket has zero value to me. In order for something to have a loss, it has to have a value. And a piece of lint has no value to me. So then if someone asks for the lint in my pocket, I'm not sacrificing anything. I'm giving up something that I didn't see as valuable in the first place. However, if I do have a value for something and it's like I actually have a value which if I can use it, then it has to be valuable, etc. Then at that point, then yes, I'm able to sacrifice. And I think so. Yeah, just the idea. Yeah, I think that should have been hammered out. And then secondly, the idea that like, oh, you value other lives differently. I think that was a really, really dumb point. Like clearly, you can obviously like it. I don't have to not value a life in order to focus on something. For example, I have cousins. I have other people. I have. If I had children, that doesn't mean that I value my children more than I value my parents. That the fact that I would probably take care of my children. I think that we have logistical like programming that basically says I'm going to take care of this thing before I'm willing to take care of this other thing. And that doesn't mean that I value the other things less. It's just logistically that doesn't make sense. There's a scripture that talks about that. First, take out the beam from your own eye, and then you can see clearly to assist your brother. In the same sense, obviously, we should be taking care of ourselves first. That doesn't mean that we're more valuable. It's just that by us doing so, we actually even provide more of an opportunity for us to take care of others because now we've yeah, you get the point. So yeah,
Yeah.
all that.
This was the pragmatic point I was discussing earlier. Put on your own oxygen mask before you help someone else.
Yeah, I think this is hubris to assume that with the oxygen would be more effective than somebody else with the oxygen who coincidentally and conveniently happens to be African or somewhere around the world that's not American. But second of all, I mean,
I'm going to help them with
wait,
their
hold on,
oxygen
wait.
mask
I let you finish.
after
I
I
let
help
you finish 2
myself with
points.
my
I let you
mask.
finish 2 points.
Well, hold on. In all fairness, I was catching up on like 8 points when I was doing so because you guys been talking for like whatever.
You weren't even here.
I was listening. How else would I know about the conversation? I was listening on my freaking phone while I was driving. So addressing the point that you just said, and then we'll just go ahead and go one by one.
You don't get to listen to the whole panel, then go down the list of everything we talked about. That's crazy.
I already did. I went down the majority of it really, really quickly. And then now look, it's really simple. You're going to make a simple point. So let's address that one point.
All right.
Yeah, I do think that it makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world that yes, you would take care of your mask before you do the other one because if you're passed out, you can't do it. And if obviously they need assistance, then they can't do it for themselves. So clearly you need to be able to do so, or else you'll both die. So yeah, that makes all the logistical sense in the world. What are you talking about?
No, but if you assist them, like hold on, wait. If you assist them,
I donate blood.
If you assist them, like let's take a starving kid in Africa and they're about to die. They're about to fucking die. Like there's some fucking child in Africa and they're dying. And you tell them, well, sorry, in the future sometime I won't be able to buy your food unless I buy material goods for myself, which according to some people includes headphones, right? So you can that's the position we're in America. That's the position we're in America. To be honest, that's what most Americans are talking about when they're talking about taking care of their own people. And second, like the primary, that's what the American standard of living. Poor people who claim they're poor in America, they have access to this shit. They have access to cell phones. They have access to headphones. They have access to shit that they have access to.
Cell phones.
Africans, they don't even have fucking clean water in some of these fucking tribes, right? So the negative assumption here is I can continue to help people if I feed myself first. Well, the African kid that you could have fed, who then would have grown up to have a job and feed themselves and feed their community, they died because you were too busy feeding yourself first, and you thought that you could take care of yourself better than this African could take care of themselves if you gave them clean water. Crazy.
So you're false equivalent.
Listen. Hold up. Now,
Wait.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Fanatiq gets machine gun privileges.
No. Let him go. You let him cook. Go.
Sorry, Pyro.
Say this while you're, pointing out the fact that I did say I bought $50 headphones. You're right; they're very fucking nice. I'll say this right now: when we're talking about like American life and shit, like cell phones and shit, bro, like it's 2024. Cell phones are, you kind of need to have one to do just about anything in this country. Like, maybe I'm speaking from bias in the upstate, liberal state of New York. But yeah, cell phones are kind of required. You need them to contact. Like, people send you texts on cell phones that are important. So yes, it is understandable to me why most poor people in America, the most privileged country on earth, might have cell phones where, you're right, a starving child in Africa may not. But then we get into this really weird conversation of hierarchy that Fanatiq and almost everybody else is talking about, where it's like, how do you take care of yourself first so that you can help other people? If you don't have what you need, how are you going to help the starving child in Africa?
Sure. So let's focus on giving everybody water. Hold on. Let's focus then.
No.
Everybody gets water first before anybody gets cell phones. How about that?
Just to be clear, you made a false equivalency. When we were talking about the need for you to make sure you put the mask on yourself before you put the mask on the other person, it's because of immediacy. If I pass out, I can't help any person. These things require literal immediate attention, and you're irrevocably not able to help another person once you're passed out if you're in a situation where you need it. So that's not equivalent to saying about donating to food in Africa, donating food to people in Africa, number one. Number two, because they're not immediate in the same sense.
I thought you were listening.
I was listening.
Well, then what you said doesn't make any sense.
No. He was listening. He was listening. I was wrong too.
No. What you said doesn't make any sense, because how is it helping yourself more if you give money to some fucking lazy American who's not working at all? How is it helping yourself more as opposed to helping a poor, hardcore worker guy?
Address the first point you make. I was going to make the second point and address the other one, but you made one point the first time, which was you said immediately when I responded about the freaking headphone, about the mask inside of the airplane, you immediately said, okay, so then the takeaway is, so then when it comes to starving kids in Africa, and you made a false equivalency, which that's what you did. Now, what I'm saying is I addressed that point by telling you how obviously it's not an equivalent. Now, the second point that you made about the idea that, somehow just because you're able to help yourself doesn't mean that you'll be more able to help other people, like that, as if that's not true, then let's look at it, okay? So if we're saying if this infrastructure in this country provides more people the opportunity to be able to assist other people through economics and et cetera, then if every single person that I'm able to help here is now able to help other people because they will get the benefits of the same structure, and then therefore they will be able to help other people. I can help maybe 5 people in Africa. 2 people can maybe help more, maybe 15 people in Africa. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is, every single individual I help here can also help 5 other people. So then that means collectively we'll be able to do we'll be able to do more. That's the whole point.
Do you think helping them doesn't put them in a position to help themselves more than you can help them?
It depends, because it depends on what the infrastructure is, because some things are like a cup with a hole in the bottom of it. So then we can look at it and say,
right,
if I feed you a meal, then that's not going to immediately make you able to fix everything. However, if I take a person and build them up and within the structure of the United States, which is what has some of the greater economic mobility, even though it's pretty trash here too, but it's greater than it is in most African countries. If I give that person that opportunity and build that person up to where now he's able to take advantage of the economic mobility, then that person can then help multiple people in Africa and do the same exact thing. It is actually significantly more beneficial. So any logical person can see so.
No, the mobility is actually not higher in America. Like GDP growth, overall income growth, standard of living growth is significantly higher in developing countries. So the overall mobility, your dollar, yes, in developing countries, your dollar. Hold on. Hey, I'll let you finish.
In Kenya, in the country of Kenya,
I'll let you finish.
In the country of Kenya, would you say that the economic mobility is higher for the? No, hold on.
Yes.
What question am I asking? What question am I asking?
You're going to yell very loudly and very aggressively. Well, in Kenya, is the economic mobility greater than that of America? And I'm going to say yes, it is.
That's not the question I'm asking. That's not the question I'm asking. So stop saying yes and actually listen to the question. Is the economic mobility higher for the average citizen in the country of Kenya than it is in the United States? And I guarantee you the answer is no.
It is. In terms of mobility, absolutely it's higher because I'm not. So it depends on how you're defining economic mobility here. If we're talking about in terms of money that you give them, in terms of overall improving their well-being and putting them on a better track of improving.
That's not what economic mobility is.
Hold on. In terms of improve, this the
so
only.
You don't know what economic mobility is.
Economic mobility, as defined as you have ability to out-earn where you came from or out-earn your parents.
That's not what economic mobility means.
How are you defining it?
I'm sorry that your vocabulary is so limited. Economic mobility is a person moving from one location to the other. Their economic standing from one area to the next. Not just about your ability to do so. It is whether or not you actually do so. That is the mobilization. So economic mobility would be the people actually doing so. That's why you would need stats for that kind of thing. Not just me saying, hey, I gave you opportunity. I could put $1 million inside of a poor person's hand, and that might give them the potential, the opportunity for economic mobility. But if they don't have the education to do so, they won't mobilize, and they'll be in the exact same spot. The difference is the person who actually realizes said mobility, then that's when we would identify actual economic mobility and not the theory of economic mobility that is not realized by the average citizen within Kenya. Educate yourself on these definitions so you can actually take part in the conversation.
Economic mobility is very simple. It is the ability to move from one economic percentile to a higher economic percentile over the course of one's life.
Yeah, yes, you're right. And this is happening more in developing countries than it is in developed countries.
Okay, so then you would say in Kenya, you would say that for the average citizen that they are incurring more economic mobility, the average citizen in impoverished Kenya? Is that what you're saying?
Compared to where they were?
Not compared to where they were, but like just in general, are they moving at a higher?
So hold on, wait. I'm literally in Kenya.
Where everyone else in their country is over a period of time.
No. It's obviously going to be compared like to where they were. We're talking about economic mobility improving, right? So if you have Kenya, which is an incredibly high like GDP growth rate, as you see with a lot of these developing countries, overall high income growth rate, like compared to where they were, because they're making fucking what? $1 every month, and now they're making $18 every month. This is an 18 times fucking growth. Like, okay, so wait. This fucking idea, again, is the height of hubris, and it's just like self-convenient thinking of, oh, well, I can spend the money better than the African can. When if you gave the African like water and food, and to the point where they don't have to spend 8 hours a day getting water, and they can actually go out and work and improve their country in different ways, how they can, like, with their income mobility, with their economic mobility, with everything else, improve significantly more than Americans are on average. You're talking like you're talking so confidently, Fanatiq, like you know this, but you can just Google Kenya, and by every economic metric, they're growing faster than America. And every single metric.
No. You're talking about their overall economy, not the economic mobility of individuals. Please. Economic growth. Go ahead.
Incomes across the board are rising in Kenya faster than in America.
I just have one question for you, because you and Fanatiq are, like, y'all guys are having this high economics conversation. I'm just a simple history major, sir. So, like, I just have a simple question for you. Is it easier for the average Kenyan to move from, like, what you just said, like that $1 to $18? Or is it easier for an American citizen to move to a higher tax bracket? Because that seems to be the question and the disparity. Which is easier? I understand that Kenya is rising. They are a rising economy. They're growing. They're an emerging, like, they're doing all this shit you're saying. But is it easier for the average Kenyan worker to rise from that $1.21 an hour to $18 an hour? Or is it easier for an American citizen to go from the federal minimum wage of whatever it is to like $15 in New York State? Which one is easier for an individual?
So based on every single metric that I know exists, it would be easier for somebody living in Africa now to go from the absolute level of poverty they're in to a slightly less bit of poverty, to where they can help themselves and help their growth rate even more, as compared to an American going from minimum wage to whatever the fuck. Like any kind of like.
Can I see some of your links in chat, please?
You can.
I'll take you at your word.
So what you're going to take me at my word, or you're going to want to see links to chat? Like, you can literally Google, like, just Google.
Listen to your explanation. No, I'll listen to your explanation. But what I want from you is to see what you're using to back this up, and then I'll Google it.
I'll tell you. Yes, well, I want you to Google it on your own first, because when you Google income growth in developing countries, when you Google economic growth in developing countries, when you Google this is not a burden of proof question, because you guys made an affirmative claim too. You're saying the reason why we should keep the money is because we can do better with it. I'm just simply saying, no, actually, this concept of, well, I can do better with the money when I'm keeping it, is problematic, because all the empirical evidence demonstrates the opposite, which is that developing countries countries have a much higher growth rate. And when you give money to developing countries, and this is also true just generally speaking with poverty, even in America, when you give dollars to like the absolute poorest, the overall impact is significantly greater, because there's diminishing returns with value because of the fucking needs pyramid. When you satisfy the lowest part of the pyramid, it makes it easier for people to rise up the pyramid. This is basic fucking reality.
Oh, like, I'm asking you because the point I'm attacking you on is from Fanatiq's point, where you guys are arguing, and he's talking about like, yo, it's harder for people to go up in the Kenyan society than it is in the American society. So when you say this, I can believe you as my lefty, mindset, but I need to see what you're referencing, because in the wonderful world of the World Wide Web, I may not have fucking seen that. If I Google that right now, my algorithm is going to spit me a bunch of shit that may not link me to that. So please show it to me. If Fanatiq wants to argue this more, he can do that. I want to see what you're looking at to get this conclusion from.
Okay. What I'm looking at to get the conclusion that an economic...
Please post it in Lethe Waterkai's chat, please. I don't need, your title. Just please post the link.
Okay, I guess I'll spend, fucking time here. I'll do your work for you and, pick up the fucking shit that you guys should have known if you're going to make the claim that Americans can spend the money better. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and find. I'm gonna find. Well, no, that is the claim, because two people now have made the comparison of putting your own mask on first before you put it on somebody else. The reason why this comparison is being made is they're making the allegation that in the context of giving healthcare to illegals or giving healthcare to people across the world, they're making the comparison that we have to help our own citizens in our own country first before we can help other people. That's the comparison they're making. So if the comparison holds of masks to country, they're obviously making the argument that, hey, if you help your own country first, it's going to have greater results than if you help the poorest people first. That's the argument that they're making.
You are making so many unfounded inferences from one argument. That is ridiculous.
You're literally going off on fucking branches on a tree because you can't answer the simple, you can't literally haggle on that point. You need to explain to us why it's not better. Icor came up here. He gave a whole presentation like a college professor. Ancom came up here. He gave his fucking point. I have my point. You got someone up here who has their point that similarly agrees to you. Okay, if you believe that we can. Where is it? And then Fanatiq comes in here yelling at you about the fact that the Kenyan economic mobility isn't higher than America, and we can't even get past that point. And I'm asking you for your evidence, dude. I want to believe you. I want to believe.
Burden of proof works both ways, and when claims are made on both sides, you kind of have to do your own work. But I'm not going to hold you to it.
I will say for at least myself. I'll say it for at least myself. I've been relying on anecdotes and the personal, I'm selfish shit. When it comes to spending, I will say that about myself. If you want to go after any of these other motherfuckers, go ahead. But that's what I'm asking you. Okay, cool. You say that we can, as America, provide for the rest of the fucking world in healthcare. Show that to me. I'm a selfish motherfucker. I'm from New York State. I don't necessarily believe that. Please show that to me.
No, you misunderstood my point. I didn't say that America could provide full healthcare for everyone else and everybody else in the world. I never made that claim. What I said is, why, when we have limited resources, unless we're truly valuing Americans more, are we paying for an American's healthcare over the healthcare of an African if we have limited funds?
I got you. So the answer to that question is because obviously we have a responsibility to our citizens.
We're
That is
going
what
in
the government-
circles,
That's what the
Fanatic.
government does. Yeah, I hear you, but that's why. It has nothing to do with valuing anybody's life. It has to do with your responsibility, and it has to do with obviously
Can I add
taking care of your
something to this?
constituency. and it has to
Why do we have
with
responsibility?
The government is a representation. The government is a representation of the people by the people, and so obviously the people that are pouring the money into the government are the people who should be the recipients of the benefits of the government, and that's why. Yeah, it had nothing to do with values, buddy.
No. A poor American who's not putting money into the system. Do you think they should get health care?
Sure, I would say if you're an American citizen, then obviously you're still going to be part of the construction. Part of the infrastructure of the country. And so, yes, the government has a responsibility to take care of all of its citizens, not just the rich ones, not any of that. So, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be the answer.
You're instead of you're saying that you value them more, but instead of just saying that, you're saying the government has a responsibility.
I did not say I'm
You're saying
Where did I say that?
Because
Where did I say that?
You're
Where
using.
did I say
You're
that
using.
gave you that idea?
I'm about to explain. You're using the word responsibility instead of value, but the effect is the exact same. You're saying the government.
No.
Yes. Because what's the
responsibility does not mean value because, for example, if I give one child the responsibility of valuing another child,
brother.
He needs to finish.
I need to finish, right? Because I was talking.
You both need to finish.
Well, I need to talk. I need to finish because I was the one talking when this motherfucker just started yelling over me.
Fanatic, let him finish his point.
Why is your speech more important than his speech?
Yeah, why aren't you being selfish in that?
If we're just gonna talk over each other, okay, that's the kind of conversation we want to have. I can have that conversation, okay? But what I'm hoping we can do here is have a constructive discussion.
It's not constructive if you're going to be dishonest in the conversation, which is what you've been doing.
Because
you're being very dishonest this entire time.
I don't think
you're incorrectly quoting us. You're literally paraphrasing it properly. You're being dishonest. So that's not constructive. Don't sit here and make an appeal towards decency. Don't make an appeal towards decency when you're not being decent.
I'm in the middle of talking. I'm accusing you of dishonesty, Fanatic. Because,
right, and I'm saying so then don't make an appeal to decency.
No. I'm accusing. So you're the one being dishonest when you weasel around value because you don't want to use that word because you're a weasel. Because you're a fucking weasel. Because you're a fucking weasel. Nah. I don't want to hear the weaselness. Weasel.
You're intentionally misconstruing people's points and taking things out of context.
No. You're weaseling. You are weaseling. You are weaseling around the world.
Good faith conversation. Then I will treat you with decency. But as long as you keep being decent,
I don't need to have a conversation with somebody.
Alex, do
I don't
you
need to have a
value me any
conversation with
less than your
somebody.
kids or anything like that?
I hope he does.
Oh, hell yeah. I value every single one of you less than my kids.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for being honest. Thank you, sir, for not being a weasel like somebody on the panel, okay? Because
when did I say that I value other people more than my
kids? Fanatic, do you value me more than your kids?
Obviously not. So I don't know. When I was being a weasel, you obviously.
So
what is once again? So
more weaseling. So much weaseling.
I never said. So you're calling me a weasel for saying that I said something that I never said. Once again, this is why you can't make.
You're all yelling no substance. You're all yelling no substance.
Here's what we're gonna do.
The substance is there.
You're all yelling no substance.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop real quick. I'm gonna let Fanatic make his point as to what he has against Lactoid at this point, and then I'm gonna let Lactoid do his thing.
Has witnessed it. Everyone here has witnessed that you're sitting here lying, you're misconstruing words, saying that I'm saying things that I'm not, that I've never even implied, calling me a weasel, literally intentionally taking things out of context. That is just as disrespectful, if not more disrespectful, than cutting someone off. That's what you've been doing this entire time. I've never said that I valued one of these things more than the other. In fact, I said the exact opposite. Now, what I will make the statement of is simply giving something a responsibility for logistics purposes doesn't denote value. It just means a difference in logistics. For example, if I give one child the responsibility of taking care of his little siblings, taking care of his little sibling, it does not mean that I value that other child more. It just means this is the logistical responsibility because of maybe he's older or whatever. For facility purposes, I think this would make the most sense. Now, you can say that I'm trying to value one over the other, but that's not the way that works. Or if I can say, hey, it makes more sense for me to do this, I'm going to take care of this one first, and then the other one will go ahead, and then he'll be able to help his little his sibling, et cetera, et cetera. That's not because I value one more than the other. It's just because I think that, hey, both of us together can achieve more. Yeah, stop trying, you liar.
Okay, rebuttal.
Rebuttal. So the reason why this is weaseling, okay, as very clearly, is because, and the false anecdote, I'm going to explain why the anecdote's totally misses the mark. So when Fanatiq says, it's not that I value American citizens more, it's that the American government has this unique responsibility to American citizens to provide them things that they, for some reason, just they don't have that responsibility to other people. Now, why don't they have this responsibility to other people? Well, because they're not part of the country, because they're not part of our club. They don't get the thing that we want them to have. That is, you are valuing the people who are part of the club. You are valuing them more because you want them to get things more than the people who are not part of the club. This is literally what value means. In your example that you gave with the babysitting, right? If you tell a babysitter, look, it's a kid, babysitter, it's your responsibility to look after this kid. You're doing that because you value that kid more than you value other kids that you could tell the babysitter to go look out for. But no, you chose that kid because you value that kid's well-being. That's why you hired the babysitter in the first place. That's the actual fucking comparison, because the question is, what does responsibility mean? It means an obligation to something that you value. In your case, an obligation that the American government has.
He's almost done.
Yes, in this case, an obligation the U.S. government has to what do you value? An American citizen. You are saying that you value Americans more. You're doing it implicitly because you don't want to actually come out and fucking say it, but that's what you're saying.
So first off, no, the reason why I would say that the government is beholden to its people is because the government is both funded and made up of its people. So because of that, it has a responsibility towards its constituency. So if the government is supposed to be a representation of those people are the ones who vote on said government. Those people are the ones who fund said government. For all of those reasons, then the government is beholden to its constituents and who would also it would be comprised of, and it's circular. So then therefore the government is meant to empower the people who can therefore empower the government to do more. It has nothing to do with valuing other people less. It's that a government's obvious immediate responsibility would be to the people who comprised it. Number one. Number two, there you go, once again misconstruing what I said. I never said, hey, because you're adding on extra things that are extraneous to the context that we were talking about. When I mentioned about this person valuing, one of my children being responsible for watching the other child, then I'm saying that between the two children, that neither one of them are more, do I value one more than the other, that I was just giving the example that for logistical purposes, that makes sense. Now, if you want to ask me, do I value my children more than I value other people's children? I would say that yes, there would be a bit of valuing of my children more, because my children I have an obvious responsibility to, because I'm the one that brought them into the world, and obviously the government immediately places this responsibility on me to make sure that I'm taking care of these children. So if I value myself, I have to value my children. I have a responsibility to my children. I am logistically the one that's going to be the most able to take care of them. No one else has that task. So for all of those reasons, yes, those people are going to be my immediate concern. So obviously for logistic reasons, we do that all of the freaking time. We do not want anarchy or chaos like some idiot libertarian, just so that everyone's free for all, just living in the heyday, hoping that things just work out. No, we come up with logistics and systems in order to do things, and that would be one of them. Parental guidance, parental guardianship, and that makes all of the sense in the world, just as it seems like it would be a great analogy towards the government being responsible to its people.
Okay, so number two was just like an admission. There's nothing there to respond to. As to number one, a government is funded and made up of its people. Children don't fund the government, yet I think you would argue that the government has a responsibility to children. Unemployed people who have never worked, don't fund the government, yet you've already said, when I said like an unemployed person, somebody who doesn't work, do they get free healthcare? You said yes. So even people who don't fund the government, you still want to provide them services. You still think that the government has some kind of responsibility to them. When they say they make up the government, what does that mean? What if you have somebody who's never voted? Like, does voting mean you make up the government now? This is fucking crazy. You're just like, again, you're using the term like we the people, trying to appeal to some sort of iridescent nationalism, tribalism, because you're a very tribal person, Fanatiq, in terms of all of your opinions and all the things that you say. Like, you're trying to appeal to that to get people to just like value like the people that you value more than the people you don't value. And you value American citizens, especially Black Americans, but American citizens generally, more than you value people in other countries. You just do. That's why you want to pay for their health care, but you don't want to pay for an illegal immigrant's health care, or you don't want to pay for the health care of a Mexican, or somebody in Africa, or somebody where even if I could prove to you that your dollar goes further and it helps those people more and it helps the whole world more, you still just simply don't value them as much. And that's why you think it's the government's responsibility only to the people who happen to be born on this side of the invisible line.
Nice attempted bait. I'm not going to bite into the other thing because I saw what you were pushing at, and I won't go there. Now, what I will say is the reason why, as I mentioned before, I would value American citizens first is because obviously, for the same reason that I've stated before, the reason why we would have preeminence over an illegal immigrant is because we are the people. We are the people that make up the government. The reason why I said we make up the government is because the government is wholly comprised of U.S. citizens. So therefore, we make up the government. That's what I meant by that. I'm sorry that your comprehension sucks, but if you were actually paying attention and not just arguing to try to just make a point, then you would actually see what the freak I'm talking about, which is factually accurate, that the government is wholly made up of its citizens. So therefore, we, the people, are the people. That's why it's beholden to that. Now, as far as the government's responsibility as far as taking care of people who haven't worked, I'm sorry, if you're going to stretch it to people who have never worked, we'd have to analyze those things, because I do think there should be limitations on welfare in order to prevent people from never working and never contributing towards the society. However, if there are mental health conditions and things like that that are outside of their control, I do think we have a moral responsibility to take care of our citizens, as long as they are citizens. I believe in foreign aid, and I believe we should be able to do so as long as we are able to take care of ourselves first. The reason why these things are not analogous is when you're talking about, oh, I don't care about kids in Africa or Mexicans, et cetera, is because no, I never mentioned that I don't care about those people. What I mentioned was specifically that I believe that we should take care of ourselves first, and that there should be, I mentioned asylum earlier and allowing other people to come to this country, and I said as long as resources are finite, we do have an obligation to our citizens first, as we are the ones that pay for the freaking system, and that's what I said. Nice try.
Okay, so rebuttal. So first of all, when you said the government is made up of citizens, that's no fucking idea why you brought that up. First of all, it's entirely arbitrary. By law, we designate that the government has to be made up by citizens. It's not necessarily that non-citizens couldn't do a better job in those particular roles of government. Second of all, not all citizens are involved in the government, right? You could maybe make the argument, I suppose, the government has a responsibility to take care of its own employees who happen to also be citizens, but that doesn't track just because you've applied the arbitrary designation of citizen. How the fuck does that, therefore translate that because there happen to be this arbitrary distinction of citizens who exist in the government, this must mean also that we have an obligation to citizens who aren't in the government, who've never participated in the government, who either never have participated in the workforce due to their own choice, or maybe even due not to their own choice, or have contributed to the workforce very little, or have contributed to the economy in the country less than they've taken in, which comprises up of a relatively large group of people in this country where they take in more than they put forward. This is literally what redistribution means. Again, the only reason why you're okay with the redistribution to the citizens, this arbitrary group that you've designated here, the only reason why you're okay with redistribution to them is because they are within the tribe. They are within this group that you've designated, and you believe the government has a responsibility to them. Why does the government have a responsibility to them? Because you value them more. You're just not accepting just the bold facedness
I'm not,
of
and you're just repeating yourself and not actually bringing up a valid argument. Because again,
you've been repeating yourself.
You just said that it was. You said that I said no. I hadn't made the previous point I did. But yeah, you said just now that the whole idea of what a citizen is arbitrary, and I don't believe that to be the case. I believe it's pretty freaking on its face. And I would say that people who owe allegiance to the government, but that's the denotation right there. People who owe allegiance to a government are entitled to its protection would be citizens, and so therefore that would be the American people. And obviously, if this is the home that we know, this is where we grow, and we're naturalized citizens, then yes, that makes all the sense in the freaking world. And that's why we would have that's why the government would have more of a responsibility to us. Other people have other countries that they can belong to, and I believe that those people should get said protections from their governments. Unfortunately, we're U.S. citizens, and we comprise the government. And I don't know why you said that wasn't a point when earlier you were denying that point, that the government is made up entirely of its people. You tried to dismiss that earlier. Now it seems like you came around to the fact that yes, the government is only made up of its citizens, and so that makes all the sense in the world why the government would have its own self-interest in protecting the citizens that make it and fund it, as I said before.
Wait.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Wait. Hold on, real quick.
I'll give rebuttal and then Pyro in after rebuttal.
You would have to agree that this is the weird fucking error that's being made. It's true that the government is made up of citizens, but it's not true that the citizenry is the government. It's not true that all citizens are part of the government or involved in the government in any meaningful way. Like this is the confusion. No. Hold on. This is what he's saying. Okay, he is saying that we, the people. He's again appealing to this tribalism.
I never said that, and now you're sitting there misconstruing my words. I never said that.
He's appealing. So
you're lying again.
Shut up,
so
Weasel.
You can't have
shut
a
up, Weasel.
conversation
Hey,
because
shut
you're
up,
literally
Weasel.
lying.
I'm talking,
You're
Weasel.
lying.
I'm talking,
I
Weasel.
never said
I'm
that,
talking,
though, but
Weasel.
you're lying.
Weasel, I'm
You're
talking.
lying.
Weasel, I'm talking.
So then don't lie then.
No.
I'll
I'll say whatever I want.
You're lying. I never said anything like that.
You agree.
Let him finish.
Yeah, you're a liar.
The moderator asked you to stop talking beforehand.
And cover it.
Stop lying.
Follow the rules. Follow the rules.
Stop lying.
No, follow the rules. I'll do whatever I want. Follow the rules. Okay. The rules are.
I'll do whatever I want.
Yeah. The rule. Hold on.
Stop lying.
You're breaking his rules. You're breaking the moderator's rules. I thought you respected. Okay. There you go. So the reason why this is important, when you're talking about how, yes, it's true, the government is made up of citizens, but not all citizenry is the government, is it doesn't follow, like, yes, the government is made up of citizens. It doesn't necessarily follow. There's not, the connecting link hasn't been made as to why, just because the government is made up of citizens, therefore that must mean that the government owes any kind of responsibility to all citizens, even those not involved in the government. Here's a comparison example. The government is also made up entirely of humans. Does that mean the government owe all humans something? You would have to accept that, Fanatiq, because the government is made up of all humans, isn't it?
So I'm sorry.
Wait. Answer that question.
Power, you gotta wait.
Yes, I'll answer that question.
The government's made up of all humans, isn't it? So we owe an obligation to all humans.
You gotta wait.
Sure. I'll answer that question. No, I would not say that, because obviously what you're doing is just broadening the claim. And I'm sorry, you can zoom out as much as you want to. You can make the statement, well, the government is made up of all Earthlings. Do we have a responsibility to all Earthlings? And that's so stupid.
That was the question.
Obviously, and it's a really stupid question. And if you can't see on its face,
then answer it. Then fucking answer it instead of bloviating.
Now you're interrupting me. See? Now, if you can't see on its face after I stretch it just a tiny bit on how retarded it is, then that's your own problem for your misconception. Now, the point is, the government is made up of its people and entirely comprised of its people. That statement is still true. The idea that the government is just made up of human beings, that's what do you call it? Like I said, it's zooming. So yes, you can say that it is, but that doesn't mean that they have a responsibility. Now, when it comes to it, I didn't say that the government is only beholden to the people who work for the government. I said the government is beholden to its citizens, and you're a citizen whether you work for the government or not. So now you're stretching it to another point that I didn't make. I'm sorry, I'm playing a game, which is why I'm a little bit disconnected. But yeah, you're stretching it to a point that I did not say. I didn't say that it required work for the government. I said it just required that you are a citizen, which is a fact, and therefore it still applies.
Why the fuck does zooming matter? Wait. Why the fuck does zooming matter? Like, if you're gonna say that because the government is made up of citizens, because the government is made up of citizens, therefore the government owes a responsibility to citizens. You're just simply your response to be saying, well, the government's made up of humans, therefore doesn't owe an obligation to humans. Your response is that's just zooming. That's why that's invalid. What the fuck does that even mean? So what if I'm zooming out? How does that change the logic of it?
I'll explain why. Because obviously we have degrees of responsibility. For example, I'm responsible for my child because I made my child, right? But then you can say, well, but all children are still human. Don't you have a responsibility to humans in general? And it's like, yeah, I have limited responsibility, but it's going to become more or less limited depending on logistics. So in this case, right here, as a government made up and funded by its people, then it seems circular. If we collectively, as a society, decide that we are going to pool our money together in order to achieve results that we can, as a collective, can do that are greater than us at an individual level, then it makes all the sense that we as a collective would reap said benefits, and people outside of those benefits wouldn't make that much sense. So you can go ahead and try to go to extraneous people from the collective bargaining that I've talked about, but it doesn't actually accomplish your goal.
Yeah, again, so your criticism of zooming out, that's just me saying, like, you're saying the collective. We could just simply apply. There's no logic as to why we can't apply collective to mean human. Why we couldn't apply? Why we couldn't apply collective to mean country? Why we couldn't apply? Why we couldn't apply collective to mean family? Like the difference between the difference between these things is, again, I'm asserting that the reason why the people, like, you've chosen these people to be part of this thing that you're calling a collective is because you value them more. Just fucking own it. Own it. Own it.
I'm not going to own that because I just gave you the logic that you weren't listening to. The
fucking
logic
weasel.
that I gave you, I just gave you the logic that you're not listening to, and that's why you're resorting to name calling, because you know that you just got cooked. The answer was, the reason why you have that specific responsibility is because the funding comes from said people. If we as
not from
society, if we as a society have a collective agreement that we would like to be able to accomplish more as a collective, so then therefore as a result, we're deciding willing to fund a government which can do more than we can at an individual level, then that's how we reap the benefits of our collectivization. So therefore that applies. However, as a human race, we didn't collectivize around that. There are still greater degrees of separation, which is what will create a distinction. I'm sorry if you weren't listening the first time. I said it now to you twice. Did you hear me that time?
So I'm gonna respond, and this should be the last thing, but unless he says something stupid again, then I might then I might have to respond again. Then I might have to respond. Can I say one more thing? So you're looping a little bit when you said funding the government. Again, we've already talked about
clarifying.
No, it's not clarifying, because I've already addressed the funding the government portion, because not only are there entire demographics that don't fund the government at all, there's also large groups of people in America that fund the government significantly less than what they're getting out of the government. If I show up to a dinner with a fish, and I set the fish down on the table, and then I take and eat the entire fish, and then I take and eat the entire steak, I did not contribute. At the end of the day, all I did was take a steak. This is simple fucking math.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. Let me respond to that point.
Okay.
Funding a government is a collective thing done by a society, and therefore, I'm saying a society collectively. It doesn't have to all be equal. Collectively, as a society, we do this, and therefore, all members of the society will reap said benefits. Now, if a member of the society doesn't contribute equally, you might be able to make that argument that, well, now we're going to have to decide on a case-by-case basis who gets the benefits and who doesn't. But unfortunately, that's not logistically sound. You and I both know you can't make the determination, hey, how come this guy, he only worked X amount of whatever, and so on and so forth, and you're going to try to like get it down to like with a fine-tooth comb and get exactly the amount that's supposed to be going. That's not realistic. That's why we end up doing that.
I got something to both Fanatic and Lactoid. Can I say something?
Oh, Lord.
That is exactly how the American system is. I'm sorry to say this, but guess what? Iraq and Afghanistan,
for 20
Americans would not goddamn join the military. So the U.S. military said, you show up across the goddamn border to a recruiter, you join the military, you can become a citizen. Micronesians, individuals from the Free Association, from all of the COFA, Samoans, U.S. owes us a shit ton more than we put in because we're willing to do the jobs that none of you guys are willing to do. You're not willing to go fight, so you have to go find somebody that's willing to go fight for you. And then you're mad because, hey, guess what?
Wait. What are you talking about? I'm not even addressing this. He going on some
I mean, this is the whole. I mean, this is the issue that I have is that I'm sorry to say none of this shit is that cut and dry. All of you pay
I'm sorry. What are you addressing us? What I feel like you're saying something that's completely not related.
Wait. So can I get back?
Related because you're sitting here. You guys are arguing over values of people, who's worth more, who's put in more, who's sacrificed more, who's all this stuff. And I'm sorry to say,
no, that's not what I was saying. I'm sorry. Did you mishear me?
That's not what's happening. Stop.
Did you mishear me?
So
I didn't say that at all. What?
I need to let Pyro get in. Like, we don't need to address this right now. I'm not trying to make you feel invalidated, but Pyro, do your thing.
I'm listening to this conversation, and Lactoid asked a really good question, and then Fanatiq somehow, and you know I love you, Fanatiq. You know I think you the smart nigga on the panel. You bungled it. Like, if there is an existential threat to humanity, the planet Earth, the governments have a responsibility to humans, Earthlings. Yes, that is obvious. But the question I wanted to ask from the beginning of y'all long-ass debate is, how close to reality are we keeping these hypothetical, philosophical, theoretical questions? Because if you're talking, Lactoid, on your part, the morality of the human giving to another human because we're human and the value we ascribe to, how much we think that other person can do versus us. Like, I'm sorry, you are hitting on something that everyone and their mothers has argued about since the dawn of fucking time for the simple fact that no one wants to fucking die. No one wants to sacrifice enough to where they're saying, I'm trusting it on to the next person. No one really wants to do that. And that's where I come. But like that question needs to be answered. How close are you keeping this conversation to reality? Because if you're going off into wild leftist utopia time like I am, then yeah, maybe you're right, Lactoid. But if we're keeping it close to 2024 in the realm of nation states and borders and invisible fucking lines, well, then I'm sorry. Then Fanatic's right. The government that we set up over 200 years ago that enslaved both me, Fanatics, fucking Lethe Water Kai's, colored people, and built this nation and then let us free and then had immigrants come over to build the nation again with, less money on the dollar. Well, then, like, yeah, that's the reality we live in. And like Alex is saying, not to actually discount him in this conversation, that's the hard calculation we have to make. So when we're talking about in a world, a planet of over 7 billion people, I have to ask the question of how close to reality are we keeping this? Because if we branch off into Star Trek communist universe, then yes, everything is possible and your questions are valid. But if we're in 2024, when we all on this panel live under the rule of our elected representatives of the United States of a fucking America, and then in Alex's case, he has his, shit in Hawaii going on, yeah, we have to actually consider those things. That's a real big gap that's just widening because you're broadening it out to humanity and then Fanatics keeping it down local. If humanity is threatened by the fucking Daleks from Doctor Who, every single Earth government owes it to the people who elected them, the people of the planet and the countries, to protect them from the motherfucking Daleks. But if we're talking about something as simple as healthcare, if we're talking about something as simple as border protections and healthcare and infrastructure, then that gets really small. Then it gets okay, who do we take care of first? I am prone to the idea that we need to fix our own shit before we can try and take care of other people. And I will say it's for the simple fact that history has taught me that when a nation state, a country, a monarchy, a border, an individual line, doesn't take care of the people that they say they're going to protect, well, things get Civil War to Electric Boogaloo. And that country doesn't last very long. So if you want to talk about how the United States of America, the flag you hang behind your head right now, how we can take care of the rest of the world, it seems logical that we need to figure out how we can take care of our own citizenry first, because right now we're dealing with a situation where half the country can't fucking agree what the laws of election are and how you deal with attempted insurrection and shit like that. There needs to be things that are taken care of first before we start worrying about the rest of the world. And I can't believe I'm saying this as the lefty communist guy on the fucking panel. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Alex when he says yeah, no, as long as America stands on the pile of bones, I'm right. That's the realism of the world we live in. So how real are we going to make these examples so y'all don't continue to scream at each other?
Well, this is a really silly question. I mean, I don't feel like any of us got towards existential threats, right?
I'm not necessarily talking about you, Fanatic, because you're not the one who pointed it towards humanity. You came in and you came in hot.
Right, but then my point is, so then if I didn't point it towards humanity, that's why every time that he stretched it to something else, I brought it back into reality and saying, no, there's an immediate responsibility to your constituency, number one. Number two, obviously, my argument still would hold sound. If you wanted me to address the idea about it being global, then if it was a global threat, then it wouldn't be just the United States that would be responsible. It'd be the global world, because each country's government is responsible to its citizens. And so then the global governments would each be responsible, and they would try to work together collectively to address
let me cut you off real quick, Fanatic. Your answer to my question is basically we keep this in a semi-realistic stage where we recognize that without fucking aliens and Daleks coming around screaming exterminate, we're gonna worry about our own countries first. But the moment that happens and threatens humanity, we worry about humanity. Is that correct? Yes or no? Okay, cool. Lactoid, how realistic are we keeping these fucking scenarios? So, do we recognize that we live in a world of nation states? We can't hypotheticalize our way out of this.
Right. So the point
the
point of a hypothetical is not to describe the world we currently live in. I'm not denying the existence of countries.
It's not to describe the world we live in, but you have to make a similar fucking comparison.
No, you don't. The point of a hypothetical is to outline the principle that people use in order to reach certain decisions and certain outcomes that they're looking for. That's the point of a hypothetical, because some people will say, here's the reason why I believe this, using X logic. And then what you do is, okay, X logic, if I apply X logic to this situation, hold on, to this situation, which is like a very similar situation, but different, right? It's a hypothetical. But then all of a sudden, well, no, that doesn't work. And they're like, okay, well, why doesn't it work? And they use logic Y. It means that X and Y are incompatible. They're not the same like logic for a situation in which the logic dictates that the outcome should be a particular way.
So I got a question for that. I have a question for that.
I know, but hold on. So conditional hypotheticals don't have to be realistic. They only need to like elucidate some kind of underlying principle, right? Driver is to car as pilot is to plane. What would you be if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? Oh, well, I ate breakfast. No, that I ate breakfast is not the right answer. The right answer is I would be hungry, because even though in a world in which I didn't eat breakfast doesn't exist because it's a hypothetical, the point is testing the logic of what would X be if Y happened. And so when Fanatiq is talking about the reasons why, the logic of why he thinks a government has an obligation to its citizens, his logic was the government is made up of citizens. Okay, let's take that same logic he's using and just replace it with humans. The government's also made up of humans. Therefore, under the same logic of if the government is made up of something, then it has an obligation to that. Then the government should have an obligation to humans, right? He says no. He says no. That's hold on. He says no. That's he says
you're not contributing anything new.
This guy talked. This guy talked.
He was here for it.
This guy was.
I asked him a question.
He was
He's not saying anything new.
Listen, wait. Fanatiq. I asked him a question the same way I asked.
But he's not answering the question. He's just reading.
I don't give a Fanatiq. I don't give a fuck. I asked him the same question I asked you. You have to be courteous.
And I gave you something new. I didn't just the conversation.
You gave me an answer that I heard before when you came in.
No, I never mentioned that.
Fanatiq, I am out.
About as a global country, we would collectivize to deal with an existential threat. I had never mentioned that.
You literally did.
Conversation.
Fanatiq.
My memory is perfect in this situation.
No, it's not.
I never, ever, and I will bet you. We can bet right now any amount.
You know what? You're right. You're
never in any purpose, and never previously to you asking me that question. Never previously had I said anything about as a global collective we would deal with an existential threat.
Fanatiq.
I never said
I will take you at your word, Lactoid, because I know you understand. I will ask you this, Fanatiq. If the motherfucking Daleks from
answered it.
Yes, that's the question that Lactoid's trying to answer that you answered.
He's just retelling the conversation while contributing nothing new. That's my point.
I'm trying to be good faith here. I'm sorry.
Because when you asked me the question,
I'm trying to let Lactoid answer the question.
Okay, but he's not answering the question. When you asked me the question, I answered your question and gave you new information. You're asking him the question, and he's just revisiting the conversation. That's not
you answered in a succinct manner. Lactoid has his own answer. He has his own answer. Let him answer.
Revisiting the conversation and misconstruing and re-arguing. That's what he's doing. Again, I did not just simply retell the conversation. That's the distinction.
Whatever the case may be, dissect it as soon as he finishes, please.
Yeah, but he's just going on and just
let him
finish. Not answering the question.
Let him finish, please.
He may. Let him finish.
That's what I wanted to elucidate. I was taking your point.
You get the last word, Lactate. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, finish Lactate.
So I think this is a debate tactic, by the way, to try to throw your opponent off balance. But regardless,
don't do that.
So I think it is, just based on what I'm getting. But I'm trying to explain the logic because the question that I got and the explanation, or I guess it was several comments and then a question, the way it was phrased didn't seem to understand what I was trying to get at, right? So I'm trying to explain why when you're saying the situations have to be realistic, what I'm saying is that the point of the hypothetical, right? Well, the point of the hypothetical doesn't have to be realistic. And the reason why the specific human example is important is because the logic is the same, right? So the reason why I'm saying, well, isn't this also true with humans? I'm trying to hit a particular line of logic. So now the question is, all right, so we have these random designations of countries, right? And that there's a global threat. well, then the whole world needs to address it. But if there's a local threat based on just, again, arbitrary country lines, like why is this like Florida somehow local with Alaska? That doesn't make any sense to me, but apparently that's the way we've had it worked out. If there's some kind of local problems, then it's the government's responsibility to handle it and not the world's problem. The problem with this is, like, disease is a global threat. Thirst, dehydration, dying of hunger, dying of exposure, all of these are global threats in that human beings will die with certain diseases, right? They will die if they don't have access to water. These are things that apply everywhere. And some governments, right, some clubs that, you know, are different than ours simply don't have the water. They don't have the ability to prevent human beings from dying. Okay, give me a little bit of like leeway here, okay? Because Fanatiq talked over me for a lot of this time, okay?
Fanatiq talked over you, but I asked you a very simple question, and now, like, again, Fanatiq said you were stating entire conversation. He's right. I just need the specific answer to, like, yes, in that situation of the Daleks versus human, like, blah blah blah. The question I initially answered.
Yeah, and the reason why I would fight the aliens or whatever is because I value humans more than anything else. I value.
So
I'm not weaseling out of it. I value humans more than anything else.
No, that's fine. So to my original question on, like, how realistic should we keep these scenarios? In your opinion, how realistic can we keep these scenarios? Because for me, like you said, hypotheticals are a way of testing ideas and logic. For me, there is a very different logic to where we're talking about taking care of the entire world, Tony Stark style, shield around the planet, blah, 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 blah. And then the very realistic setting we live in where we're not logical at all, and we might just do some of the horrible shit we're doing because of, like, I need to know how realistic we're keeping the setting, so I know how to track that logic. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, your hypothetical that you gave. What if the Dalek invade? This is a unrealistic hypothetical. The aliens.
Cool. Like you're right.
But I answered it. No. Stop. No. There's nothing wrong with it being unrealistic. I answered the hypothetical. Yes, I because the point of your hypothetical was not trying to be realistic. The point was trying to elucidate what are Lactoid's principles. I understood that, which is why I answered the hypothetical. It's a perfectly fine hypothetical. What would you do if aliens invaded? Yes, perfectly fine, even if it's unrealistic, because why are you asking that question? You're trying to get at the principle that I hold, which is I value humans.
So my thing is, like, I'm trying to... Oh, Fanatiq already left. Damn.
Yeah, no.
Never mind.
No,
I was just trying to figure... I was trying to figure out where that disagreement...
So can we let Ancom in here? Can we let Ancom in here?
How would you solve the Daleks, Ancom?
You don't solve the Daleks. They exterminate. That's all that happened.
Yeah, like, part of my thing, like, I was going to respond to
There's one way to solve the Daleks, and that's to call him the fucking doctor. If y'all are doing anything else, you're wrong. Daleks will destroy every military on Earth. That is not the reason.
No, there's one other planet that's just blowing up the fucking planet, like, before they get to you.
Yes, the unit did have that plan and almost put it into action, but you know, they what's the word? Oh, that's right. Came to their senses because that was insane. Anyways, so what was frustrating me during that absolutely unhinged screaming match between Lactoid and Fanatiq was that Lactoid kept asking Fanatiq why a government has a greater, I'm generalizing, why a government has a greater responsibility to its own people than to people in some other country. That was essentially the question you were asking, right, Lactoid? What Fanatiq was trying to say, and I'm not sure if he didn't have the words, or maybe I have a different understanding of this reason than he does, but it is because a government exists only because it has the consent of the governed. And because of that reason, because of its existence is owed to the people who over whom it is governing, it therefore has a responsibility to them over other people that this government is not governing.
It just, again, it's self-defining. So you're saying, like, you're saying that government owes to its people because it answers to the people. Okay, why does it answer to those people? Why does this government thing exist that answers those people? Okay, it answers those people because that's the way we structure the government, in a way to provide resources to the people that we value. Ultimately, at the end of the day, whenever like we decide we're voting, money doesn't go to illegal immigrants; it goes to citizens. How could you like the difficulty with this argument is it just seems so like obvious that I'm trying to engage with it in good faith, and I'm trying to like I'm really trying to assume that people are like being good faith when they're making this argument. But if you have two people that you don't know, you've never met in your life, one's in Alaska and one's in Kenya, and they both look the same, they both act the same, they both do the same amount of work, but you think one, because they happen to be a citizen, is deserving of money, but the other one is not, like, you know, everything else seems to me to be extraneous, right? Like, oh,
Now,
it's made up of its people. What does that mean? This person's never been involved in government. What does it mean? This government is made up of this random guy in Alaska who's too poor to afford surgery.
Okay, first of all, I don't agree with Fanatiq's assertions here. I'm just trying to explain what I believe was his thought process.
Don't do that. Just do your thing.
All right. Fair enough. Okay, so if it's between a random person in Alaska and a random person in Kenya, and I have a X amount of money to help them, I would likely split it evenly because, quite frankly, I have no evidence that either of them would get more utility out of it than the other.
Okay.
I'll answer and I'll say, like, yeah, like if you're telling me like there's the same person in Alaska and then the same person in Kenya,
yeah,
for me, the fact that they're, again, this is why I asked about the reality of the hypothetical, because there is a government. It is not a body that Pyro Tyrant picked himself. This is a body of government, a form of government that has just been established, and like we've been running under the whole, like, you know, ideology that we've bought into since we're born. Yeah, I have to take that into account because there is that subliminal indoctrination within me that tells me, yeah, the people who subscribe under this way of life that we have designated as the, you know, United States of America, they are owed something. So for me, I would look at these two individuals as Kenyan descent and American Alaskan descent. One of them, I know exactly the terms and agreements they abided by when they were born because they are me. I was born in them too, Alaskan. I don't know what the fuck the Kenyan government has promised their people.
What did they agree by being? You really think like getting away from just like the kind of fancy words? Like, do you think someone agrees to something just by having been born in Alaska? Like, there's some kind of like deep spiritual level of agreement to like the American system when you get born in Alaska compared to some Kenyan?
If after the age of 18
on this one.
If after the age of 18, like, yeah, they decide to stay, like, yeah, I do believe so. When it comes to children and whatnot, unfortunately, I'm one of those weird sickos that, like, yeah, they are under the jurisdiction and order of their parents and the people who are deemed, like, to take care of them. Like, unfortunately, because of the reality I have lived, like, if a child is forcibly removed from their parent home and, like, they're moved across countries, like, they may have different leanings as an adult, but as a child, like, the laws kind of stipulate I have to look at how their parents decide for them. Unfortunately, that's how I'm coming at it.
I understand, but all I'm saying is I think the reason why you're coming at this is because you value American children more than you value Kenyan children. And the 18-year-old who happens to like live in Alaska, let's say they don't do anything when they turn 18, they just continue to live everything they've been doing. Like, it's, again, seems hard for me to believe like this person has now by somehow like turning 18, they have now implicitly agreed to like the government in a way that allows them to like get resources. But like the Kenyan, well, they not only do they not agree, they don't even have the opportunity to agree.
I'll tell you where this comes from.
Why don't they have opportunity? Because they're not within the imaginary line.
I'll tell you where this comes from. This comes from me judging myself. Like, again, I live in New York State. I live like right next to the Canadian border. If I wanted to at the age of 24, like, yeah, I could hop, skip states and like become a Canadian. It's not that hard for me. Like, it may be wrong, and I will fully admit that to the panel, to the jury of the panel. It may be wrong for me to view that, but like after 18, I did have a decision at that very least on where I live and how I live my life. I could decide to, you know, move across state and become homeless. Will I do that? Fuck no. Because I'm like, I could though. I do have the choice versus where I was under the age of 18. No. like if I ran away, the police would hunt me down when my mother and my father decided to, report me missing, and then they would bring me back to the exact place. Like
All right.
that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So like I may be different from Ancom and like the other people there.
I was gonna say something, but I'll let Alex go because I saw his hand up.
No, my biggest thing on this is, unfortunately, the answer is yes. Those arbitrary lines matter, and those
That's what I'm
arbitrary
coming at it.
lines that you have. And I'm coming from one of the people that the arbitrary line was put over us, and groups of people that arbitrary line became. Hey, guess what? I mean, one of the big ones is COFA, Compact of Free Association. Micronesia is now allowed to come into the U.S. Why? Because the U.S. decided to test atomic bombs there. And now you're dealing with the population and all of it because, hey, guess what? You decided to make a choice, and now you're dealing with it. It's the same thing with Samoa. The U.S. decided to go across the ocean because it would be perfect if everything was just stopped right there at the Pacific, stopped right there at Atlantic, but it didn't. And so now you're having to deal with populations that are unfortunately other. Because one of the big ones is, look at the Hispanic veterans that are not U.S. citizens. They're in Mexico. And the issues that they have because they've been deported, but the U.S. government owes them because, hey, guess what? They fought the wars, bad shit wars that nobody can say now, oh, this is justice. This is no. Now everybody's like, well, these were shitty wars. Because the vast majority would not join, would not serve. Now you have these other groups that, I hate to say it, you owe something to. You owe something to because, hey, guess what? That's the contract that they signed when they took that oath to fight for a country that wasn't theirs, to wear a flag that wasn't theirs.
So I'm gonna do my thing finally. It's been a while. I haven't said anything because it's been fucking insane. And Lactoid, I'm gonna say
Sorry,
right
sorry,
now.
Leafy.
No, don't fucking say sorry to
Nah,
me.
this was fun.
You've been fucking fantastic because you made people have to face their demons. They faced the void faced back, and you were just like, so and it's been good. The reality is you accepted these people accepted these particular outcomes when in reality we are one entire species of humanity. There's enough resources for everyone because we want to put people's next to the knife of saying what is and what isn't a sacrifice for one another. We could easily make means for everyone, but instead the US government, and this is the main thing I'm going to put out there, the US government has enough money to fight off China and Russia at the same time. That is our diplomatic strategy. That money that goes into that military regime does not go to making sure all the people in America are doing well. We have more than enough resources across this planet to make sure we're all cool. But because we want to allow this line to be drawn and we want to accept it, fucking eat that shit. Until we decide to stop eating that shit, we're going to keep eating that shit. Enjoy.
Can I ask one? I mean, I do have to go soon. I actually have work tomorrow morning. But
Yeah, it's about the end of it.
a question I had for you, all of you, maybe this can be the final question. Is there anything, Fanatiq was talking about like zooming out, right? But it's the same logic. Is anything stopping me from zooming in? Is there anything like all of your arguments have been about citizenry versus non-citizenry? Could your arguments also be used to refer to race over other races, right? What if like a white nationalist, for example, sort of saying, look, this is our group, this is our people, this is our thing. Like, sorry, you guys just aren't part of the group. We govern ourselves. You'll get the first pass.
Go ahead. I'm severely anti-tribalism, but go ahead, continue.
Sure, right. So maybe this doesn't apply to you then, right? But so like a racist person who's like really putting this forward of like, I can't really describe why like this is a separate commune, a community of white people, but like it just is. And for all of you who aren't part of it, sorry, fuck you guys.
No,
don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that.
No, I get what you mean.
You froze up in the middle of it.
Froze.
Oh, did you hear me?
All we got was
the last 10 words of your sentence. We didn't.
Sorry. Yeah. So okay. So yeah, I can see right now my network for some reason is pretty low. So if I cut out again, I apologize. What would stop a white nationalist from simply saying, this is our group, this is our community, we only have a responsibility to our community because our white government is only made up of white people, therefore all other minorities, you're simply not part of it. What would stop someone from doing that under your logic?
Honestly, the fact that you've got to deal with the other 35 other groups that are
Nobody
there that are
puts
saying
hands
the
up,
same thing.
Pyro. I'm sorry.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that's the biggest thing. I mean, in the United States, we have white, black, Mexican, Hispanic, Asian. And I hate to say it, you want to go make a commune out in Montana and be with everybody? Okay, until you step over a line. You can believe whatever the hell you want because that's what this country's founded on. The minute you step over this line that says,
Everybody
hey,
gets
guess
an
what?
answer, Pyro. Promise.
I'm
Everybody
going to
gets an
start pushing
answer.
this, and you're going to get pushback. I mean, and then that's it. And you're just going to get pushed back, and you're probably going to get pushed back by a whole bunch of bald-headed dudes like me who are like, all right, put this shit back on. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to kick the shit out of you. And other ones like me, and then we're going to go right back under our rocks like we always do. I mean, that's unfortunately, it's the monopoly on violence. And we've spread it out as much as we possibly could. At the same time, we try to regulate the shit out of it. And that's what stops it.
I have a second add-on question.
Is bigger than all.
Wait, no. You know what?
Pyro
No
wants
second
to
add-on
answer.
Fair.
They're like, because like your question is a really good one. The reason like I like these conversations, specifically like these panels, is because of this. We ask the really real questions that like are hard to answer. I do not agree with what Alex just said. Because there's like to your question on like what stops the white supremacist and under our logic, nothing. Absolutely nothing. One of the biggest problems that I have as a lefty person, as a communist, yada yada yada, who comes on here is the fact that I always have to ask the question: what happens when we win? What happens to the individuals just like me when I win? If Fanatiq wins, if all the black people get what we want, if all the independent people get what we like, if we get what we want, what happens to the people like us who will look at our brand of government and say, this is unjust? This is broken. This is unfair. What happens to those people? I can't give you the answer that it will be better for the simple fact that those groups in America are already brewing. When we talk about like radical, racist black people, like we have those. When we talk about the white supremacists, we have those in the KKK. When we talk about every individual group of people in America who have to fight and claw their way and find their space in this country, we have the supremacists. We have hell, Alex is one of them. I don't give a fuck about how many bones America has to stand on as long as my people are taken care of. That is a direct product of the logic that me, Fanatiq, all of us lefties are spitting when we're talking about like, yo, we want the equal treatment because, and I hate that he's muted and his camera's not on because Icor was right. There has to be a moment at stopping and being altruistic and looking at the other that I don't know where the line is. I can't tell you. So my answer is there's nothing to stop it. There's nothing to stop, the nice radical, communist leftist agenda from becoming the next authoritarian hellhole because there is a fucking line there. If you're worried about protecting everything that you are and everything that was the past, and you're not looking towards the future, what do you become other than funny mustache man trying to like protect Germany? Because that's what you will become when you start just closing off America, closing off all our, imports and like how much help we can get, like you're trying to say. At a certain point, that's what happens. If we get to a point like Icor was talking, like Lethe was talking, where we have so much access, but we're so fucking hell bent on protecting it, it looks like excluding the rest. It looks like keeping everybody else out. And that comes with every revolutionary fight. That comes with every ethnicity. That comes with every struggle. If black people today were to say, yo, we want to make sure America is built and, protected for black people because we built this country. At a certain point, 500, in the future, that's going to look really fucking bad. The same way it did when, the founders landed on this country for whatever fucking reason. And they said, yo, we need to protect our own. And then that turned into just exterminating Native Americans, keeping black people in chains and slavery, importing other people from the rest of the world solely to build just your foundation and then forgetting about them, incorporating Hawaii, Puerto Rico, all of these islands And then once you have them, just like, I don't know what the fuck to do with them. I don't know what the fuck to do with it. Like, that's what it looks like. Eventually, you just kind of forget about them. And you're just worried about, like you're trying to say, the system at hand, the American dream, yada, yada, yada. Now it's just about protecting America. But what about the rest of the world? Not even the rest of the world. What about the rest of the continent? The hemisphere we promised to protect. Monroe Doctrine. We're not doing it. It always ends in failure because we never broaden our horizons, like Icor said.
Okay, who's next? Well, Lactoid wanted to elaborate. So
I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lactoid, could you just repeat kind of the question? Because I've had both Alex and Pyro go, and
so it's the perfect. That's totally fine. It's a perfect opportunity for me to add my little extra question.
I was hoping you would.
Yeah. So, I guess the first question is, using this logic, this arbitrary logic of here's X group that I value more in terms of allocation of resources. Why couldn't that exact same logic be used for race? Why couldn't somebody say, look, this is a community made by whites, for whites, made up of whites, the government's all whites, therefore the government has a responsibility to white people and white people only, et cetera, et cetera. Well, like, it seems like the logic that you guys are using would equally apply to race. And then also, for those of you who are brave enough to actually answer the question, do you value people of your own race more than other people?
No.
All right. So to answer the first question, you're actually exactly right here. Like the logic of nationalism, of tribalism, of choosing a group over any other group, essentially the logic of exclusionary thinking. Yes, that can and has absolutely been used to justify the exact kind of things you're talking about. The thing that I've been trying to argue for tonight hasn't been based on tribalism. It's been based on pragmatism. Who can I help in the moment? Like, who do I have the most power to help? The hypothetical you posed an hour plus ago, where, you know, if there was some way to empirically demonstrate that, you know, my X amount of money would do more good going to a water project in in Kenya than helping, you know, a homeless American on the street, I would take that evidence and I would do with it, you know, I would try to maximize my good, because I don't care about the invisible lines. I don't care about the arbitrary names. But in my experience, it is more effective for me to help those with whom I am in proximity than someone far away. I can do more with the resources I have closer to me than farther away from me. That is not always going to be the case in every situation, but as a general rule, that is true. So, in attempting to help people, as many as I am able to, I will tend to prefer the people who are closer to me because of that general rule. If there is a change in circumstance, a change in evidence that says I can help more people that aren't close to me, then yes, I will consider changing that, and it will be very dependent. But generally speaking, I'm going to try and help the people that are closest to me, not necessarily closest to me in an emotional or relational sense, but people who are closest to me in a physical sense. So, as for your second question of do I value people of my own race or skin color over others? Absolutely not.
I'm gonna please allow me to caveat this, because it's not a very simple question. Okay, hold on. No, okay, I'm gonna tell you because it isn't. When I am back home in Samoa, the answer is yes. When I go back home to American Samoa, do I value my people and my tribe and my village and my family above all else? The answer is yes. Within that community, do I value the other veterans of the U.S. military that have paid for us to maintain that territorial status and to pay for our elders? The answer is yes. When I come to Hawaii, I have to take the fact that, hey, guess what? I am in the United States. I have to play by the rules and the laws here. Do I value the state of Hawaii over the other 49? Yes. Do, absolutely. Do I value the Samoans here? Within the letters of the laws that the state of Hawaii has, the answer is value them, but it does not mean that I won't sacrifice them to maintain stability. Stability is, to me, the most important part of it because I've seen what unstable is. I've seen what unstable was in Iraq. I've seen what unstable is when I was a deputy sheriff. And I hate to say it, the one thing I do absolutely agree with Pyro on, everybody wants fucking change until they get it. And then the change that they start, by the time they're finished with this shit, then they're like, well, why am I the one up against the goddamn wall? You wanted the change, and now guess what? You're the one that's stopping that change from happening because somebody else has said, well, I don't quite like the way this goes. No, and so the answer to it is yes. And when I go back to the United States, I value the United States over the other hundreds of countries in the world. Yes, I do. And the reason is just because of that. I joined the U.S. military to protect the United States military. The United States military protects an island because you guys were talking about China and you guys were talking about all of this stuff. Remember, when's the last time you guys ran away from a nuclear warning? I remember. I remember what it was like when my kids were on the other side of the island. I remember what it was like when my cousin's over there trying to save tourists because she's trying to save people that aren't her own people. Try to get them at Ko'olau up into the goddamn bunkers and seal herself in the bunkers and not knowing where the rest of her family is. Okay, for you guys, I get it. Why do I say yes? I take Hawaii and I protect this place more than it. Guess what? The decisions that are made in Washington, D.C. lead to a nuclear alarm, and it was accidental. Great. But we have family members here who lived through the Cold War. I was in Europe during the Cold War. I remember what had happened when the shit wasn't a joke anymore. I remember what it was like when they were loading military families onto military aircraft to get us the hell out of Germany because they thought the shit was real.
Lethe,
We
can I
had
say
people
something
that
real
died
quick?
here.
Yeah,
So
please.
this is the reason. I'm sorry.
After he
please,
gets done. After he gets done. Well, as soon
Yeah,
as
no, it's
Alex
okay.
is
Go,
done.
go. No, it's okay. But like I said, yes, I do value them over the others. Yes, and I know it's harsh and I know it's bad, but that's something I'm willing to eat. If I got to go to hell for that, so be it.
Hold on, that's for
My
like
kids will never have to
the
make
level
that sin
of
for that.
honesty. I'm dead serious. I respect everything about your answer. I think it was very honest, and the fact you're straight up just saying it. I can respect that. I fully respect that. 100%.
My only thing was
Yeah,
to add,
I can't even say there's anything wrong with what you said.
You cut off Pyro and so
Sorry,
hard.
like no, it's fine because like that's what I was basically getting at because I'm reading chat and it's like, oh, quite an old man, and it's like, but he's fucking right, bro, and that's what I'm talking about. I don't have those problems. When you ask the question of like, yo, do you know what it's like to flee from a nuclear war? No, I don't. That's a fucking history book textbook lesson for me. Now expand that to real world issues of the modern day. And then like when Lactoid asked me like the healthcare problem and we're talking about like in the world there are active war zones and all that shit. Like I don't have experience with 90% of this shit. I'm a privileged American living in my room. So when Lactoid asked me these questions, I'm going to have a different answer. Alex's answer was so fucking honest for the simple fact that like those are experiences that most of us haven't
But
had
I'm
to
going to tell you
deal
this.
with.
I don't want you to have those experiences. I don't want
you just muted yourself.
Sorry, I don't want you to ever have those experiences or my children. I don't want to live in a world where my people pretty much play football, we crackheads, we make movies that are kind of so, and we're the mercenaries of the United States. We get paid to go do bad stuff in other places. So do the Micronesians, so do the Gomanians, and I don't want to live in this type of world. But guess what? This is the world we live in. And as sad and as fucked up it is, I'm grateful that you're like, I've never dealt with that. Good. And I pray not that you, because you're older. It may happen, but I pray not for you, but for your kids and your grandkids. Because they're the ones that are going to suffer for it because, hey, guess what? They don't have an old fuddy-duddy who's like, hey, I remember what it was like to do this. Give it 2 generations when they're like, where the fuck did this shit come from? And it's so far out off to the side that they're like, I have no reference for this at all. and nobody else they can go back and say, "Hey, old man, come here, explain this shit to me. How the fuck did this work? Oh, okay, well, this is how it worked. It sucked, but you can get through it."
I mean, that's one of the
And
reasons,
that's
like, I listen to y'all, because, like, even though I disagree with Lactoid and, like, I might disagree with you on some things, it's like, bro, what happens to the people like me if I fucking win? If I get everything I want, like, are the people like me going to be tolerated? Because probably
So
not.
I want to just,
Ooh,
I'm
I
gonna,
just said what I just said in the chat. Damn
nice.
it.
I'm gonna just, I guess, answer my own questions, elaborate a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go. I think that you're right. You guys are right that the logic is identical when it comes to racism, when it comes to nationalism, when it comes to sexism, when it comes to family, when it comes to everything. Right? All of these designations are just people valuing some people more than others, and everybody does it. Um, well, I'm personally not a very tribal person in that I don't feel a sense of allegiance to, intrinsically to any nation. I like certain nations based on the ideals that they put forward, but the moment those nations stop doing what I want them to do, I throw them in the trash bin. I don't care about them anymore, right? I only value nations for the morality and the goodness they can bring to the world, because ultimately, at the end, all of those things to me are far more important than tribalism. So when I said I respect your answer, Alex, I don't fully agree with it for myself,
Hey,
but
thank you.
but I respect it because it's a level of honesty where when I ask people, you just value this group of people more than this other group of people, right? People don't want to answer that because it's going to make them look like a bad person, like they're afraid of the perception. But we all do this to some extent, and being more honest about it, I think is genuinely a good thing. I myself, I don't have, I'm not above this, right? I value my family more than I value other people. I value my friends more than I value other people. I'm less tribalistic because I don't have connections to nation or race or any of that stuff. But when it comes to my I guess what I would refer to inner circle, I do have those connections, and I do have that level of tribalism to some extent in which I value those people. I value them more than I value other people. Just like I value some things more than I value other things. It's a part of being human. I wasn't trying to be mean to anybody when I was just telling, like when I kept fucking saying, just say it, just say it. The reason I just wanted to hit this fucking on the head is because I just feel like we're not honest enough in society
Can I get
about
a
just recognizing that.
clarification real quick? Lactoid, can I get a
Yeah,
clarification real quick?
yeah.
Uh, and it's not you, it's only because of like these weird online spaces we move in. People like to hide messagings and other like deeper meanings and whatnot. So I just want to be clear. When you say you respect the honesty in the answer, it's not because he answered your secondary question of do you view the race that you are associated with more than other people, right? It's because like the reasoning behind it was, just kind of basically the tribalistic way.
No. I respect it because of the honesty of it. Ultimately, all tribalism is just arbitrary. Where we just say we value it because we feel it. I like.
Oh no, I'm asking specifically because your specific question was about like, okay, do you value the people of your race more than others? I'm making sure it's not about like the race thing, and it's just about like the admission of the whole tribalist aspect. Because I answered that question, and it's like, no, as an American, I don't view black people more important than other
So
Americans. So
just
like, I just want to make sure that.
yeah, to reiterate, I personally don't value any race over another race. That's my personal conception.
Okay.
But people who do, if as long as they're honest about it, maybe this separates me from a lot of people. I'm going to respect that if they're honest about it. In the same way, I'm going to respect people who value their own citizens or value their own family or value anything like that. That's up to them. It's not something that I share, but I think this has been a good experience, and I think really elucidating what does it mean to value somebody, and what does it mean to value somebody more than somebody else. I think that's at the end of the day, that's like the most interesting part of this discussion.
Can I just say one thing? Okay,
Who do
we're
I
in Samoa.
raid?
No, at home. Sorry, my dogs are getting damn knuckleheads. We don't have, and we've never had democracy. Okay, we have chiefs. We still have, tribal elders. Democracy doesn't work, and it has not worked in most of Polynesia. We don't have that. Democracy is something that came from the West, and it's something that unfortunately does not work back home. I mean, there's reasons why even the U.S. government has said, yeah, the Samoans have decided not to fully partake of being American citizens, and these are the reasons why, because it would take away, we would lose our islands, and so we had to make a choice, and we did.
So
We chose
so
Samoa as the way it is.
this is exactly the problem, and I want to speak to you and Lactoid. This is why tribalism does not work. Tribalism comes from needing to carve out a niche for yourself. You need to carve out land for yourself to survive. You need to carve out certain instances for these things to continue to work. Once you get away from having to do that, and we have a global society where we all take care of each other, those instances shouldn't come into play. I want to say every society that was doing well for itself, based like in the before we started getting the governments and things like that, we're doing fine. But then the Native Americans got fucked, Samoans got fucked, all the tribal societies, all of Africa got fucked because they threw each other under the bus for trying to keep their own personal swath of area. They wanted to have their area of influence and hold it, and they're willing to throw their own people. This is why we had chattel slavery. If it wasn't for tribalism, there wouldn't have been fucking chattel slavery in America or in the Middle East. This is how we got fucked.
There also wouldn't be family.
There would still be family. You can still have a family and not put your family above all of humanity, because humanity would be covering for your
But
family.
see, this is the weird point where I have to, and I hate to do this, Leafy, I have to
Go ahead.
jump on Lactoid's point. Like, if we're talking about humanity as it is right now, some point in our past, you're right, it wasn't all about family, but it was about the fucking tribe, right? If you wanted your tribe to continue, you kind of had to do what needed to be done. And that includes things that we found recently where it's like we didn't just leave the old and the sick to die, we dragged them along with us and shit like that. Like, we mended bones, but I struggle to find, and if there's any people who have any evidence with that, it's like, did we do that for other tribes when, like, there was a fucking mammoth hunt and, the enemy tribe, they ran away and they left their sick to die? Like, did we mend their bones? Did we find
We
the
should
ultra
have.
we should have, but this is where I get into my whole reality-based shit, bullshit, I apologize. Did we?
And they'd have been a part of your
Did we?
tribe.
I mean, depending on, through the course of just my online activity, I talked to a lot of North American indigenous people about their history and culture, and I do find a lot of anecdotes and stories regarding how they treated people from other nations, other groups, even during wartime, and like it was very different to how we might conceptualize it today. But yeah, there were a lot of cases where like they would take in and try to help and care for someone even from a rival nation, because that's just that was
What
part
you
of
do.
their basic ethos.
And so
So like
ultimately, as we
maybe it's
become a
not
global community,
common,
we're
I
a
don't
global
know.
community at this point. So fucking each other over really isn't the way it should work. We have full connection. Like, if everybody was able to connect via the internet and everything else, we would see each other as just, oh, we're all people. We go through struggles. We go through all this shit. So not helping our fellow
Yes,
man.
I gotta go because I forgot to make my wife's dinner, so she's gonna chew my ass out because I was talking
Hey.
to you guys.
Oh,
Oh,
you gotta go
shit.
do that right now, man.
Bro,
Big ups to the
everybody, I'm gonna go
matriarchy. The
get my ass chewed out
matriarchy
by the-
again. I'll have
Yeah.
that conversation another day, why the matriarchy
do it.
needs to have a
I'm a
big
Samoan
one.
About to
married
get
to an
your ass
Apache
chewed
Indian,
out.
so I'm done. I'm Samoan married to Apache Indian, and
You
I'm
cooked,
done. And
bud.
she just got home
Sorry.
from work.
Oh, you
and
double
I'm
tribed
done.
out? No wonder you're getting ate up.
Yeah, no. Okay. Aloha, guys. It has been really awesome. Thank you guys for talking. Aloha,
So,
everybody.
like, the
We'll catch
things
you guys
that
later.
tended
Yeah,
to,
I'm gonna bounce too, guys. Leafy,
yeah,
are you gonna
it's
keep?
been a good night.
Are you gonna keep streaming? I can raid out end to you. I don't know if in a little bit. Are you gonna keep streaming, or are you gonna be done soon?
I'm gonna end. Oh no, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. I can't
All right,
stop.
fair enough. Fair
Don't
enough.
stop till you get enough. Don't
Good talk,
stop till
everybody.
you
Stop
get
till you
Thank you.
get enough
Thank you for tolerating my
of the FC.
my horrible noise gate
I
problem.
didn't
Whatever the fuck.
tolerate shit.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for the first time you've been here. It's been fucking dope.
I appreciate you guys.
And
Thank you so
was
much.
that your first time with Fanatiq?
That was
Or-
not. I'm normally a very
Oh,
calm, very easygoing person, but sometimes if like you put somebody who's really aggressive and like can provoke me, I can lose my temper. So it happens. It's not above me. So, but it happened. It is what it is. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope you come back. Thank you,
Yep,
my
definitely.
dude. Been a blast.
All right. Okay. Holy shit. First thing I want to do is apologize to all of you for the potential ear rape that happened with my mic. I have a noise pop filter and I have a sleeve to hopefully cut down as much as possible on the gain. Like I've been really fighting on making sure audio is right, and sometimes when I lose my shit, I start yelling, and I'm sure when I start yelling, it probably cuts out or blasts your ears. And so for those of you uh, who had some ear problem, I apologize. I actually looked, and after that yelling match, I somebody dropped off my follower list. So you in particular, if you're still around, deeply apologize. Did I lose on a Fanatiq? Yeah, absolutely. When I didn't start it. Right? When you start talking down to somebody very condescendingly, calling them a liar, being very aggressive and very like, oh, well, obviously anyone who doesn't believe this is an idiot. I'm going to match that energy a little bit. And then it's going to be a back and forth because Fanatiq doesn't back down. And then it's going to lead to some loud arguments. I really though, the reason why I'm like still smiling, the reason why I'm still I came in after the volume went up and up, what was it that touched it off? He called me a liar like 4 times. He says bad faith, I'm stupid. And then I matched it, started going back and basically called him a weasel. He kept interrupting me. I kept repeating over and over again, you're a weasel, you're a fucking weasel. Yeah, it went crazy. But I'm really happy with the exchange for one part though, which is I really, really think I won that argument when I pointed out when the main argument was, it's made up of citizens, therefore it has an obligation to citizens. Well, it's also made up of humans, doesn't have obligation to humans. Afterwards, no, his handle is not weasel. I was calling Fanatiq a weasel because he was weaseling around the word value by using the word responsible. Like, oh, I'm not saying I value these people. I'm just saying the government is responsible for them. Or really, the government should be responsible for them. Now, why should the government be responsible for them? Obviously, value, but that was the whole argument. After that, by the way, after he left, I was thinking about it was just kind of going in my head. There's a couple other reductios I could have used there. Like not just well, government's made up of humans, therefore wouldn't all humans be applicable to protection of the government? That's zooming out. All right, well, let's zoom in. What if the government's only made up of white people? Under Fanatiq's logic, then, if the government's only made up of white citizens, does the government only have an obligation to white citizens? There is no way. There's no way that he'd bite that bullet. I wish I thought about that one first, honestly. I think that would have been it would have been a little bit more in depth than and maybe given him like an out of like, oh, you're calling me racist or whatever, than the human example. But I think that's a very comparable example that really would have hit. I also think it's important to really assert that my point in all of this is not to actually push for America to pay for everyone in the world's healthcare. I have a libertarian point behind this, I promise. The point of all of this was not only to explore what people value, which I think is kind of laying the groundwork for people to establish a subjective value framework, which is the basis of good economics and the basis of libertarian theory. But it's to kind of get away from this assumption, because people are not comfortable with paying for everyone else's in the world's healthcare, right? But for some reason, they're like a little bit comfortable with paying for like, oh, our own citizen, our person. And so to really like analyze that and break that down as to, you have no real reason to call this person your person. What I'm trying to break down there is the position of universal healthcare, right? The position that we should have to pay for everybody else. Because when you argue against that, when you say, no, you shouldn't have to pay for everyone else's healthcare, the response is, oh, Lactoid, you're selfish. You don't care about other people. You're just closed-minded because you don't want to pay for other people's healthcare. Well, you also don't want to pay for other people's healthcare. You just have like a little bit of a wider area that you are willing to pay healthcare for that happens to end at the territory borderline of America. That's pretty fucking arbitrary. That doesn't make any sense. If you're going to moralize to me, if you're going to moralize and say that I'm a bad person for not supporting universal healthcare, then aren't you a bad person for not supporting the healthcare of poor African migrants, or maybe not even migrants, just poor Africans living in Africa, or Indians who don't have access to running water, or if their running water is super tainted with cadmium or other tanneries all over the place. There's, this is ultimately because it's important to break down. I think nationalism is a big government idea. It is, because once you've established nationalism, then you can establish, well, we can redistribute in this small little club where everyone gets a piece of the pie. When in reality, nobody deserves a piece of somebody else's pie. This sounded kind of weird, but it's true. Not a great argument, because those in favor of universal healthcare are likely to be in favor of foreign aid. They are, but not to the same extent, right? That's why it's important to break it down, because I don't disagree with you. They're going to be, they're going to want foreign aid more so, I suppose, than a nationalist. They're still going to want to treat citizenry different. And they're going to use that difference not as an argument for more foreign aid, but instead as an argument for more welfare and more services for their own citizens. I think the assumption this is based moralism is a bit of a canard. The whole point of giving up personal sovereignty and whatever policy is self-interest on both sides of the coin. Yeah, it's not on both sides of the both sides of the coin is assuming like me and the government, when in reality it's me and everyone else in society, some portion of those people who have designated themselves as the authorities and hold power over me. And there are some people in which it is not a self-interest on both sides of the coin. You have a lot of people who live off my work, who live off not just my work, but the work of other people. There are people who wake up every day and go to work and work very hard, and there's people who don't. And the people who don't tend to be left-wingers, just saying. So, and by the way, feel free to disagree with me, guys. I know for a fact that I have some civic nationalists here in this chat. And I think that's why it was also important for me at the end to clarify that, that Alex guy, I respect his answer, because he was just straight up, he fucking just came out and fucking said it. I value Samoans more. He said it. That's an admission, right? That's an admission. You guys can value Americans more. You have to admit that's what you're doing, okay? Because I'm not going to deal with, dishonesty here. We don't do dishonesty here. But I am, if you wanted to say you value American citizens more than other people in the world, that's fine. You can say that. This is your personal value system in which you value them more. Great. I don't share that value as much as you guys, but my only main gripe was that when I've said that, just admit that you value American citizens more, just like you value your own kids more, or you value your mom more, or you value your friends more. You also just value citizens more. Just admit it. And they wouldn't fucking admit it, except for Ty admitted it because he was being. I think I may have had this conversation with him before, and I think he knew what I was kind of getting at. So he was honest and answered right away. That Alex guy answered and was pretty honest. And I was also really satisfied because that one other guy, I forget what his name is. I didn't have the names up because it was Discord, but there was this other guy, the far left guy. I think he's like an anarcho-communist. His ANCOM, I think, is maybe what he goes by. I think at the end I convinced him. At the very end, he said, "You know what? I think you're right. I think I agree with what you're saying." So, could be a two-sided, could be a double-edged sword, I suppose. Maybe this is going to push them to like rethink how much they should be giving to citizens, or maybe they're just going to be like, "Yeah, you're right. We should give everything to foreign aid," which they're not going to do because it's unworkable. And if they propose that, they're never going to win an election again. So, good luck. Now, if I go around proposing that citizens aren't special, the people who vote aren't special and don't deserve the world, I'm also probably not going to win any elections if I ever run. But is what it is. That guy wearing a T-shirt said that no one was illegal. Well, no, actually, the T-shirt didn't say that. The T-shirt said one is illegal, and I could tell by the top it was a picture of Donald Trump. And I think it's like a joke, like Trump is illegal because the indictments. But he's Canadian apparently, so I mean even the Canadians are interested in American political framework. Foreign aid can have massive returns on investment, look at the Marshall Plan, biggest example. But in general, the U.S. profits. It can profit as long as there are very specific circumstances in place. And the aid is very contingent on U.S. control, because that Marshall Plan didn't get like, oh, just free money. It was, oh yeah, you get like supplies and everything. Oh, and you're not a country, you're an occupied territory, and the local authority is the U.S. military, right? But I mean, it was largely successful. The United States. I want to stop using the word "we" because tribalist. But the U.S. was able to turn the Germany into a lot better country than it was before. That's for damn sure, right? A lot less fascist. Obviously, it's still like a European big government, which I disagree with on a couple of things. But at least they're not committing genocide, which I would say genocide is very, very bad. Very bad. We're not a fan of mass killings here. So, I mean, that was kind of a post-mortem, shoot the shit after the debate. This is my first Lethe Watercry panel. He asked me to come on. I was working late. I almost wasn't able to get on in time. I was literally like 5 minutes beforehand in the shower. But got here right on time. As usual. It's fucking usual. I fucking made it. And we did a stream on a Wednesday, which I've been saying I was going to do, and sometimes don't do it. But this Wednesday, I fucking did it. And it was a loud and explosive stream, which, is there some kind of greater social commentary? Potentially. But it was about something substantive, so I'll give it a pass. It was about something substantive. Are you in the center politically? I'm guessing the question's for me. Maybe it was for somebody else. But if it was for somebody else, then they can answer. But I'll answer too. I would not consider myself to be in the center. I would consider myself to be a right-wing libertarian. Now, there are anarcho-capitalists who will say, Lactoid, you're not a real libertarian because you believe in the existence of the government, which is fair. Totally fair. All these political identities are made up. They don't, they only matter as a form of linguistic efficiency. You could just say what you are without people having to like fully explain, okay, so what do you believe about guns? What do you believe about abortion? You can just say, like, generally speaking, I am libertarian in the sense of, I'm not like a full-on anarcho-capitalist in the sense of I think we have to have a minimal government. Sorry for all of my anarcho-capitalist friends in chat. I think we need to have a limited government that provides basic protections, such as law enforcement, the military, court system, and we should be privatizing as much as we possibly can. I believe strongly in freedom of speech. The reason why, by the way, I think we should be privatizing as much as possible is because taxation is theft. And although we may need to steal some money to survive from the Chinese invasions, military spending, we should be stealing as little money as we possibly can. And so that does not mean pay for everyone's college forgiveness, like people are proposing. That means not paying for everybody's college forgiveness. That means actually, if you make more money, which is, by the way, most people with college debt actually make more money because they have college degrees. So you can use some of that extra money you're making to pay off your own debt instead of stealing my money or other people's money in order to pay it off. If there were abortions by gun abortion, would it be illegal and more openly genocidal? Abortion is one of the toughest moral issues for me. Yeah. We'll have an abortion discussion I probably had a couple abortion debates on here before, but we'll talk about it sometime in the future. I think abortion's a very, very, it's very split among libertarians too. Like, I'm not the only, I'm not weird on this. Like, abortion is a very difficult issue. If you didn't go to college, $145,000. I did not spend that much on college. Although, to be fair, I did get some merit scholarships. So I'm doing okay. None of you have to give me any bits or subs. I'm mostly just happy to have you here. But for those of you who have given bits and subs out of the kindness of your heart, thank you. But never gonna demand you do. Never feel an expectation to. You're more than welcome to watch me as much as you want. And yeah, that's all I'm asking for. What else? What other questions we got? Same with Japan. Yep. Japan is another example of a country that the U.S. fixed. South Korea, Taiwan, all examples of American success in foreign policy. Vietnam, unpopular opinion, I think Vietnam would have been an American success story if we had won, but we lost. So now that sucks. Do you wear lipstick? I use chapstick. I do not wear lipstick. I biologically have luscious lips, I suppose. Yeah. No funding of anyone who'll be. All right. All right. Well, I think that's all the questions I see. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and putting up with me today. If you like what you saw, please consider following. The follower count is my lifeblood. It brings me up when I am sad, and it truly establishes that I have value. For those of you who gave bits and subs today, thank you so much. For those of you who were active in the chat, thank you so much. For those of you who had the courage to disagree with me and call me an idiot, as long as you did so respectfully and within TOS of Twitch, thank you for engaging and challenging me. This is a channel of challenge. And thanks to all the panelists, even Fanatiq, for challenging me. Just don't fucking cut me off. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and raid on out into Lethe Waterkai, our good host who hosted us today for today's episode. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of his stream. And we'll be back. We'll be back in the future. Thanks.